We're a little over 5 minutes from the start of play. Welcome to a very sunny Seat Unique Stadium for Gloucestershire's third match in this season's Metrobank One Day Cup, and they sit proudly on top of the table in their group at the moment. 2 wins from 2, one at Cheltenham against Derbyshire and then at Guildford against Surrey. But Leicestershire today will be challenging, no question about that. They've had a very good season in the Championship. They are hot favourites to be promoted. In fact, if they get 20 points from the last 3 matches, they will be promoted for the first time up to the Division 1 since 2003. And they just have the momentum of winning behind them. They started with a win also at Surrey in this competition. They haven't played since that game on Tuesday, and Leicestershire are unchanged today, possibly as a result of that little break. Gloucestershire have won the toss and they will bowl first. The Leicestershire side, we expect this to be the batting order. Rishi Patel, Sol Budinger, they will open. Chan Masood at 3, Lewis Hill, Peter Hanscom, Ben Cox the keeper, Ian Holland. They bat deep. Tom Scriven, Liam Travaskis, even at 9, can boast 4 50s in this format. And then the experience of Chris Wright and the youthful Alex Green, who took 5 for 25 at Guildford. He and Josh Hull, arguably the future of Leicestershire, right arm and left arm respectively. They've only lost 3 players to the 100, one of whom, if Rayan Ahmed isn't one of the Wisden cricketers of the year, I would be surprised given the form he's had. But he and Hull and Louis Kimber are all at the 100. But Leicestershire not really affected too much. Gloucestershire have lost 4 to the 100. So again, minimal impact, but Dan Whiting, a couple of changes from Guildford.
Yeah, very good morning to you, Ian. So Gloucestershire line up with Jack Taylor, Ben Charlesworth, Joe Phillips comes into the side, 100 at Cheltenham in the 4-day game against Middlesex, his maiden first-class 100 for the 21-year-old. Ollie Price, James Bracey, Josh Shaw, then Craig Miles comes in for Daz Ahmed, who Daz I thought had a very good outing, I thought, against Surrey, but Craig Miles comes in. Maybe that just sort of bit of experience helps. Cameron Bancroft, Zaman Akhtar, Tommy Borman, who took that wonderful catch at Guildford on Friday, and then Matt Taylor. So the news from the toss is, Ian,
Gloucestershire on the toss and will bowl. Who does Phillips come in for?
Phillips comes in for Graham Van Buren.
Because?
Maybe they want an extra batter and don't want a spinner, perhaps. I don't know.
I mean, the pitch being used for today's match is the same one that the women won on yesterday. Best part of 550 runs yesterday on that strip. But I wondered whether, as it was a used wicket, Gloucestershire might fancy batting first. Jack Taylor obviously thought that he was quite happy to chase on it, which says he thinks it's a good batting track.
Yeah, I think there's runs aplenty in this. The boundaries aren't that big. The road's been brought in quite a way forward from the pavilion and quite away from the Kennington Avenue side of the ground as well. And I think that there's going to be a lot of runs. I think this is a 275 to 300 wicket, and I think we've got a fine game of cricket ahead of us. My name's Dan Whiting, and I'm joined by Ian Randall this morning, and always a good fixture this, isn't it, Gloucestershire v Leicestershire? We saw a game a few years ago where we had one day of just bizarre things happening here. We had Louis Kimber out obstructing the field, handling the ball to Ollie Price. We had a fire alarm in the pavilion which held up play on the same day for about 15 minutes. And we had a couple which distracted people on the balcony a few years ago.
So if that was all in the same game, that would have been 2023.
Yeah.
And in fact, this is the 3rd year in a row that these teams have met in this competition. Gloucestershire went to Grace Road in the semi-final in that year. They lost that, only got 125 batting first. And then last year, they played each other here in the last match, and Leicestershire won by 4 wickets. It was a reduced overs game, 36 overs aside.
Yeah, Gloucestershire were poor in that quarter-final, weren't they? It was like a playoff eliminator, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, to get 125 at Grace Road was never enough. Interestingly, I looked at the 2 teams from that game. Leicestershire have 6 survivors in their side today. Gloucestershire have only 3, Bracey, Ollie Price and Jack Taylor. So quite a few changes. So Leicestershire opening with Patel and Budinger, and it will be Josh Shaw to open from the Ashley Down Road end.
Yeah, umpires today, Jack Shantry and Rob White, with your match referee Helen Pack. But Rishi Patel, I think, is a fine, fine player. I'm sure his mum Rashmi is listening in, and I hope you're very well, Rashmi. And I look forward to sampling one of your lovely samosas in the near future as well. So she makes some wonderful samosas here, I tell you.
I think you might be ahead of the queue. You know me and spicy food.
Sure, from the Ashley Down Road end, a little bit of shape, and goes through into the gloves of James Bracey. Sad news coming out of Leicestershire this week, or maybe in the last couple of weeks. Harry Swindles has had to retire due to I think it's a thumb injury, isn't it?
Yeah, he got 100 in the final when they won the One Day Cup.
Yeah, he did. He was about to be released as well, wasn't he? And then got a new deal off the back of that. Oh. But it's always sad because he's only, 26, 27 years old? And always sad when a young cricketer has to retire. Here's Shaw. Oh, he's bowled him! That is top of off. Josh Shaw, that's where you want to be. And what a start for the hosts.
Well,
is that a good ball? Was Patel played down the wrong line here? Let's have another look here.
If the loosener was just the loosener, this was a very good follow-up. Patel's bat obviously is a very high line. He's gone through the gate.
Yes, he's gone in with the angle. I think the ball before shaped away, and that one's just gone back in. Well, hasn't gone back in, it's just sort of gone in on the angle. But what a start. And Josh Shaw, he is, well, he's like Sir Thomas Moore, isn't he? He's the man for all seasons. He's just sort of gets better and better. Last year's T20 campaign, he got better and better as the tournament progressed. And he's just a warrior, isn't he? Just runs in.
Leicester have sent Lewis Hill out at number 3.
He got 100 here, didn't he, in a county championship game in 23?
Yeah, he is
a nerdler.
In a team of grafters, he would be right at the top.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've got so much respect for him, though, because he gets everything out of his ability, Lewis Hill. And, you know, he's a fine cricketer. He's a fine cricketer, but what a start for the hosts. And if they can have a quick bang-bang at the start, it puts Leicestershire on the back foot, especially in the power play.
4 early wickets at Guildford really put all the pressure on the Surrey middle order.
It did. It did.
And when you've got 297 on the board, then suddenly the wickets column becomes an issue.
Yeah. That's woken the crowd up anyway. Sure. Oh, that's gone past the outside edge. This is an over from the gods. Josh Shaw is Zeus.
I mean, I don't know what Shaw's red ball numbers, if you looked over his career, they've been steady rather than spectacular.
Yeah.
But his white ball bowling has come on a lot, I think.
Yeah, no, he's a fine, fine bowler. In he comes. And Hill.
You know, he's not express pace.
Pushes hand to the onside. No, he's not. He's not. But he's brisk. He's not a slouch. He's not a, he's not a trundler.
He's not a.
I think he's sort of
Darren Stevens.
No, he's not. He's he's early to mid 80s, I'd say. I think he can sort of, his effort ball, he can sort of crank it up to about 87, 88. But he's not, like Ajit Singh Dale, for instance, who's regularly 90, or Marchant Delanga. Here he comes. That's chopped away. Hill likes backward a point.
He didn't time that. Didn't sound very good off the bat, did it?
No.
I mean, ultimately, you have to admire the work that Alfonso Thomas has done with Leicestershire, kind of revitalising them. And welcome if you've joined us from the East Midlands, by the way, for our coverage today. You know, Leicestershire have not played in the top division of the Championship since 2003, and as I say, they need 20 points only from the last 3 games, 2 of which are at home. So all the best with trying to bowl sides out on 2 flat decks at Grace Road.
Yeah. Let's just tickle around the corner. That's going to be 4 runs. Is it off the pad or off the bat? It's off the bat. And a nice start for Budinger. And Leicestershire are 5 for 1 at the end of the first. I think if Leicestershire don't go up, I think, you know, it'd be a Devon Lock of a finish, wouldn't it?
Yeah, they would. I mean, they've won 6 matches in the Championship. So, you know, if you've won 6 out of 11 and you've lost only 1, then absolutely you deserve to be clear at the top. And what are they? 28 clear at the moment. So it's very hard to see them not winning it overall.
Do you know what? One of the lovely things about this competition, there's not many positives about the 100 in my book, but one of the lovely things is the outground cricket. And we went to Cheltenham. I went to Kibworth last year, covered Leicestershire versus Surrey, and I thought it was absolutely lovely. And
you went to rugby school too, didn't you?
I went to rugby school, yeah. But Kibworth with Leicestershire, I thought they handled it really well. We went there the day the Graham Thorpe news broke, and obviously with Surrey. And I thought Leicestershire as a club handled it beautifully there.
So here's Matt Taylor from the pavilion end with 2 slips in, pulling over the wicket, and that'll go fine for 4 as well. Hill has glanced that away. It's gone off the pad though, not off the bat. And Leicestershire go up to 9 for 1.
The trick with Hill is you've just got to, because he doesn't score many in front of square. He's a nudger and a nerdler, and he will try and work it back with a point or flick off his legs all day long. And you have to try and, let's see, you know, let's have a look at his drive.
He's a deflector, yeah, in a big way. Taylor over the wicket to him. Oh, well, kept very low.
That's
second bounce to James Bracey outside the off stump. That's scuttled.
It's grubbed, isn't it?
Scuttled through. Have another look at that. That's a good length ball.
I wonder if Taylor's rolled his fingers over that though.
Well, whatever he did, it's a warning shot to Hill, that's for sure. Leicestershire put in. Taylor tries a fuller length ball. Jack Taylor coming in, and he'll try at the bowler's end, but he misses.
I tell you what, if that was a clean, I'm not sure Jack picked that up completely cleanly, but if he did do, that's a risky old single there.
Oh, he's well in. Well, Hill would say he judged it perfectly. Jack Taylor seemed in a pretty chirpy mood when I walked past him on a lap of the ground this morning. As it was his call at the toss as to what to do. The left-handed Patel waits, sorry, left-handed Budinger rather waits for Matt Taylor.
Talking of Hill, my eldest daughter has married a chap called Dan Hill, and they were talking about potential boys' names, and they were thinking about James, and I said, I'm not having a grandson called Jimmy Hill.
Yeah. Jimmy the Chin.
Yeah. Pioneer.
Budinger waits for Matt Taylor, who strikes him on the pad, but did look to be contrast to that ball that scuttled along the deck. That was going over. In fact, it was on the thigh. It was on the thigh pad actually.
Ooh, that looked quite. Probably got the benefit of the doubt there. It was a good shout.
Only a deep square and a third man out for Matt Taylor at the moment. And there's a gap at mid-wicket as a result of that field set by Jack Taylor, and Budinger takes the single. He'll keep the strike at the end of the over. 11 for 1 off 2.
Budinger's a lot more conservative, isn't he? A lot more sort of circumspect than the whacker we saw when he arrived here with, was it with Nottinghamshire? about 3 or 4 years ago.
He did play in a List A game here, 4 knots.
And he teed off from ball 1. I remember he got runs. I think he got 90. And he just smashed it over long on and sort of cow corner, mid-wicket from ball 1. And he's a lot more, sort of trying to play a lot more correctly these days. Here is Shaw to Budinger. That's in the air, that's going to be out. Borman makes no mistake, and Shaw strikes for the second time, and the Gloucestershire cat is amongst the Leicestershire pigeons.
I'm glad you got that Budinger line in, because you can't use it anymore. That was
reckless.
Budinger of old.
That was reckless. Borman looks he just didn't ever look like he was going to drop that. That catch he took the other day to dismiss Rory Burns at Guildford, I thought was, I thought that set the tone.
And to be fair, he didn't need to move. It went absolutely straight to him. It's probably a slightly longer boundary on the Kennington Avenue side today, and he was pretty deep, and that was a thick top edge. It wasn't a thin one.
Bit of extra bounce, perhaps.
Shan Masood in at number 4.
Yeah.
So he's got him. Gloucestershire got the 2 openers early, but as we have already said, Leicestershire do bat a long way down with Travaskis at 9. Really, I mean, Chris Wright is no mug, but you know, one has to say that
Scriven's a good player.
His reaction time at 40 wouldn't be as good as it was at 25, and Green obviously at 11. But genuinely, anybody down to 9 can hold a bat and make runs.
Yeah, I think young Tommy Borman's got a big future ahead of him. Here's Shaw to Shan Masood. Oh, that's nipped back a little bit high. This guy's a good player though, Shan Masood. Been there, done it. Got the T-shirt.
He didn't play. How many tests for Pakistan? 42.
He had that year when he was at Derbyshire, didn't he? When he just got runs aplenty. About 4 or 5 years ago. Or was he at Yorkshire?
He was definitely at Yorkshire.
Well, here is a Yorkshireman bowling at him. Strays onto the pads, and Shan Masood works him down towards the mound stand and the City of Bristol College, which is there in the background on your screen, and gets 4 runs. For those Leicestershire fans tuning in, that City of Bristol College is where Casualty was first filmed, back in the end of the 80s. Locals have woken up this morning. Sure. That's down the leg side. It's going to be a wide.
So actually he's played, this is his 4th county. So Derbyshire 2022, Yorkshire 23 and 24, Hampshire, also part of last season as well, and then Leicestershire this season.
I think it was at Derbyshire he got those runs, and then Yorkshire signed him off the back of it.
So he's had 4 counties in England. Chris Wright's had 4, Peter Hanscom's had 5.
Masood covers up, but Leicestershire probably needing to rebuild here. They'll know that there's runs in this Bristol wicket. They'll know that, I think the Wasps said 270 at the beginning of the day, something like that. I'm thinking sort of 275, 300. And Gloucestershire can keep Leicestershire to 240, 250. They should do okay. Shaw bustling in. Oh, that's a pleasant shot. Oh, let's just hit one of the footholes of the wicket and slowed up, actually. I think that might have been 4 runs, and it's just bobbled on the outfield. And Masood only gets 2.
I wonder if that came off came off one of the discs that Charlesworth ran by for holding that in front of the scoreboard. There was a definite bobble.
I saw a game the other night, I think it was one of the 100 games, where one of the discs got stuck to the boot of the spike of the bowler, and he was running in with one of the discs on the base of his foot. Shaw. Oh, Masood almost in two minds there, whether to leave it or to play it, and does neither one or the other. But he's still there. Leicestershire 18 for 2 at the end of the third. It's certainly not a slow, easy like Sunday morning, as the Commodores told us, is it, Ian?
It's been lively, and Gloucestershire will know that, particularly with the new white ball. First 10 overs are where you need to try and make breakthroughs. Otherwise, those middle overs don't tend to bring a big clutch of wickets. To get one of these two as well would be a real bonus in the power play. Matt Taylor to bowl his second over, pitched up to Hill, who can't happily take the one. Good direct hit from Borman. Coming in from mid-on at the bowler's end. Hill was safely in, but yes, if he's going to drive and pick up a single, then I think Gloucestershire would take that a moment, because he is, as you quite rightly say, he's happier cutting, pulling and deflecting. So
yeah.
So many of those runs are coming behind the wicket. Try and force him to play into areas where he can't use the pace of the ball just to
I agree.
Work it around, and therefore the accuracy, the radar from the Gloucestershire bowlers has to be right on it. Already Masood looked, that shot he played that Ben Charlesworth chased away through mid-wicket, looked in very good touch, even off 2 or 3 balls. Here he is waiting to face Taylor, and that's just steered away. Good stop, good partial stop, keep him down to 1. Charlesworth again, and he'll now retreat to deep square. Only 2 out obviously at this point.
I just want to put it on record, Ian, that I'm a big Tommy Borman fan. I think he's got big future in the game. I don't want to go all Somerset on us. I don't want to, oscillate between the player being, discarded and being as good as Sachin Tendulkar, but I just really like him.
Taylor with 2 slips to Hill. That's going way off the pad, but there is a fielder just inside the circle. Josh Shaw at short fine leg.
That's some of the Somerset fans on social media, by the way. It's not the club themselves. Let me just get that straight.
Yeah, there's been so much chat on various platforms recently about 2 main topics, really. Taylor to Hill once again, and Hill does cut. That's gone through the hands of Joe Phillips. Golly, they want 2, they won't get it. Good covering round from Craig Miles. Ball went on the bounce towards Phillips. He, I think, probably was thinking, can I gather and throw at the same point? And he didn't quite gather it, and as a result, Hill picks up a single. He's on 4. 7 to Shan Masood. Gloucestershire winning the toss this morning, and Masood with only 3 on the leg side for him. And Matt Taylor's delivery fielded by brother Jack at mid-on, no run. Those 2 main topics, the movement of players,
yes,
and the schedule for next year.
Yeah.
And I saw one, where are we now? Sunday, I think it was Friday. And this is particularly to do with the championship. I'll come back to that after this ball from Taylor to Masood, who defends. He wants 1, but Taylor on his follow through comes across quickly and stops Masood even thinking about heading off for a single. So 21 for 2 off 4, and the post was about the fact that there's going, if any change in the championship structure in particular has to be voted through, and there seems to be a feeling that there may still be enough teams against it that those in favour can't force it from 14 to 12.
Yeah. We'd be really interested to know your thoughts, whether you're a Gloucestershire or Leicestershire fan, on those points. Drop us a line to commentators at glossccc.co.uk as Josh Shaw comes in from the Ashley Down Road end. That's down the leg side. Has he got a little feather? No, he's given it wide. Bracey fancied it. Ollie Price fancied it. Josh Price looks perplexed. He's standing there discombobulated. But Jack Chantry's the man that matters, and he gives it wide. Bracey's like probably confident there.
All four, the slip cord and the keeper and the bowler have all gone up for that.
Ooh. Have another look at that. Ooh, I think there's a bit of a deflection. Whether that's come off the hip, perhaps, I don't know, but it shouldn't have been given a wide, whatever. Shaw to Hill. But
I mean, the one, I'm sure I read that Ben Green is going to Leicestershire from Somerset.
Yeah, I believe so.
That's their main acquisition for next year at the moment.
Well, he's one of those strange ones, isn't he? He's been on loan to Leicestershire for red ball cricket, but plays white ball cricket for Somerset. And you've got Calvin Harrison doing the same for Northamptonshire, but playing white ball cricket. Oh, that's a good delivery. Shaw's got his tail up here. Calvin Harrison doing the same. He's on loan from Nottinghamshire to Northamptonshire and playing red ball cricket for Northants, but playing white ball cricket still for Notts.
Yeah.
And I think it's a loophole in the law that needs closing off, because it's not right that someone plays for two counties in a season. You know, it's or plays for two counties in effect at the same time. You know, you had Harrison playing at the end of June 4-day cricket for one county and white ball cricket for the other. That's tickled round the corner, but Borman.
You've got to pitch the ball up to Hill. You've got to get him on the front foot, haven't you? Because that's where he is less comfortable.
Yeah, yeah. The chance of him pumping you down the ground are pretty slim, I'd say. I mean, he might well do it, but I'd say the chances are probably slimmer than the old Australian left arm of Bruce Reid.
He clearly likes that bat. He's got an awful lot of tape on it.
Oh, he's gone now. That's a little feather into the gloves of Bracey.
Off the tape?
Off the tape, possibly. And Shaw has his third wicket of the morning, and it's the Yorkshireman, Joshua Shaw, who's giving his Sunday sermon from the pulpit.
Well, he had a good stint at Surrey, and Gloucestershire digging into this Leicestershire middle order early here.
So no real harm done with that one down the leg side that wasn't given.
And you sometimes wonder whether moments like that, you look back later on when the batter gets 60 and you think, oh, that was a decision that might have gone another way. But
right, this is the one Gloucestershire won, is Peter Hanscom.
But he's in much earlier than he would have expected.
Yeah, but he's a dangerous, dangerous player. He fluctuates as well between brilliance and not so brilliant.
But, you know, this is, just look at the numbers. This is his 164th List A match. And basically 1 in 4, he scores 50 or more.
Yeah,
33 50s and 800s.
When he was at Middlesex, they made him captain, and his form was not so great. But apparently he was one of the best individuals around.
Obviously, his 5 counties include Gloucestershire as well.
Yeah, as a bloke, I think he's like Don Bradman of blokes.
Yeah, in fact, his first English county was Gloucestershire, then obviously Yorkshire, Durham, Middlesex, and now at Grace Road.
He's sure he does that strange little Oh, Shaw asking questions early on. He has that strange little movement where he puts his bat on the line of off stump, and I think anything outside that, Hanscom doesn't play. If you watch his setup, Hanscom opens the face and puts his bat down onto off stump before every delivery.
It is
and I think anything outside that line, he doesn't play it.
It's a very curious preparation for the delivery of the ball.
Yeah, look where his bat is there. It's miles outside off stump.
But these two, arguably the pedigree bats in the Leicestershire order. 22 for 3 off 5, Shaw 3 for 13. It's a great start for him. He's only bowled 3 overs, obviously, in this spell so far. The question is, how many would you give him? I mean, it could be that he and Matt Taylor at least bowl the power play.
Yeah,
at the moment.
I think the way he's bowled him 6. Got to save him for one at the back end, haven't you, Josh Shaw?
So Gloucestershire have gone with the 4 quick bowlers today. So the 5th bowler probably shared between Ollie Price, Jack Taylor. Ben Charlesworth doesn't tend to bowl much in white ball cricket, so it's probably the 2 spinners. Here is Matt Taylor into Masood on the cut, but straight to Charlesworth. But to get 3 single-figure scores in your top 3 batters in the order.
Thought Charlesworth's innings.
Leicestershire have to really dig in here.
Yeah, I thought Charlesworth's innings at Guildford on Friday. What did he get? 70. I thought
80.
80. I thought it was outstanding.
Taylor in. Masood cuts once again. Same outcome, straight to Charlesworth, a backward point. So
it's on a very dry wicket. Cameron Steele, who's a good leg spinner, ripping it, and I thought it was a really good innings from Ben Charlesworth. He's impressed me. Got a really good 100 against Lancashire at Cheltenham. And
well, he's got 250s in this competition in two matches.
Yeah, no, I think he's burgeoning into a fine player.
Taylor and Deshaun Masood. That was back of a length, and he just dropped that out on the offside. So an actor coming in. Can't prevent the single. Interesting, various chats with supporters about that Derbyshire chase at Cheltenham, and at 220 for 4 they were not out of that. So Zaman Akhtar came back and just really made the difference with that second spell. I mean, there wasn't much batting below.
No. It was a callow tail, wasn't it?
Yeah. There was the 5th wicket stand was basically it for them, but.
Watch Hanscom's set up here. If you're listening at home, and you'll see that he just pushes his bat outside off stump. There it goes.
1st and 3rd slip now for Taylor for Hanscom, and steered into the offside. There's a distinct gap between Ollie Price and Cameron Bancroft. It might be not quite 1st and 3rd, but it's certainly not 1st and 2nd.
No.
It is 1st and 3rd, really, isn't it?
It's a floating slip, isn't it?
Yeah, I was going to say 1st and 2nd and a half, but it's probably nearer a 3rd, actually.
I wonder if that comes from Harry Clements, the analyst. There's something in that. Watch Hanscom. There he goes.
Bancroft's quite close too there. Taylor staying over the wicket. Steered into Joe Phillips in the gully. Phillips and Borman, sharp fielders both.
Yeah.
Doesn't weaken Gloucestershire at all in the field, having them in there. I mean, Daz Ahmed obviously not in the 11 today, but you know, when he was brought in on Friday to get 29 important runs, latter part of the order would have done his confidence a bit of good. The bowling, okay, you know, except that he'd have been a bit nervous, and I think that showed. Taylor outside the off stumps and let go.
Yeah, Joe Phillips
by the right-handed Peter Hanscom. So Matt Taylor trying to give as much support as he can for Shaw. Shaw's taking the wickets at one end, but Taylor's bowled 3 overs for 6 at the other.
Yeah, Joe Phillips, the Cornish lad, he's gone from lizard point to cover point.
Reminder that Leicestershire put in today by Jack Taylor, and this is a start of a busy schedule, obviously, with this competition. Here we are today, 10th of August, and we'll know the finalists by the end of the month.
Sure, Masood gets turned a little bit and the ball squirts out to Joe Phillips. John's been in touch, and I don't know which John it is, but he's a great commentary on the live stream as usual. Though we have signed Miles and Will Williams, who's come in this week from Lancashire. Who else will Gloucestershire have as experienced bowlers for 2026? I know we have DeLanger, but the loss of Singdale, Agda, Goodman, Tom Price. Where next? As Masood covers up and defends. John said he's thinking of dusting off his bowling boots, but third 11 left-arm filth does not really cut it. Well, good to hear from you, John. Thanks for your email. And keep them coming in to commentators at glossccc.co.uk. Well, I think they're, you know, it's John Hepworth. Sorry, it is John Hepworth. So I think, you know, the club are got their scouts around. Oh, that's down the leg side. That's going to be a big wide. That's a good take from James Bracey as well, who's nursing a thumb injury at the moment. Yeah, so who is next? I don't know. I mean, the club won't tell. They won't put it on record who they're after, especially when that player's probably contracted to another county.
And could be being chased by somebody else.
Exactly. So the club won't say publicly who they're after. That's left alone by Sean Masood. But trust me, they are working behind the scenes, and trust me, Gloucestershire do need some bowling reinforcements, don't they, Ian?
I think you could say, I think the phrase is active in the market.
Indeed.
I think that's the phrase that you'd use.
Indeed.
But you know, the maths aren't difficult, are they? We know 4 out.
Yeah.
You know, there's been talk in the media of Archie Bailey being wanted. That will be 5.
Yeah.
If that is right.
Cut away by Masood, only picking out Joe Phillips.
And 5 and 2 in. I think 5 and 2 seems to leave a shortfall of approximately 3.
Indeed. Singdale off to Lancashire, Actor off to Essex, Goodman and Price both finding their professional engagements on the south coast down at Brighton and Hove for good old Sussex by the sea.
But interesting, look at the age profile of the 2 players signed.
Short crunch, that's brilliant from Phillips. Saved a certain boundary. You're just speaking a moment ago, Ian, about this Gloucestershire side and some of the young fielders there. I thought, in that game against Surrey on Friday, I thought they were outstanding. Phillips, Borman, Ahmed, brilliant, absolutely superb, and it makes a huge difference.
So, you know, I think Miles is 31 and Will Williams is 32. So
yeah,
there's a bit more know-how there.
That's just up on his toes there. Masood opens the face, runs it down to Borman at 3rd. I think, though, Will Williams is a cricketer. That's the end of the over, by the way. 25 for 3 at the end of the 7th. Will Williams is a cricketer who will, from what I've seen of him, just run in all day. He's a warrior, isn't he? He's a workhorse.
So, and this is perhaps, I don't want to tar every New Zealander with the same brush here, but I tend to think of a lot of New Zealand cricketers as what I would call low maintenance players.
Yeah.
They turn up, they put everything in, then they're unfussy, and they'll work for you. And I think Will Williams, from what we hear, is one of those.
Yeah.
Here's Matt Taylor into the left-handed Masood.
As opposed to you and I, Ian, who are high maintenance commentators.
I think Williams played I think it was 11. I looked up his numbers. 11 matches in the championship for Lancashire last season. So a good fitness record. That's one of the other things you have to think about if you're signing a slightly more experienced bowler. You know, you want him to be available all the time.
Yeah.
He hasn't played as much this year because I think Jimmy's played a bit more. Here's Taylor in. Masood squeezes that into the onside through mid-wicket. There was a gap there. And Jack Taylor will come round. They'll take one. So let's be clear. Gloucestershire have done really well to get 3 early wickets. But these two are high-quality bats.
Yeah, certainly are.
You know, both Test players in their time, and both know how to recover a situation like this.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Without undue fuss. Come back to an unfussy scenario again. Matt Taylor in.
Talking bowlers all right.
Hanscom just gets sort of down onto that and just nudges it away up to mid-ons, no run.
Talking of bowlers all running all day, Matt Taylor's one of those, isn't he? He's had he had back injuries in his younger career, didn't he? But
a lot of toe trouble as well.
Yeah, but he just runs in all day for you and will just... He's a warrior, isn't he? Absolute warrior.
3 on the offside in front of square for Hanscom, for Matt Taylor, but tries to pull it into the leg side, doesn't get any kind of good contact. So the men out already this morning after Leicestershire were put in. All 3 wickets to Josh Shaw. Rishi Patel bowled second ball. Hill caught behind by Bracey, and then Budinger with a fierce sort of uppercut that went fine to third man, and Tommy Borman pouched a safe catch. That's off the inside half of the bat this time from Hanscom. I think he quite intended it to go as square as it did, but it brought in 1 run. 27 for 3. Jack Taylor encouraging as usual from mid-off or mid-on to the left-hander. And Gloucestershire still think they've got enough chance with this two relatively new balls that they want to kick 2 slips in. They know 1 more wicket would make a massive difference. Taylor in short with the bouncer, and that was very short, and it's called a wide by Rob White. It was almost a tennis ball bouncer from Matt Taylor.
Yeah, it's a sort of loopy bouncer, wasn't it?
Sort of one you might, well, back in the day, watching from the pavilion balcony at Cheltenham side on, you'd see that, you'd say, definite tennis ball bounce. Not quite that this year. So Masood waits, drives pleasantly up to Borman on the second bounce at mid-off. And no run. So Taylor 4 overs, 0 for 9. Hasn't bowled a maiden yet, but he's difficult to score off. So he's keeping the break on at one end, and Shaw has the 3 wickets at the other. So Leicestershire creeping at the moment through the power play, really because of the wickets they've lost.
Yeah, and Gloucestershire's over rate is reflected as well. They're only bowled 8 overs in sort of 40 minutes. Can't believe there's only 40 minutes. A lot's happened this morning, hasn't it?
Well, I think the fact that there was a wicket second ball, as you say, kind of woke everybody up.
Yeah.
It said it wasn't going to be a sleepy start.
Certainly woke me up. That's defended by Hanscom. Yeah, Chris Dent and Steve Dent and Jack's Coffee Shack, they're not here this morning, so I didn't get my wake up there, but Josh Shaw woke me up second ball. Their coffee is superb. It is the best around.
Connoisseur of coffee, Dan, are you?
I am. I'm a coffee connoisseur. Darcy short when he was over here. Defended again by Hanscom. Yeah, Darcy short, big coffee fan.
Top run scorer in the T20.
Yeah.
You know, even though Gloucestershire didn't get through to the knockout stages, he as an individual gradually improved as he got through the tournament. A couple of very, slow start, but there was a steady stream of
Was he in the 100?
scores in the back end.
Was he in the 100?
No.
Shaw. Let go by Hanscom, and ball crashes into the gloves of Bracey. So Gloucestershire got Bracey at keeping, and then Ollie Price and Cameron Bancroft at first and second slip. Ben Charlesworth backward point, Zaman Akhtar's in at cover. Jack Taylor marshalling his troops from mid-off. And then on the leg side, you've got you've got Matt Taylor down at third as well. As Shaw comes in and the ball goes through to the aforementioned Matt Taylor for
Just
a single.
Boundary is slightly shorter on that side, on the Mount Stand side today. That's probably why they've got the third man in.
Yeah.
At this stage.
Yeah. And then on the onside you had Borman in at short fine, you had Joe Phillips patrolling the deep square, and Craig Miles at mid-on.
I don't think Borman would necessarily have expected that catch to come to him in the way it did.
No.
He was certainly well ready for it to dismiss Sol Budinger.
That's down the leg side. Is that one gone? No, Chantry doesn't fancy that one either. Oh, let's have another look at this one. It's flicked something because Chantry hasn't given it a wide. Ooh, the bat's outside the line of the legs.
Shaw.
They're so hard to give for an umpire though, aren't they?
Shaw was halfway down the pitch looking at the wicket for quite some time after that. He clearly felt there was something there.
Oh, that's in the air. It's going to be 4 runs. But I'm not sure. It was into the ground and up into the air, actually. Proper timing from Shah Massoud. End of the 9th, 33 for 3 on a high-octane morning here in the West Country.
Yeah, just to go back to that point about how this competition obviously is played in quite a short window, and I think everybody knows why that is. So, everybody is playing 8 group games, and the last round is on the Tuesday after Bank Holiday Monday. So, basically, in a fraction over a fortnight, teams will be approaching the last of the group matches.
And then only the quarters and the semis are pretty quick on the back of it, aren't they?
Matt Taylor in, just dabbed away by Hanscom into the gully. So the last round of games is on the 26th.
Yeah.
The playoff, well, that's the Tuesday. The playoff is on the Thursday. That's for the second v third situation in both groups. And the actual semi-final, when you've only got 4 teams left, is on the Sunday.
That's Sunday the 24th.
31st.
31st.
Yep. So it really is a very rat-a-tat-tat kind of schedule. Taylor to Hanscom, pitched up and driven pleasantly through the covers. There'll be a chase for Jack Taylor. They might run 3 here. If the ball doesn't reach the rope, Taylor stops it, which he does, and they will run back for 3 because that's the longer boundary out towards the Kennington Avenue side. But it was just an indication of Hanscom getting in the right position and letting the timing do the work for him there. This is the last over of the power play.
Joe Phillips just feeling his hamstring there. I hope he's all right.
Well, I suspect that might have been why Craig Miles didn't play at Guildford because he took a catch right at the end of the game at Cheltenham and appeared to just get a bit of a twinge as he got up. Masood waits for Taylor. Oh, and he has to go back and get quickly into line. He might have Taylor for a split second might have thought he got through. So Patel bowled short, naught, second ball. Hill caught Bracey, bowled Shaw 4. Budinger caught Borman, bowled Shaw 5. Wickets falling at 1, 11 and 22. Leicestershire have got past 33. Now 36. Oh, edged. Was that edged? No.
No, it wasn't a confident. Bracey was confident, but
Must have been just the angle of the delivery then from Taylor. Going away from the left-hander. Do you play inside this? Ooh, and it went on with the arm actually. It kind of played inside it.
Bancroft having none of it second. Ollie Price, polite inquiry. Bracey fancied it. Taylor having nothing to do with it.
Masood again happier, just able to get back into his crease, work it into the onside, take the single, rotate the strike. Beyond these two, Ben Cox probably at 6. Ian Holland, somebody else who's had a great season in the Championship, at 7, and then Scriven, Travaskis, Wright and Green. Just looking at Leicestershire's, I come back to that, this is the last ball I think of the power play, it is. Leicestershire in the Championship this year, you wonder why they're top of the table. I'll come back to that after this delivery. Matt Taylor, which is nudged by Hanscom straight to short fine leg, and they won't get a run. End of the power play, 37 for 3. Leicestershire have 3 bowlers with 31 wickets in the Championship. Ian Holland, Ben Green and Logan Van Beek.
Yeah.
93 wickets between 3 bowlers.
Yeah.
Their ability to take 40 wickets to win a game is why they've been top.
Yeah. Leicestershire have been outstanding with the Duke's ball. With the Kookaburra, not so much, have they? One of the surprise results was their loss to Middlesex. Anyway, we've got a change of bowling here at the Ashley Down Road end. Zaman Akhtar is going to have a whirl from there. Bowled really well in the game at Cheltenham against Derbyshire, 4 for 47.
And Josh Shaw, 5 overs, 3 for 20. That's a good opening stint.
Yeah, it is. It is. You know, Leicestershire's recruitment, though, has been outstanding. They've taken a host of players who were languishing in the second 11s at other counties. Oh, that's wide, but not given a wide by Chantry.
Generous.
Yeah, I think you know, that's. We'll give you the benefit of the doubt for that one, Zaman. Rishi Patel was at Essex. Budinger at Notts, just fluctuating. Hanscom was, after Middlesex, might have been in Last Chance Saloon, you know, but he's managed to find a career at Leicestershire. As Akhtar comes in, that's a nice shot out into the deep where Phillips fields, and there's one more to Sean Masood. Ian Holland at Hampshire, Travaskis, Durham. Chris Wright, probably coming to the end, you might have thought, at Warwickshire, and he's still going on at 40. So their recruitment has been outstanding, I think, Leicestershire. It really has been. It's been superb from the Foxes.
You've got to find value somewhere, haven't you? You've got to find people who still think they have a point to prove.
Yeah. Akhtar, as Hanscom tickles this one into the leg side. Phillips round quickly, keeps them to 1.
And they've topped that up by finding 2 or 3 from through their own system.
Yeah, they have.
You know,
Alex
Hull,
Green. Yeah.
Rayan Ahmed.
Yeah. Yeah. Although Hull and Ahmed could have quite easily gone to their neighbouring counties, couldn't they? I think Hull's from Oundle Town Cricket Club in Northamptonshire, and Ahmed's a Nottingham boy. Oh, that's well bowled. Nips back into Masood.
Just the one slip now, just Bancroft in there, so Ollie Price has come out.
Yeah, because Farhan Ahmed's at Nottinghamshire, isn't he?
He is, yes.
Yeah. But it's not easy for Leicestershire. They're, you know, one of the small guys, and financially they're probably in the lower tier along with Gloucestershire. So they're punching above their weight, and fair play to them. It's pushed into the offside, backward point. Ollie Price doing the fielding. Sean Jarvis there doing a fine job, and they're making big strides with their community, especially the Indian community in Leicester as well. And I think what they're doing is, because they were a few years ago, I thought Leicestershire could possibly be one of those counties that went bust. You know, and Sean Jarvis has come in, done a fantastic job, and full credit to what they're doing there. That's just backward. Ollie Price has a shy at the stumps, and they think about a second on the overthrow, but combination of Jack Taylor and Charlesworth, and just to cut that off. So 40 for 3 at the end of the 11th.
And a double change. Craig Miles to come on from the pavilion end. His first one-day cup game back. I mean, obviously technically he's on loan from Warwickshire at the moment, but he will return to Gloucestershire for 2026 on a full-time basis. And he'll know all about these Bristol wickets. Has the capability to get that bit of extra bounce. Not that I would encourage him to bowl it short, but has the ability to get even from a good length because of his height, simple, repeatable action, all those things that coaches like.
Yeah.
To get the ball up. Probably still think he was probably signed more as a red ball bowler than a white, but we will see in due course about that.
Where's Ackerman these days? He's gone to, is he at Durham? No.
Miles to Masood. Played that shot a lot. Just that good length ball. He just picks the length really quickly and knows he's in a good enough touch. He can just work it basically off his pads away into mid-wicket or just a bit squarer than mid-wicket for a single, and that's what he did there. Just rotates the strike, just keeps the scoreboard ticking, which is what Leicestershire need to do. 37 for 3 off 10 is a slowish start. I wouldn't say sluggish necessarily, but these two, I say the real quality of their batting lineup, bearing in mind the careers these two have had. Miles going over the wicket to the right-handed Hanscom.
Yeah, Ackerman.
If he's in a sweater out there, he's asked for someone to come and take it off him. It's not really so clear with these coloured kits, very bright as the Leicestershire one is. Either that or he wants a sweater. I would be surprised if it's the latter. Lovely day in Bristol. Miles in, and there is that climb you can get sometimes with him. That Hanscom let that go, but that was still going upwards when it got to James Bracey, which was very different from the ball that Matt Taylor bowled earlier on, where it scuttled along the ground in his first over.
Certainly. Colin Ackerman was part of the Leicestershire's side that won this tournament back in 2023 when they beat Hampshire by a couple of runs. Now at Durham.
Miles again to Hanscom. Steered past where a fielder at Gully would have been. But there's nobody there. It goes down to
Ollie Price
third
runs
man.
round to that position, holds his hand out.
Yeah, that's, I mean, with one slip and almost a square point, the gully gap is there. Hanscom knows it's there. He's just got to play the right shot. And there is a third man to cover that steer behind Squirrel on the offside. Miles then in his first over. Well, that's very short. It's gone over Bracey's gloves and it's gone for 4 byes. Again, that proves there was or is some bounce in this pitch if you really bend your back. That was very short though. And it's beaten the bat, it's beaten the top of Bracey's gloves and gone all the way for 4. So Leicestershire with a cheap boundary really to finish the over. 46 for 3 off 12. This is a little bit similar to Friday in a way. Early wickets and then a partnership on that day fronted by Sykes, who nearly got 100 obviously.
And Josh Blake.
And Blake, yeah.
Yeah, both good left-handers at Surrey. Ollie Sykes, I think he's the real deal. Actor in, Hanscom covers up, pushes it back to the bowler. Yeah, I think Ollie Sykes at Surrey, he's got 97, didn't he, until Graham Van Peeren speared one down the leg side and James Bracey stumped him. Of course, he can be stumped off a wide. And he was Wisden Schoolboy Cricketer of the Year a couple of years ago, wasn't he, Ollie Sykes? I think he's the next one off the next cab off the Surrey rank with England credentials. That's just a little bit late on that Hanscom, but gets it down to Matt Taylor at third.
Price was a bit finer there for him. Now maybe because he's got a smaller area to cover on that offside from the bowling from the Ashley Down Road end. It was almost that shot in the previous over. I just encouraged him just to go maybe 2 strides finer.
Yeah, I just think with Hanscom's grip, he's quite open-faced, isn't he? And the ball tends to go through backward point and through the gully quite a lot. Akdar to Shah Masood, who just tickles one into the leg side, picks up a single. He'll do that all day, Shah Masood. He'll just accumulate and he'll be the glue that holds this Leicestershire innings together.
Back to around the wicket to Masood, but staying over to Hanscom.
Yeah, and he comes. Hanscom just works this one into the onside. Miles comes round, does the fielding.
You mentioned Bracey struggling. I say struggling with a thumb. He picked that niggle. If I call it, I'd say it's an injury, but if he's an injury, he shouldn't be playing. That niggle up in the nets on Tuesday at Cheltenham, and he was wandering round before the game with his thumb in a cup, which presumably had ice in it.
Yeah.
And obviously he got through Tuesday okay, and maybe it's something he can play with at the moment.
Oh, that's a nice shot from Masood. He's only going to get 1 for it, but tell you what, if you got runs for artistic merit, you'd have got a 10.
Well, we saw Cheteshwar Pujara play here for Sussex in the season that they won promotion, and he just looked so much in control when he was out in the middle, didn't he? He just looked
wonderful innings, wasn't it? It was wonderful innings.
And you know, Masood, if he gets going, he will not look dissimilar.
That's cut away, and you're going to be single. I think the two of the best innings I've seen here at Bristol during my time commentating, and both players are playing for England now as well. As Harry Brook got a 180 here, in one of my first games here. Do you remember that? For Yorkshire. And Jamie Smith got 220 here for Surrey that season.
That was in the 600 plays 400 for 2, wasn't it?
Yeah.
there was nothing for the bowlers in that match.
Yeah, we've had an email from Rob Willis New. He's talking about some transfers. I'm not going to mention the players' names because I think that's unfair on the player.
Miles to continue. Chopped away down to third man. Now, I got a suspicion I might have played cricket against Rob Willis New.
I thought you were more Bob Willis, you know, with your batting, Ian.
No.
I thought you'd have taken Bob Willis on.
Rob will come. He might come back actually about this. Did he used to play for Doughty Isle Court Cricket Club? If he did, then he'd have opened the batting for them. I'd have played against him. Masood waits for Miles. They've put Bancroft out from slip now into a short mid-wicket to try and stop those singles. And he was in the right place to do just that.
Andy Beecham's been in touch, absolutely loving the informative commentary and coverage of the match today. What game are you watching, Andy? It can't be this one. At 56, I'm a new convert to cricket. See, that proves that county cricket is still doing the job that it's supposed to do. That's a really heartwarming email.
Almost a Yorker from Miles around the wicket to Masood, who digs it out.
He was there at Cheltenham last week, Gloucestershire v Derbyshire, and enjoyed watching the Surrey coverage and now today's excellent match. Thanks, guys. Andy, lovely to hear from you. Keep being glorious, keep backing the Gloss. And, you know, we hope to catch up with you at some point.
Was it anything to do with the fact that the sun might be out? Do you think the fact that cricket in the sunshine might be a good place to start? That was almost a full toss from Miles, going for the Yorker again, and Masood couldn't put that away. Jack Taylor's at short extra, and he and Bancroft are going to have important roles here. They're trying to keep the singles down in those positions, obviously. But also prime run-out territory.
Yeah. Charlie Hunt's been in touch as well, who works in he's a media and marketing executive at Leicestershire. Good to hear from you, Charlie.
Squeezed away by Masood into the leg side, and that's Phillips coming round from deep square.
He said that Hanscom's trigger, as we mentioned, that little sort of dab that he does outside of off stump, is to do with his grip to ensure he is correct at setup. Hope that answers some questions. Well, yes, it does. Thanks very much, Charlie.
It is unusual, though. It is unorthodox in the very much individual. Three wickets for Gloucestershire in the first 5 overs, and then these two just redressing the balance a little bit. That's a good line and length ball from Miles, defended by Hanscom. But Hanscom 11 from 25. As you can see, Masood 21 from 39. It's not the rate of scoring that's important for Leicestershire at the moment. They're just trying to, at 53 for 3, just rebalance the damage done at the top by Josh Shaw.
Yep, they certainly are. Phil O'Rourke's been in touch as well. You can read that one out, Ian. Go on.
Actor to continue. Phil's actually on the ground today.
But he listens in to us.
Hope he's got enough data on his phone.
That's in the air, just past Ollie Price. Perilously close to his left hand. And Masood comes back for a couple. Oh. Ollie Price had held that. Never mind data on Phil O'Rourke's phone. That had been a day to remember for Ollie Price.
Phil says you're not the only people lamenting the absence of Jack's Coffee Shack. However, the quality of the coffee in the Thatchers was superb today. Harvey and his team working hard.
Actor just nerdled around the corner from Masood, who moves on to 24 with that single.
Phil says Gloucestershire have done well so far, limiting Leicestershire, but they bat a long way down the order. Game on, he says.
Certainly, I think it's been a good start by Gloucestershire, but nothing more because, we know the depth of this Leicestershire lineup. And as you said, even Wright can bat. That's worked into the onside with a hint of bottom hand. Leicestershire, at some points in the county championship this season, they've had Scriven at 11. That's the tail of a Manx cat. It just hasn't got a tail.
No.
Scriven can bat. He's a number 8, I think, in most county lineups.
They bat deep today, and obviously Leicestershire only have one front line spinner. Gloucestershire are going to kind of make do with their spinners today.
Oh, that's short. Is that a wide? Yes, it is. Overhead high.
I don't think Zaman Akhtar can have too many complaints about that. That was very high. Very high.
Yeah.
I know the umpires did look across at each other just to say.
Rob White will give the signal, and then Jack Chantry will actually give the signal to the scorers. But Rob White can see that from square on, from square leg. He can actually identify whether the ball's overhead height there. And
I wouldn't have thought that was too difficult for that delivery.
No. Actor around the wicket. Crunched into the offside. That's a good shot. Phillips can't cut that off. And that's a back foot punch there from Shan Masood through extra cover. What a fine shot.
See, that's only the 4th boundary of the Leicestershire innings.
Yeah.
Which shows that Gloucestershire have kept the lid on it.
Phillips having to go right over into the car park.
Where'd you park your car today?
Around the back of the flats.
Yeah,
experience.
Well, there was somebody. Was it at Guildford? A car got hit earlier this week.
Oh, don't! Obviously, you're a man who's aware of his car getting hit this season. But Guildford, there, really close to the action, aren't they? Remember Chris Dent here a couple of years ago in that game against Somerset, where Gloucestershire rattled up about 470. And Dent bounced one off one car roof and onto another car roof, didn't he, in the car park? Driven. Oh, that's a misfield by Miles. He attacked it. There's good pressure there from Shan Masood. Running the single, there was a chance for a run out, which caused the misfield. And it's good cricket from the experienced Shan Masood.
I should say, obviously, in this part of the world, in a lot of parts of Britain, we've been very short of rain lately, and the outfield is very fast and in certain parts very dry.
Oh, that's a little bit of extra nip there from Akhtar. But that's hurt Masood. I think that's hit him on the hand. I think he's in a spot of bother here. He's taking his glove off. I think he's hurt. Yeah, the physio's coming on. That's hit him on the thumb. James Bracey inquiring, because he's a man who knows all about thumb injury. I think he might be even showing Shan Masood his, actually. But we're going to have a slight delay in the game. A little bit of extra bounce there from Akhtar. And Masood just wearing one.
Leicester physio on the way out. I was talking to Paul Rogers, the Leicester scorer, not the lead singer of Free, for those of you who remember.
Ian Randall pulling one out the bag there.
Not spelt the same way. Not spelt the same way. And he quite rightly said before the game that he has been scoring Leicester since 2012, and there are only 2 teams who have not been in Division 1 of the County Championship since 2012, and they are Glamorgan and Leicestershire, and both could go up this year. So that stat could be gone at the end of September. As for the stats here, 65 for 3 off 15. You're not missing anything because of the treatment to Sean Masood, who has 31 from 44, and he's just, from a Gloucestershire point of view, players just taking the opportunity maybe to have a drink whilst Masood is getting some attention. Just starting to look a little bit threatening.
It's not Paul Rogers, the old Sutton United player who played in that win over Coventry that time in the 80s, and I think he was a stockbroker in London, and like gave it all up to have a football career at Sheffield United. Not that short, Paul Rogers either.
I don't think so.
No.
No.
Remember Sutton beating Coventry?
I do. Yeah.
Matty Hanlon with the winner.
Yeah. Barry Williams.
Yeah.
The Shakespeare quoting Barry Williams.
Oh, fantastic, wasn't it?
So Gloucestershire have got to work out, to come back to that point about perhaps the limited involvement of spin today with the ball, how and when they're going to use Taylor and Price.
Yeah.
Because those are the, Jack Taylor and Ollie Price, obviously.
Yeah.
How they're going to work those 10 overs into this innings.
Miles.
Streaky sort of slash from Masood, the first ball of a new Miles over, down to Shaw at third man.
We don't quote Shakespeare here, do we, Ian? You know, but Craig Miles is once more unto the breach, dear friends.
Yeah. I'll just say Paul Rogers is all right now, by the way.
Very good.
I say that because he also told a story about batting in a President's match recently, where he was asked to open the batting, and I think suffice to say he got the minor part of a century opening partnership, but I think he certainly felt the effects of doing so afterwards. Steered into the offside pleasantly by Hanscom, and fielded by Joe Phillips out on the cover boundary. Don't know where Phillips will bat today. He's come in for Graham van Buren. Gloucestershire have got since they've got a settled top part of the team with James Bracey opening, so I wonder if Phillips might just slot in where Van Buren would have batted at 6.
Yeah.
Remains to be seen. Miles around the wicket to Masood. Clips it straight to Jack Taylor, and there's going to be a run on overthrow. He threw at the non-striker's end, and there was not sufficient backing up. He missed, unless you should get a single they might not have pinched otherwise.
Were you a big fan of Free back in the day, yeah?
1 or 2 tunes.
Yeah.
1 or 2 tunes.
All right now.
All right now.
Wishing well.
Yep. Bracey with the floating slip, and Miles beats Hanscom outside the off stump. That's the line and the length, probably.
I noticed this. If I've got any sort of constructive criticism of Gloucestershire this year in this competition, they won 2 out of 2, so I'm not going to be too harsh. But their fielding, I thought, against Surrey, they started off well. They got a little sloppy, and we're starting to see signs of that a little bit now as well.
Miles to Hanscom. Again, that clip into the onside. They've taken the short mid-wicket out for Hanscom, and indeed, if they're going to have the short mid-wicket back in for Masood. Yes, Bancroft's coming from slip. So the element of rotation of the strike here. 4 singles in this over. And Bancroft just saying something to Miles too, as he Just drops back almost to the edge of the circle actually. Miles comes back round the wicket to Shan Masood. It's back of a length, they can't get that away. Just dabbed out on the offside.
I think Gloucestershire, we're almost a third of the way through the innings. I think Gloucestershire will be pretty pleased with their sort of first third. Or the first trimester.
Yeah, you're nearly right. There's just that one really expensive over. That included the 4 buys off Miles.
Yeah. But if we got 22 off the first 5, then just 15 off the next 5, followed by 28 off the next 5. I think the next 5 could be pretty important here.
Rob Willis News says, spot on. I did used to play for Doughty Old Court. There we are.
Wow. Actor. And Hanscom covers up.
He said he remembers playing against me. Goodness me.
Did you get him out, Rob? Bet you got him out.
Well, no, he didn't bowl.
Oh.
No, he didn't bowl. Did I get him out? Probably not.
No. Was he a good player?
He opened. Yeah, he was a good bat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you pan Ian Randall all round the ground, Rob? That's what we want to know. I don't know if you put him in the bush. That's just run off the face, but I need to Cameron Bancroft, who goes sprawling away to his right hand side.
The thing was, you see, I think he would have played. He would be younger than I would be, so he was kind of opening the batting at like 16 when I was probably what's the age gap going to be? It's probably a good 5 or 6 years younger than me.
So you were 22?
Yeah, probably early 20s, I would think. And he was, you know.
So about 60 years ago.
Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah. Akdar, again, he works that one down to third, where Matt Taylor is lurking down in front of the dressing rooms.
I mean, Leicestershire have done well here. We've indicated the point that Hanscom hasn't hit a boundary yet. Masood has only hit 3. So it's a pretty big playing area here today, particularly on the Kennington Avenue side. So they've worked the gaps.
Yeah.
They've worked the gaps, not hit the ball excessively hard.
I think that it's just tickled into the leg side. I think that these white balls do a little bit at the beginning this year, and then it goes quite flat, doesn't it? And becomes a batting game.
And the thing is, because these were in so early, I mean, they're both in by the end of the 5th over. They got bags of time.
Yeah.
Bags of time.
Well, 100 balls gone so far.
End of innings.
Wrong competition, Ian. Wrong one.
Not quite.
Oh, there's a chance of a run out. Miles is on to that. Yeah, this is the premier competition in August here. You're listening to Dan Whiting and Ian Randall live on Gloss Cricket TV. Leicestershire 71 for 3.
If I'd have said that, I'd have expected you to come back with another line, but I won't say it because it would have been yours.
Go on.
No. So you might be able to think of it if you're watching or listening at home.
Shaw in the air. 4. Hanscom's gone out into the gun. That's his first boundary. And that's the 50 partnership between these two. Hanscom providing 19 of them. Shan Masood 27. It's 74 balls it's taken, but these two are rebuilding nicely. And
good placement that, because there was not a big gap at backward square. If he'd have got a little bit more on it, it would have gone straight to the man, Joe Phillips.
Yeah.
Just in front of square.
I thought he'd put it down his throat initially.
Well, it got rounded enough that the fielder at long leg wasn't going to get it, and Phillips, it was too wide of him. Just basically split them. There's probably only a 20-yard gap between the two. Miles to continue. Actor's got 0 for 26 now from his 4 overs. And Miles from the pavilion end pitches that up, and it's on the bounce straight to Jack Taylor. He's constantly tweaking his field, Taylor, in terms of those two in short, both on the off and on side, trying to stop the singles, but he's also conscious that he doesn't want to be giving away maybe 4 runs and over with limited risk for Leicestershire. They could, if he sets his field a little bit deeper, they could be picking off singles all the time. That's driven down the ground, and a good cover by Tommy Borman. The straight boundaries at Bristol, if you know Bristol well, straight boundaries shorter than the square ones.
Ed Middleton just walking down in front of us, doing his 12th as duties.
Just on that sort of, I mean, obviously this is a different shape ground to Cheltenham, but the Derbyshire photographer Dave Griffin had his drone up before the day of the one-day match, and it clearly shows how Cheltenham is much more of an oblong.
Yeah,
it's a playing area. Miles, good length ball, straight on off stump, defended.
Not many threes at Cheltenham.
Not many threes at Cheltenham.
No.
Certainly not this year when the outfield was as fast as it was. It's all about weight of shot for a 3 at Cheltenham. You get a 3 here, certainly. Kennington Avenue side, maybe not towards the mound stand. People have been filtering in since the start. If you were late, you almost certainly missed the first wicket, because that was off the second ball. Hanscom, Miles close to the stumps. Oh, that was not intended to go to Ollie Price in the gully. He was trying to play that out towards mid-wicket.
Gentleman down there in a Nottinghamshire shirt. I don't know if he's doing that for a bet with his Leicestershire mates, perhaps. I don't know, but he's a brave man doing that, isn't he? A lot of players have gone from Leicestershire over the years to Nottinghamshire.
Miles,
Stuart Broad being one of them.
Yeah, I was going to say that was the first thing that came to my head. Spring heel sort of approach and punched straight on the bounce by Hanscom to Jack Taylor, who just twirls his arm to Tommy Borman.
Not as many as gone from Worcestershire to Nottinghamshire, though. They've
Clark, Pennington,
Tongue,
yeah. That's the recent crop, isn't it?
Yeah. Ironic. County of Robin Hood, robbing the poor to feed the rich.
Miles post umpire White, and on the bit steered quietly on the bounce this time to Bancroft. Well, I think notionally it slipped, but he's almost there to stop a single as much as anything else. Better over from Miles, just a single off it, and there's the run rate for Leicestershire. A bit of a surge at the start, but costly with the 3 wickets, and then these two with just good, sensible batting in the situation. They have been through this so many times, and they know that time is on their side in a sense because they were in so early. We're going to see Ben Charlesworth, who has not bowled very much in white ball cricket. In fact, I think only 3 overs. 3 overs previously in his white ball career. So this is
even in T20.
No, in
50 over.
In 50 over cricket.
Yeah.
So this is where Gloucestershire have to. In the old days, we'd have said they've got to fiddle 10 overs.
Yeah, I think Jack Taylor might be just trying to burgle a wicket. He's got a golden arm, Charlesworth, in he comes, and that's in the air. And he has burgled a wicket. The Fox has been scuppered as Shan Masood gets a top edge. And we said, God, Charlesworth's got a golden arm. Thanks, Ben. You make my commentary look good, mate.
Well, I mean, that was a pie, that ball.
It was.
That was an absolute loosener.
Matt Taylor with the catch.
And he can't believe he's got out to that. He's worked so hard off 50 balls to get in, and you've got out to somebody who's basically I'm not being unkind to Ben Chosworth here, but in white ball cricket, he's a change bowler.
Yeah, well, Gloucestershire do have the Foxes on the run.
You know, he's done some useful work this year in red ball cricket with the ball, Ben Chosworth, but absolutely pinched a wicket there.
Yeah, it's where I come from, Ian, we call that fraud.
Yeah. So he's taking 13 wickets in the championship at under 30, and he's not bowled that many overs really, 94.4. But that is absolute bonus for Gloucestershire, and that brings in Ben Cox.
Yeah, ex-Worcestershire. Nice player, this lad. He's a wonderful wicket keeper as well. I think he's a genuine keeper. You know, you have keepers who can bat. I think Cox is a genuine wicket keeper.
The story was, I think, Worcestershire didn't see him as a multi-format cricketer, and when he went to Leicestershire, I think, presumably the promise, in inverted commas, if ever you can make a promise about that, is that yes, we see you as somebody who can play both red and white ball.
Yeah.
And he was getting to a stage in his career where you think, I don't really want to be watching other people play. I want to be out there myself.
Charlesworth to Cox. Oh, and it's Charlesworth. That's got big on Cox.
So that was his first Metro Bank 50 over wicket. Ben Charlesworth. And he'll say at the end of the season what a great delivery it was. And somebody will show a clip that will show that it wasn't.
Pushed into the offside.
I mean, it's just so much a loosener, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just so much a loosener. And it proves sometimes that you can get a wicket in a very, very strange way. Andy Beecham, who emailed earlier, that is why cricket is a game that never fails to surprise you.
No. Oh, that's a good bouncer. Cox shapes the play at that and then pulls out.
I mean, actually, here's a little thing.
Yeah.
You've got your pad there.
Yeah.
This is not only for Andy, but for other people. Your 3 favourite surprise elements of a cricket match. What are they? You might need to write them down.
3 surprise. What, every cricket match or just anyone? It's just tickled down to fine leg. So
I'll tell you what one of my top 3 definitely would be: a tail ender making runs.
Yeah.
A 9th or 10th wicket stand that makes a real difference in a game.
Yeah.
Would definitely be one of mine.
What about someone who doesn't normally bowl when they take a wicket, like Sir Alistair Cook that time, coming in and taking a wicket?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think sometimes you get just a piece of brilliance which surprises you, which is great.
Charlesworth just hurries up Hanscom a little bit there, and that's a really good over. Just one off it. Ben the burglar, Charlesworth.
So, and I know this has happened this week because I've seen it on social media. It's been the anniversary of Steve Harmison bowling Michael Clarke with the slower ball that he bowled him, which was the last ball of the day of an Ashes Test match at, I want to say, Edgbaston?
Yes, it was.
That just sometimes on its own, and this is not a love-in with Durham, by the way. There's a Paul Collingwood catch, which I think also off Harmison, which was Matthew Elliott, absolutely flyer of a catch from Collingwood.
Was that here in Bristol?
No, I don't know. It was at Lord's, I think.
It was a backward point, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a backward point catch. Something like that, where you just pull out a moment. I mean, a tail under getting runs can be something that is a slow burner. Here is Miles to continue. Clipped into the leg side by Cox. That'll be 4. Away behind square on the leg side. That's the slightly shorter boundary.
Yeah, that's... You can't bowl there. He's just put that away.
So, yeah, for me, the individual moment, the tail end of scoring runs, I say, is something that is a bit of a slow burner. They'd be kind of two of my 3, I think. When you've got the element of surprise. Cox waits with his bat raised and plays a firm defensive head on the offside. Jack Taylor fields. And so with a new batter in, obviously caused by the new bowler, does Jack Taylor think about having another change, I wonder? Miles is in his 5th over. Would you want to try and squeeze some cheap overs in while Cox is still sort of finding his way? That's driven straight to Borman. Better. Miles' length's been a bit better since he's pitched the ball up, actually.
Yeah.
He's been a bit more effective since he's pitched the ball.
Yeah. I quite like it, you know, when you sort of have surprise elements like small teams, like Leicestershire beating Hampshire in the Metro Bank in 23, Gloucestershire beating Somerset. I don't know if you're aware of that one, in 2024 in the Vitality Blast.
Miles again to Cox. That's sort of the same shot he played earlier in the over, but it's finer this time. And straight to Josh Shaw, down in front of the apartments. Got a good number at that end of the ground today. Good sprinting in the mound stand. It is a day for a hat, there's no doubt about that. Particularly those of us who have rather
those who are follically challenged,
rather less on their head than others.
Well, I think you've just got a wide centre parting, Ian.
Yeah. Hanscom waits for Miles. A slightly slower ball. And Hanscom read it. Steered it out.
Although I'm not
once
sure.
Again to Daz Ahmed, who's on the field, I think, for Bancroft. I thought Bancroft trot off at the fall of the last wicket. So, not sure why he went off there, but Daz Ahmed is on at the moment.
Although we did have a couple of follically challenged umpires at Cheltenham on Tuesday, didn't we? With who do we have? Neil Burns and James Treadwell.
Miles again, just content to bowl wicket to wicket at the moment, and it's keeping Leicestershire quieter. That was just a single off the last ball from Hanscom.
Yeah, good 5 that for Gloss. 1 wicket. And 18 from them. Yeah, Burns and Treadwell are both, let's say, got wide centre partings, although I'm not sure even Moses parted anything that wide.
I was going to ask Mr. Healy on camera duty today, what does the Wasp say? It started at 270, and with Leicestershire 4 down, what's it now saying? He'll let us know in due course. Charlesworth to have another over, unsurprisingly.
In he comes. And Hanscom, that gets onto Hanscom a little bit quicker than he thought, and sort of splices it on the pull to Jack Taylor. 83 for 4, 20 overs gone.
I think I did hear they were sold out for lunch today in the...
I'm not surprised. It's very good. Have you had one of the roasts? Have you had one of the roasts down there?
Generally working down.
Well, it's likewise. But I'll tell you what, that's short, and Hanscom gets on top of it, plays it out to Phillips. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Geraint Rees and the team down there. Honestly, it's one of the best places to go. If you're ever in Bristol, Sunday game here, you've got to get one of the roasts from the club, because outstanding local produce.
Don't leave it to the day to book.
No. That would be churlish. Oh, slower ball from Charlesworth. Cox the Fox.
I am fortunate.
Not quite picking.
I am fortunate, actually, in that. And it is a Sunday today. I usually mention church on a Sunday, as you know.
Yeah.
We have church lunch once a month at ours.
Yeah.
And this month it happens to fall on Bank Holiday weekend, which is good because there's no cricket.
Oh. Shaw in the air. One bounce out to Phillips. That was close. By Cox.
He might have been a bit worried about that when that left the bat, I think.
Yeah. Was always interesting. I spoke to Vic Marks actually, and you've got the 3 churches at Taunton, haven't you? You know, there's one right outside the ground, there's one a little bit further on, there's one even further on from that. They're all sort of in a line at Taunton. It's driven up to mid-on. I said to Vic, I said, are you a man who goes to evensong on a Sunday, Vic? He said, the only time I've been into that church on a Sunday was bowling in a John Player League game when I had to go and retrieve the ball from the graveyard after being smashed in there.
I've got a quiz question for Dan, but I don't know the answer.
Charlesworth. Oh, good Yorker. Well played by Hanscom as well.
He's tried
and scampers a single.
He's tried 2 of those this over.
Yeah. Another good over from Charlesworth. Just 3 off it. 2 for 5 off 2. Or 2 for 5 off 2. 1 for 5, sorry. 1 for 5 off 2. Sorry, I'm getting discombobulated here.
You must know.
1 for 4 off 2 even. There you go.
he's the only person ever to do it. Whose bowling analysis in the John Player League was 8-8-0-0?
Yeah.
This is going back to the early days of white ball cricket, obviously.
What was his name? Was it Brian? Brian?
Yeah, not Brian the Cat, no, come on.
No, well, Brian the Snail. From the Magic Roundabout.
Matt Taylor back. 5 overs for 13 at the outset.
Not Brian Halford, he's the Warwickshire commentator.
So Taylor back for Miles. And Hanscom to face him going round the wicket, and that's just a half stop from JMR Taylor.
It was Somerset, wasn't it?
No, right, yeah, Brian Langford.
Brian Langford, that's it.
And actually, if you like the Sunday League, I was sent a note about this, and you love your cricket in word as well as the spoken word, there's a great book coming out in March about the Sunday League.
Yeah.
Have you seen that?
I've been quoted in it, apparently.
Oh, dotted out on the offside
Mark
by
Sands.
Mark Sands' book. It's called it's the history of the John Player League. It's called. It's 1969 to 1986 is the period it covers.
Yeah, he asked me to for my memories of it. I loved the little line that you had to, and bowlers would run up on the spot, wouldn't they, to try and replicate their full run.
Taylor around the wicket, pulled in the air but safe, and 4 more. This time from Hanscom. That's where Ben Cox was able to pick up his first boundary, and this one from Hanscom goes just by the pylon and it goes to the scoreboard. 4 more to the Leicestershire total. It's called Stars on Sunday, the history of cricket's John Player League, written by Mark Sands, and it's out in March. Just for people who grew up with that competition, I think that's going to be an essential read. And I said to somebody, can you name me 3 players from that era who you think will be in the book? And they said Stuart Turner, Colin Dredge, and A.L. Rocker Robinson. Robinson was at Yorkshire, obviously. Dredge was at Somerset, and Turner was at Essex.
I'll throw in Colin Tunnicliffe in there as well.
Yeah. Derbyshire,
Yeah.
And there's also a story about a bowler, and you said about the 15-yard run, which was the limit in that competition. Taylor around the wicket, pitched up and driven, but straight to mid-on, where Miles does the fielding. Yes, so some players who's run on the spot. John Price, who played at Middlesex,
Yeah, curved run.
used to have a curved run, which would start. He'd run along the line for about 5 or 6 yards, and then straighten up from the 15-yard point. It was almost ran as in an L shape. It was very strange.
Yeah.
90 for 4. That's just Matt Taylor in again, pleasantly driven, but Borman's at mid-off, and Hanscom cannot pierce the field.
I remember the Leicestershire side of that era as well. You had obviously David Gow, you had Paddy Clift, Roger Tolchard, Brian Davison, Nigel Bryers.
Davison obviously came here to Gloucestershire.
Yes, he did, yeah. He was in the Zimbabwean army, wasn't he? Or Rhodesian army back then. He was a hard man by all accounts.
John Steele.
Yeah, John Steele, who called everybody youth when he was coach. Couldn't remember anyone's name, so he just referred to everyone as youth. Charlesworth again. Oh, that's a nice shot. Oh, well fielded. Josh Shaw putting his body on the line there. Yeah, when John Steele was coach at Glamorgan, and he used to fall asleep. Steve James was giving him a lift to an away game, and Steve James hit the outside barrier at about 70. Steele woke up and just said, "Slow down, youth." Short, pulled, just short of Jack Taylor.
Did well to stop it.
Yeah, he did well to stop it, because it come off a wicket end as well. One of those
that was either a dot in the book or 4.
Yeah, or a snapped fibula.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did Roger Tolchard have a brother?
Jeff Tolchard.
Yeah.
I think he played for Devon. I think he might have played a little bit of first class cricket, but played for Devon in the minor counties.
Yeah.
Yeah. Short, pulled, 4 runs. Dismissive by Hanscom. And he moves into the 30s with that boundary.
Charles with a fuller length from that end is, again, having got the wicket with a short ball, he's tried perhaps a bit too much now to go for that back of a length and try and find the climb.
Yeah. Leicestershire also had Liz Taylor, who had a moustache that bristled. You know, it was a fine moustache. That's worked into the onside by Hanscom.
That's why that short mid wicket is in there, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, all right, he's got 1 wrong this over, Charlesworth, but arguably Jack Taylor being there has probably saved him 5 runs elsewhere from other deliveries.
Yeah. How can we forget Jack Birkinshaw as well? Yeah. But Les Taylor finished off the 1985 Ashes, didn't he? Oh, that's an attempted cut by Hanscom. Goes nowhere. That's the end of the over. 5 off it. 3 overs now from Charlesworth. No, not quite. Still can't count.
Did you umpire yesterday?
Huh?
Did you umpire yesterday?
No, I've came down to the West Country. Yeah.
So
Yeah. So
no 7 ball overs yesterday then.
no 7 ball overs. Didn't ruin anyone's afternoon. Only people who were with me, that could be 4 runs as well. Zaman Akhtar's in pursuit. Oh, that's well fielded. Keeps them down to 2. Superb from Zaman. 97 for 4 at the end of the 23rd. Leicestershire.
So if you've joined us since church, obviously it's 1:45 now, somebody be looking after the roasters. Leicestershire put in, they were 22 for 3 before the end of the 5th over. Patel, Budinger and Hill all out to Josh Shaw for single figure scores. Then a good partnership between Sean Masood and Peter Hanscom before Masood inexplicably pulled a loosener from Ben Charlesworth straight to Matt Taylor for 35. That was when the score was 76. And
Hey, were you ever a man who donned the tash in the 70s?
no.
Not like sort of Tom Selleck or...
No.
No. Who's your favourite mustachioed cricketer?
Come back to that. Here's Matt Taylor, that's pulled again. That's the same shot. Ben Cox has got 2 away that now. Behind square on the leg side, he's got into a position where he can pull that round, and it's brought the Leicestershire 100 up. And we're in the 24th over. Did James come up with a wasp figure? No, he didn't. So we'll have to be guided by our own brains then. That's dangerous. The bottom edge of the bat this time from Cox as he again works it behind square on the onside. This time straight to short. That fine leg. So Cox has got to 13 at a runner ball. And Hanscom is going to try and bat through here, you'd have thought. If he can. And if he does, Leicestershire will end up with probably a workable total. Taylor around the wicket to him. That's just dabbed away. And a third man for a single. I think there's going to be a lot of rotation of the strike here.
Yeah.
Hanscom, 32 with only 3 boundaries. He's just going to try and accumulate right through until, certainly I think beyond 40 overs, and even then he might be working through the gears gradually if he's still there. But he's got quite an aggressive batter with him in Ben Cox. Taylor going over the wicket. Cox has to defend this time. And on the offside.
Gloucestershire fan Matthew Lee just plucking a little bit of his packed lunch out of his hamper down there in front of us. Up the Bemmy. Bedminster Cricket Club.
And if we know Matty, he's probably got enough to feed an army down there.
Yeah. Upshire.
Yes, quite. Taylor in bright sunshine. Bowls, and that's whipped away again, and that'll be 6.
Can't bowl there. Can't bowl there to either of these bats.
Deep square again for Ben Cox. It's been a lucrative area for him, even in the short time he's been out there.
Yeah,
2 boundaries and now a 6, almost in the same spot.
I wonder if you go round the wicket at both these bats for Matt Taylor now.
He's staying over at the moment. Might be a change, perhaps after this over. This will be just the second of this spell, but you don't want to give Leicestershire a leg up in this innings.
No.
In any way, shape or form. Taylor throws the ball back to the umpire at the end of an over, and he fields the last ball off his own bowling. So he has bowled 7 overs for 29. I think his 2 overs in this spell have cost 16. So you don't want that to fester.
No, exactly. It's been a good start by Gloucestershire, but Leicestershire will fight tooth and nail all the way, won't they? They're one of those sides who love a good scrap.
So Charles with 3 overs, 1 for 11, and we're going to see spin for the first time.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, or a good ideal, as they say in this part of the world. And I think that Gloucestershire should need to just be a little bit careful. We're 1 over shy of the halfway stage. There's the cry of up the Bemmy from Matt Lee down in front of us. But yeah, I think Gloucestershire just need to be a little careful that Leicestershire don't recover here to 270, 280. So I think they do have a chance of keeping them down to sort of the 250 mark, which I think might be chaseable.
Price is going to bowl round the wicket to certainly one of the right-handers.
Yeah, he's been doing this right through the tournament. In he comes to Hanscom. Oh, little fiddle there from Hanscom. And Price getting all excited.
Third man and finding both up. 4 out in front of square.
cut away. Is that going to be 4 runs? Oh no, that's outstanding from Zaman Akhtar.
He's good fielding with his wrong hand too.
Yeah.
He's diving low to stop it, parry it infield, and then get up and keep them down to 1 run.
Yeah, well, the man from Cambridge should have a doctorate in boundary riding fielding. Oh, Hanscom just going on the back foot there. Twice trying not to give him too much width by coming round the wicket. Trying not to let him get his levers going. Tickled into the deep on the onside. Out to Joe Phillips.
Yeah, Bancroft is in a sort of a short, straight mid-on really there. It's not quite a mid-wicket, is it? Oh, it's a straight, you could say it's a straight mid-wicket, I suppose. So he's
he's been in there all tournament.
Forcing, or trying to force, Hanscom to go squarer where there is cover. By doing so, though, you're limiting to the single. Now, what will Cox do to the spinner?
Just nurdles him into the offside. Good running. As you said, Ian, they're looking to rotate the strike at every opportunity, these two. They love a scrap. Leicestershire came here and won that game in 2023 in the county championship in a 4-dayer. That's a thick outside edge, runs away to Charlesworth. And I remember we saying at the time, I don't think Leicestershire were any better than Gloucestershire, but they just wanted it more. They wanted to win more. That's the halfway stage. 113 for 4. It's a decent 5 for the visitors there, with 30 off it.
Drinks are being brought out.
Yeah.
At this stage.
Warm day here in the west.
It is. And you said about Leicestershire effectively not being afraid to roll their sleeves up. That's probably an attitude that comes from the top, and Alfonso Thomas has embedded that.
Yeah, it came from Paul Nixon before as well. But Alfonso Thomas, he was a scrapper as a cricketer, wasn't he? And James Taylor as well as his assistant. Shrewsbury School, same as umpire Jack Shantry, actually. He was a man who gutsed it out at times for England. Anyone who stood at short leg like Taylor used to, has got something about them. I wouldn't stand there on your bowling, Ian.
No.
You definitely wouldn't stand there off my bowling.
Just to say, we had some emails earlier. If you do want to get in touch on the email, commentators@gloucestershire.co.uk. Thoughts perhaps on a couple of things. Where the schedule decision might go at the end of the season. Obviously, from a Leicestershire point of view, if they go to the 2 6s above and the 6 below, they will go into one of those top 12.
Yeah.
If it stays as it is, well, they'll go up anyway.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on how that might unravel?
Yeah, we want to hear from you. We want to hear from you. Well, any sort of question, any sort of email, if there's anything to ask us.
Dan will take those.
I'll take those. Unless you're asking Ian Randall out on a date on Friday night, and then I'm sure he'll answer you. He's got his dancing. There it is on his screen. There it is. There's our email address. Drop us a line. And Ian Randall's got his dancing shoes at the ready.
Perhaps any thoughts on, if you're a Leicester supporter, where you think you'd like this total to get to? Where might it realistically get to be competitive on this very bright and sunny Sunday in Bristol.
Yeah, there's a group of gents at a table down below us who, I think I spotted one gentleman on his 4th cider of the morning actually down there. When in Rome, do what the Romans do.
You know, particularly if these two were to stick around for a while, 270 is still not impossible, even with a really poor start.
Yeah, with the depth link, Leicestershire have got as well. No, we call it Lincolnshire, Leicestershire have got. Yeah, without a doubt, I think they can get sort of a competitive total on the board here.
We're going to have a
Hanscom's the key.
Oh, undoubtedly.
Yeah, he's the glue.
And we're going to have spin potentially from both ends at the same time. Jack Taylor is going to bring himself on. Had a little cameo with the ball at Guildford, which helped to finish,
well at Guildford.
Finish off the Surrey tail. 3 wickets. And he's had his first bowl of this game. And he'll be the 7th different bowler that Gloucestershire have used. And he turned the ball away from the right-handers, so whether Ben Cox can still play that aggressive shot into the leg side.
Does Borman bowl?
I don't think so. Taylor in, it is short and it's pulled away, first ball for 4. That was a long hop, and Taylor don't want to be bowling too many of those, and Cox climbed into that really quickly. No thing that Zaman Akhtar could do away on the mid-wicket boundary about that.
No, it wasn't that far away from him, but it went like a rocket.
So an extra man out, yes, extra man out on the leg side. Matt Taylor coming up at long on to orthodox mid on inside the circle. Cox has got 24 pretty quickly. Taylor to bowl to him, and that's
better length.
Yeah, it's a straighter ball as well. Taylor obviously back in the day would have bowled off spin, but leg spin now.
Well, it goes to show what a tough character Jack Taylor is. You know, that he's come back from that, remodelled himself.
Yeah, the backstory was, of course, at least one suspension for an arm not being straight. That's floated up and straight to Ollie Price at short extra on the single.
But I think Jack Taylor's one of the finest white ball skippers on the circuit.
Cox stood outside his leg stump for a moment, then he wasn't ready.
Yeah, he does. He's been doing that all game.
Taylor in.
He starts off outside leg stump and then goes across. If you thought Hanscom was idiosyncratic, he does it every ball, Cox.
Taylor floats up, he tries to play a really fierce paddle sweep out on the leg side. Bancroft will keep them down to 1, so in the end Jack Taylor got away with just 5 off that over. 4 dots in the middle once he got the radar organised, and the skipper takes his cap and goes away to manage things at the start of a new over from Ollie Price. So Leicestershire, say 3 down for 22, then a partnership of 54 between Sean Masood and Peter Hanscom.
And Leicestershire got any other spinners apart from Travaskis?
I wouldn't say so. Rishi Patel bowled at Guildford, but I don't think. What was John Hepworth's line? Left arm filth. I don't think Patel is quite that.
Tickled into the onside there by Cox off Price. Well, I think Rishi bowled 1 over and was telling the Leicestershire boys about his T20 bowling average, which was 7. So I think it wouldn't surprise me if Rishi Patel does get through a few overs today. Oh, Hanscom trying to get funky there with a straight one.
Ollie Price has actually really genuinely thought he got through there, didn't he?
He was up and down. He's like Zebedee from the Magic Roundabout, wasn't he, on his spring there, Ollie Price. One for the kids there. Oh, that's down the leg side. Hanscom giving him the feet. We saw Bracey take a stumping like that the other day with Ollie Sykes. And Graham Van Buren put one down the leg side, and the Winterbourne wizard did the rest. Cox working this one back to the square.
Almost nothing from Cox on the offside at the moment.
No.
Score on the leg side, he's absolutely fine with that, but we've not seen him really play any sort of aggressive stroke, either deep down the ground or through the offside.
Hanscom again goes cutting. He's got this one into a pocket actually, and he's going to get a couple as Actor comes round off the cover boundary. That's the area Hanscom's looking for, but needs to be careful he doesn't try and cut a straight one. He's in that dangerous zone at the moment, isn't he? He's got himself in. Yep. He's 39 off 65. Cox 27 off just 25. Hanscom moves into the 40s with one out to deep mid wicket. That's the end of another over. 27 gone. Leicestershire 124 for 4. They'll be looking at sort of 260, 270 here.
So Gloucestershire, we did say they'd gone in with 4 orthodox bowlers, and that they would have to potentially get through the other 10, assuming everybody bowls their allocation, between Price, Taylor and Charlesworth. So far they've bowled 6 of those 10 overs. Now there is a bit of flexibility, of course, if somebody should become expensive, but in reality they've got to bowl a minimum of 10 between those 3. This is Jack Taylor's second over, floated up, and again he's trying to get that away with the cut shot off the back foot, Hanscom, but straight to Craig Miles. Hanscom with this setup where he just tries to see where his off stump is all the time. Taylor floated that right up. He could do no more than squeeze it out onto the offside. Ollie Price keeps Hanscom on strike. Here he is again. That's a better looking shot down the ground to Borman at long off. They'll take one. That loosener from Jack Taylor definitely was that, because he's, by floating the ball up since then, he's inviting the batter to make the pace on the shot. Same here, and that's gone past Ollie Price. There'll be a chase round. 2 fielders pursuing the ball. The ball might just win. It does.
Lovely placement there by Cox. That's the 50 partnership between these two as well. 22 of them to Hanscom, 31 to Cox in just over half an hour of 57 balls.
And we mentioned the depth of the Leicestershire batting order. Certainly Cox is an absolutely genuine bat in this format. I mean, you've played well over 100 games, List A, 2,000 runs at 31. You know, that's a genuine contributor. And Scum is waiting to set himself again for Taylor. Long off and deep cover out. He'll beat the infield though this time. Miles with the stop. So, as I say, Gloucestershire's 5th bowler at the moment has cost 31 from 7 overs.
Sure.
And with 1 wicket. So
You take that?
I think you take that.
Yeah.
Bracey and
just if they can get out the 10 now, how much the next 3 cost?
And then the question is, he's got some flexibility if one of the other bowlers should become expensive later.
Yeah. I mean, I think Leicestershire will be looking at probably 7 and over from here. I think they're looking at 280. Maybe 6 and over, but a couple of quick wickets.
Yeah, the wickets column remains a sort of a nagging issue for them.
Yeah, yeah. Price around the wicket. Turned into the onside. Matt Taylor makes Cox get his skates on, but he gets home comfortably.
Surely old 5 overs at the top. There might be a couple from him maybe around the corner here.
Oh, that's not the most pleasing shot Hanscom's played, but he'll get a single for it. There's a bit of a heave across the line.
A hoik.
Yeah, one of yours, Ian, by according to Gloucestershire chair Peter Matthews, who described you as an agricultural player. See, this is sort of surprised me. There's another one. Too many easy singles here, I think. I'm wondering if it's worthwhile.
Taylor's changing the field again. He's bringing Matt Taylor in to square leg.
Yeah.
And moving Borman round to fine leg on the sweep.
Hanscom backs away, gives himself a bit of room.
Kind of forcing him to go into the offside there with that push. Okay,
yeah.
We're happy for you to have 1. That's fine. And actually, probably Hanscom says, do you know what? I'll just keep knocking these singles up. Thanks all the same.
Hanscom's such an experienced player that you just, it won't perturb him at all, will it? He'll just work it. He'll just play it his own way. Good cricketer. Oh, that's Q end. Oh, chalk Benjamin.
And we should say, it's worth bearing in mind that, you know, Gloucestershire were beaten by Leicestershire in 2023 in that semi-final in this competition, and that Leicestershire won here last year in a reduced overs game, 36 over match.
Hoiked, but only out to deep mid-wicket. Price bowling to his field here. 135 for 4 at the end of the 29th. Hanscom 43, Cox 35. You're listening to Ian Randall, Dan Whiting here from the Seat Unique Stadium in Bristol. For this crucial, I think, already clash between Gloucestershire and Leicestershire.
I mean, this is only Leicestershire's 2nd match.
It is, but both sides will have designs on getting out of this group, and I think this game could go some way to deciding A, if the side gets out of the group, and B, how they get out of the group and giving themselves a home game in the semi-final.
Just to recap on the rules, there are 6 places available in the knockout. Josh Shaw is coming back, by the way, from this pavilion end. So Jack Taylor just 2 overs at this point. So the top team automatically qualifies for a home semi-final, and then sides 2 and 3 play off with the runners-up at home for the 3rd and 4th semi-final spots. Here is Shaw, first over of a new spell, and diving stop from Craig Miles prevents a single for Cox. So the field for Shaw, he has a deep backward square, 3rd man and long leg both out, and 4 inside the circle, mid-off, mid-wicket, cover and mid-on. Shaw into the gap this time from Ben Cox. He'll get one out towards Phillips, who comes off the boundary at deep point. Shaw, all 3 wickets in the early burst fell to him. Battel's second ball for naught, second ball of the match. Buddinger for 5, Hill for 4. 22 for 3 Leicestershire were at that point. Shaw in, pleasantly driven once again by Hanscom. Only get 1 though to Tommy Borman. If Borman and Phillips bat where we think they may do later on, they could be they're the finishers, aren't they? As Eddie Jones used to refer to them as the England rugby bench.
Bench, yeah.
The finishers.
Well, ideally you want them to be the finishers.
Shaw. Saw attempted Yorker off a slower ball, well bowled.
Yeah, well played by Cox as well.
Yeah, he picked it, but he still had to play the right defensive push out onto the leg side. This is probably 2 or 3 overs from Shaw here. He won't bowl out at this point, I wouldn't think. This is a change to probably just try and see if it can split these two. Cry for a single, and it's a sharp one taken by Cox, who wants a towel, I think. Out there. I think it is no question though, you've got the genuine warmth, but it's also a little bit muggy today as well, and it'll be warm work for those. Shaw in, driven down the ground, that'll be 4. We haven't seen that really at all today, a straight drive, but finally it's been brought out, and Hanscom has driven Shaw to the pavilion off the last ball of the over. Graham Hill's been in touch on email. He's in Spain.
Yeah, he lives out there now.
Enjoyed the chat about the John Player League. He said, I was brought up on that every Sunday, both live games and on the TV. What was the name of the book coming out?
Stars on Sunday.
Stars on Sunday. Yeah, Mark Sands, Stars on Sunday. It's in March, it's due out. I don't like the sound of proposed changes. Anything that reduces the amount of cricket played is bad in my book. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Graham, for your note. And Mick in Brislington says, I watched the stream of the Surrey One Day Cup this week. They had camera angles showing fielding, catches, etc. Need the Foxes to get below 250. It must be said, Surrey do invest a lot in their stream coverage. Surrey and Lancashire are the 2 that probably spend the most money.
It's down to money, Mick.
As a result, you have what effectively is a television company standard production. Yeah.
Mick, would you prefer a new player or a better stream? That's what it comes down to. But it is a great point. It's one we point out regularly, but it is irregular. But Mick in Brislington, thank you very much. As Ollie Price comes in, he's going to come over the wicket now to Cox, who pushes that one out into deep cover. As for Graham Hill, good to hear from you, Graham. Hope you're well. Hope you're enjoying life out in Spain. But I'll come on to my point after this Ollie Price delivery, as that's again worked into the same place. Graham, I've always had a deep-seated hatred of Beethoven, because when a John Player League game was called off back in the day, all BBC Two used to show was a picture of a wicket-keeper's gloves with a ball in them and playing classical music. And it always reminds me of rainy Sunday afternoons when I was a kid. Cut away, that's 4 runs. Good placement by Cox. So, yeah, that's why I've had this
hatred of Beethoven ever since, because it reminds me of rainy Sundays as a child.
Steve Long's been in touch on the email as well. This is an interesting, just a twist on the concept of whether the players play too much, and I come back to it with a scenario from another sport at the end of the over.
That's one into short fine leg. Good running there by Cox. He's on to 43.
We're playing Leicestershire today. Any Tigers supporters with us? Sure there will be. There'll be some Gloucester Rugby supporters with us as well. And I'll look at that parallel over player workload with a comparison with the rugby issue, with the rugby situation.
Price. And there's Hanscom's 50 and also Leicestershire's 150. 76 balls, just the 4 fours. It's been a workmanlike 50 from Hanscom, but he came in with his side at 22 for 3. And he's got themselves into a position now where they've got the foundations for a decent total. So credit to Peter Hanscom.
That's what he does when he comes in these sort of situations.
He's a nuggety cricketer, isn't he? He's
yeah.
Gritty. 31st over the 150. That's gone out into the onside for a dot ball. I'm getting sledged for my commentary by Graham Van Buren, who's just popped his head into the box.
I wondered who that was. So the scenario is, if you are a top flight rugby player,
yeah,
the issue is not how many games there are in the calendar, but how many games you are actually allowed to play, particularly if you're an international. And Steve says the main objective is to reduce player workload, leave the schedule as it is, but have a 12-game maximum for any individual player. I don't think that's the worst idea I've ever heard. In a sense that you're kind of managing the players. Yeah, I used the word workload again. I can't think of a better one.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if players do want to play less, I think that should be listened to. I'm not for it because I'm a cricket fan, first and foremost. However, should we reduce this? And like football, where players moan about overload and then go and play in friendlies out in the Far East, I think there'll be real issues amongst the fans, you know, because if players go and play franchise cricket all around the world, having asked to be playing less in the pursuit of money, boolah, dough, then I think cricket fans will kick off.
Sure. With a second over of this spell into Hanscom. 35th over, 15 overs to go after this. I think Leicestershire will still want another 100 from here in the last 15. And Ben Cox has briskly got to 43. At the other end. Hanscom just spots a good length ball, dabs it out to Miles.
Finally, Asif Ali, he's listening in from Pakistan. Says in England there's a lot of talented players which must produce problems for the selectors. Well, good to hear from you, Asif. Hope life is well out in Pakistan. And yeah, there's a young lad called Randall in the West Country who's doing the business in local cricket.
Sure, into Hanscom. He's trying to play that to the left of Jack Taylor, and it's gone much straighter than he anticipated. Straight to Borman, in fact, at mid-off. There's no run.
He's a good player. Doesn't contribute much with the bat, but
third man both ends.
He's a wily bowler.
Third man both ends. I ran someone out once.
Did you?
Yeah, only once, I think. Sure. In. Oh,
that's taken off.
Yeah, that's climbed a bit on Hanscom.
Is it off your boot and your follow through and bowling? The non-strikers there.
Not quite, no. I do remember though that it was one of those ones where it was an underarm throw. It wasn't very far out. And it actually hit the stumps, which was quite extraordinary.
Oh.
Short. Pitched up once more. Again, Hanson tries to go down the ground, but only to Matt Taylor at mid-on. So, short. 5 dots in this over. Normally expect to get a maiden at this point. Hear the constant hum of chat from downstairs outside the Thatchers.
I think I said at Cheltenham, it's a quite unique sort of bird to the West Country, I think.
Sure in. And a maiden for him. First maiden of the match. In fact, first maiden Gloucestershire bowled in the tournament. And
is it really?
It is, yeah. 150 for 4 off 32.
This is why we love Ian Randall, just coming out with stuff like that. I mean, obviously I've got the figures from Cheltenham. I haven't got a clue what happened at Surrey. I mean, I watched the game, but I wouldn't be able to tell you without sort of having worked on the game. You know, I didn't write down the bowling figures at Guildford the other day, and this is why Gloucestershire County Cricket Club needs Ian Randall. A fully fit and firing Randall, worth his weight in gold. Right, change of bowling at the Ashley Down Road end. Zaman Akhtar. And he comes. So it's another dot ball.
So it's not to overload you with numbers at the moment. That 5th bowler has now bowled 9 of the 10 overs necessary. 9 overs for 45 runs and 1 wicket.
Yeah, Jack Taylor's got it out the way at a reasonable time, and he's going to leave his experienced guys to bowl at the heat. Jack Taylor always sleeves rolled up. There's the first run for 8 balls as Cox comes back for a second, takes on the arm of Borman and gets home.
This was the
scamperer.
Yeah, this was the time at Cheltenham where Akhtar came back and made a difference. This sort of
30 plus overs
period.
Yeah,
second spell made a difference there.
Yeah, Cox is reminds me a little bit of Clive Radley, who's known as a thief of a run, wasn't he? Turns 1s into 2s, 2s into 3s. That's pushed out into deep cover, and they'll amble through for a single. Remember Clive Radley?
I do.
Yeah?
Yeah. Would generally have opened, wouldn't he?
3.
You reckon?
Yeah, Slack and Brearley would open. Middlesex back in the day. Radley was always 3. Gap 4. Butcher 5. I think Radley did open actually at times. That's heaved out to Phillips by
the player I would have remembered him opening with was it Mike Smith?
Yeah,
MJ
Mike
Smith.
Yeah, ran a sports shop in Enfield after his career. Yeah. Go and see him for your bat, Mike Smith, and his brother Rod Smith from Enfield Cricket Club. I'm sure a lot of people in North London will go and get their bats re-gripped by him or get a new one, get a new stick. It's just worked gently, soft hands. Ben Cox doing the old Nanette Newman with the soft hands. 155 for 4. Cox on the cusp of a 50 as well.
Yeah, 5 4s and a 6 so far for him.
Gloucestershire could do with a wicket here. That's again another one into the onside, and they'll come through for the single. 156 for 4. 17 overs remaining in the innings. I think
you could Leicester could get to 200 with 10 to go here.
They could do easily. Oh, easily, yeah. I think they're looking at 270, 280.
Well, the Wasp, which is the winning accuracy score predictor, I think it's called, said 270 at the outset.
Not one of those insects that were after our donuts at Cheltenham, no?
No. It's probably not good to talk to me about insects at the moment because I had flying ants at home yesterday.
Oh.
Not good.
Is it? Where do they go? Like they come out sort of occasionally, don't they? And then what you get here at Bristol, you get all the gulls come down.
Last 2 evenings.
No. You're not a fan?
Oh, absolutely not. Shaw in and glanced away by Hanscom for 1, down to long leg. Yeah, last 2 nights, round about 7 o'clock.
You're right.
Both occasions. Oh.
Maybe it's like God throwing down a plague of locusts down on you, Ian. Plague of frogs, plague of locusts. To the people of Gloucester.
The ant granules have been out, let me tell you.
Oh.
Big time. Shaw in, short, and pulled and well stopped. Could easily have gone for 4 with a more awkward bounce, but somehow that hauled it in, running round from long leg. They'll just take 1.
And granules.
Well, better than powder because there's no dust then.
Okay.
Not many not many suppliers have granules. I tend to stock up if I find one. Short from the pavilion end, and defended by Hanscom, fielder off his own bowling by the bowler.
Well, you know, I feel enlightened that I've learnt something about former Kerry busting sort of poisons from you. I mean, quite a few manufacturers sell ant powder, and that's fine, but it's very dusty. Not granules, not granules.
Granules are better from that point of view. Shaw in, and turned away off his hit by Hanscom. And Charlesworth, who got an important wicket of Shan Masood earlier.
If you're listening at home, guys, don't get it mixed up with your ant granules and your Bisto gravy granules on your Sunday lunch. Don't get them mixed up, whatever you're doing.
Particularly when the pods are a similar size. Shaw pitched that up. It's gone past the left hand of Craig Miles, and it's well stopped on the rope, and they'll come back for 2. It's good running. And 50 for Ben Cox. 45 balls, 5 fours and a 6, and he raises his bat to all parts of the ground for that.
Yeah, that's a really good innings from Cox, full of good running.
Just a good supporting role for Hanscom.
He's more than a runner ball. He's striking at 111.
Short to him again, and has to defend this time. Out on the offside. Jack Taylor does the fielding. End of the over, 161 for 4. 16 to go. Yeah, I think if you'd offered Leicestershire 200 for 4 after 5 overs when they were 22 for 3,
yeah,
I think they'd have
snapped your hand off.
Proverbially, they would.
Yeah.
But I'm sure equally that their confidence from winning a lot this season would have said, no panic here, boys. No panic. Just plenty of time. And that has been proven by their middle order. I think Masood would actually still be in. If he hadn't played a really poor shot to a dreadful delivery, actually.
Akhtar to Hanscom, who's got this into the gap. That could be 4 runs. No, Phillips is round quickly off the boundary, keeps them to 2. It's good work by the Cornishman.
think of other Gloucestershire Cornishman, Liam Norwell.
Jack Crap.
Yeah, Jack Davey, I think, also was from Cornwall. Malcolm Dunstan, I think, definitely was.
Whenever we mention the name Jack Crap with a double P, always brings a juvenile snigger from James Healy and myself. I think he used to tell a story, didn't he, on the after dinner circuit.
Yeah, Malcolm Dunstan, born in Redruth, so that's definitely right.
Actor in, and that's cut away down to Matt Taylor. Where England players used to share, and he was with Alec Bedser. He's walked into his hotel late at night. Said, "Oh, room 203." And the person behind the counter in South Africa said, "Oh, Bedser." He said, "No, crap," and pointed him towards the WC.
Jack Davey actually born in Tavistock, so West Country, but not Cornish.
Pushed into the offside for a single. 165 for 4. His partnership approaching 100. Does look very flat, this wicket, though, now. Once the newness goes from the ball.
And we should say, I know this is a used strip from yesterday, but there were 550 runs scored on this yesterday in the women's game. So, it's a good pitch.
One into the onside. Bancroft just having a shy at the stumps, just keeping Hanscom honest, just making him run through for the single, not amble. Actor, oh, good Yorker. Well played by Cox as well. That was speared in by Zaman Akhtar.
Jess Dowd's been on the email from Adelaide, not Southgate Adelaide, but your actual Adelaide, tuning in to support Tommy Borman, she says.
Ah, wonderful. Who's that? What's her name?
Jess Dowd.
Jess Dowd. Well,
what time of day is it in Adelaide?
1 in the morning. I'm a big Tommy Borman fan. Oh, it's 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. Well, Jess, don't worry about going to work tomorrow. You just support Tommy.
Miles coming back. So Joshua had 3 overs in that stint. 3 overs for 12, including the maiden.
That's a good 5, though, from Gloucestershire there. Included that maiden, but there's only 20 from it. Gloucestershire just putting the brake on a little bit.
Miles has got to keep that lid on the scoring as he returns. Not too many 4 balls from here. Chopped away by Hanscom. I don't know what the pie chart would show as his scoring range today.
Quite a lot squaring behind the wicket.
Yeah, not a lot down the ground.
No.
From either of these two.
But is that the lengths Gloucestershire are bowled?
So the rate at the moment, as you can see, 4.75. So 270 is still possible, particularly if these two stick around. Miles, again, it's a good length ball, and Cox can do no more than
I think this
pace it out to the left of Jack Taylor. Let's take 1.
I think this is a crucial 5 coming up here.
He's probably got to fiddle that other 1 over at some stage. Maybe in this 5, do you think?
Possibly. Possibly.
Hanscom Referee on the offside saving a single. So he does try and go down the ground to Matt Taylor, and he's just hit it. Weight of shot, I think weakly enough, strongly enough as you might say, to get a single out of it. A slight fumble from Taylor as well, which just helped his cause. Miles turns, he genuinely does sprint in. Bowles, same shot, again to the right this time of Ollie Price, but they'll have one out to point. Diving stop from him. He's had 4 overs for 23. Jack Taylor only 2 overs so far today, and Ben Charlesworth 3 overs, 1 for 11. That was the bonus wicket of Shan Masood. But we've had some high, if you followed the One Day Cup, there have been some high scores around the country. Miles in, good stop off his own bowling. That might have been beating both Borman and Matt Taylor towards the pavilion rope, but Miles stuck out a hand and stopped it.
Yeah, well, this partnership has been punctuated by superb running. The slow go from Metro Bank on their advertising board at one end of the ground saying this is relationship banking. But this is really good relationship running between Hanscom and Cox.
Well, staying over the wicket, forced off the back foot once again. That'll be 4. He's found the gap this time. Phillips was square on the boundary, but it's been cut away by Peter Hanscom behind square, and Miles hasn't got out of the over as he would have wanted there. More towels being brought on for the 2 Leicestershire batters. It will be say warm work on this Sunday in Bristol. 36 overs gone, 174 for 4. Actor's going to continue, but this has been a really good stand between these two. 98 they've added off the back of the back of the platform, if you like, initially built by Hanscom and Shan Masood. Gloucestershire's next home match is on Friday, when I'd say informed Glamorgan, because they're the other team that have picked up from a slow start to the season. Their interim head coach Richard Dawson, obviously very popular figure here in Bristol, steered Gloucestershire to the One Day Cup win in 2015 and promotion in 2019. Ian Travaskis isn't bothered about getting a bat at the moment. He's wandering around the outfield with Sol Budinger amongst others. 3 of them wandering around. Travaskis on the right. And we're going to resume with Zaman Akhtar from the Ashley Down Road. He's still got 4 overs left potentially.
In he comes. Cox. Just working that one to backward point where Ollie Price is standing. Price 130 runs in 2 innings in this competition so far this year. Brilliant 100 at Cheltenham, followed by 27 or so against Surrey, 26.
Ben Charles with 140 runs.
Yeah. I love watching those two bat together. It's like sipping a Montrachet with one hand with a Chateau Neuf de Pape in the other, as that's tickled backward as square. One of the finer things in life, watching those two bat. that's well bowled by Actor.
Almost through.
Yeah, Hanscom getting an inside edge past his leg stump down to Borman at fine leg. That's the 100 partnership though. 46 from by Hanscom, 54 by Cox in 110 balls in an hour and 10 minutes. And these two have batted really well together and shows good spirit by the visitors. Actor. Bouncer. One for the over signalled.
And because the ball is softer now, that was not the tennis ball bounce we saw
No.
earlier. I think if he'd have pitched it there in the first 10 overs, that almost certainly would have gone over Ben Cox, possibly even over James Bracey.
Yeah.
But later in the innings, that climb isn't there.
Cox can only work this one to Bancroft at mid-wicket.
Right, better over so far from Actor. Only 2 singles.
Yeah.
Don't get out of it with a boundary. That's what he should be saying to himself.
Mm. Here it is, last ball of the over. Oh, that's got big on Cox, and he just about gets home as Bancroft has a shy at the stumps. But Actor just hurried him up there. 13 overs to go for Leicestershire. 177 for 4.
There's the bowling card.
Yeah, there's the bowling card.
Gloucestershire.
Josh Shaw, the pick of the bowlers.
7 bowlers, as you can see, used on that board. Nobody yet has bowled out.
Actor's been a little bit expensive, but he's your strike bowler, isn't he, in this competition? He's your wicket taker.
There is the card with 3 for Shaw, 1 for Charlesworth. Leicestershire right on the back foot at the outset, but they initially steadied things with Masood and Hanscom, and then Ben Cox has almost come in and played the aggressor role since he arrived. Miles to continue. More down the leg side and a wide. 14 is the extras tally at the moment, so it's not excessively high.
No, there was 4 buys in there as well, wasn't there?
There was.
Which James Bracey had no chance of over his head.
Miles turns, Cox waits for him, and that's glanced away pretty fine, but it should be stopped and is stopped on the boundary by Actor at long leg, front of the apartments. Not too many out on their balconies today, 1 or 2 on the...
Yeah, I thought that. I thought it was a little bit quiet up on the balconies. Must all be at church in.
Yeah, maybe. Miles tries to float one up. That's picked off, and very well picked off as well by Peter Hanscom. I'll say float one up. It was a fuller length ball, but he made it into a half volley and worked it away through mid-wicket for 4. Yeah, it's almost on middle stump, but got a batsman who's well set. He can pick where he wants to put those. Miles again. Oh, similar shot, but the good stop from Bancroft keeps him down to a single. That was a bit straighter in terms of the shot he played. On before. Good 5 yards to the right of Bancroft. Hanscom ought to get out now from this position. He's taken Leicestershire so far in this recovery. I want to try and see it as close to the end as possible. If nothing else, because he'll probably feel almost off every delivery he could manufacture something if he's well set, which he certainly looks to be. Miles on a shorter ball and content to defend that one.
Gloucestershire haven't conceded that many boundaries though, have they? And I don't think we've had 1-6.
Only 9 fours.
Yeah.
9 fours and 1-6, correct.
Leicestershire have got to this total by their running. They ran hard between the wickets. But Gloucestershire will be pleased that they've been quite profligate with the boundary count.
Miles. Oh, there's a scoop. It's cleverly taken and almost round the boundary. A brave attempt at a catch from Zaman Akhtar. It's gone for 4. The first real bit of invention we've seen from Leicestershire off the bat. Here's the wide angle shot. You can see Akhtar in the top of your screen trying to get round. He couldn't make it. And Leicestershire with 12 to go, 188 for 4. And Miles couldn't get out of that over without a boundary. He's bowled 7 overs for 34.
Big warm welcome to Sam in Devon tuning into the game. Hope you're enjoying it, Sam. Hope you're having a nice weekend in the West.
Dan's so popular his phone even goes off on a Sunday.
Akhtar as Hanscom turns this one off his hip out to deep square for the single. You're listening to Ian Randall, Dan Whiting, giving you the Sunday sermon from the pulpit of the Seat Unique here in Bristol.
Do you have, you probably do, because you do have friends, don't you? From
not many.
Different sections of your life, and you have different ringtones for different groups.
No. No, do you?
No. I don't have any friends.
That's tickled off the rib cage.
Simple solution.
You don't have friends? I thought you were a popular man around the sort of Gloucester area. I thought you were, you're a man about town.
I don't know who you've been talking to.
That's not what I hear, Ian. I hear you're a bit of a chap in the North Gloucestershire sort of region. Twinkle-toed in the nightclubs, silver-tongued. Akhtar in and pulled off the end of his nose there by Hanscom.
Remind ourselves who the Leicestershire attack are today. Young Alex Green, who got 5 wickets against Surrey on Tuesday.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing
18 years old. Chris Wright, old enough to be his dad at 40. Tom Scriven, Ian Holland, who both so well here in the championship win. And Liam Travaskis with his slow left arm. That's probably it, but it's possible we might see Rishi Patel, depending on how things go.
Zaman Akhtar bowled him. Cox goes, and that is exactly what the doctor ordered from a Gloucestershire perspective. Really good partnership comes to an end, and Cox has to depart for 61. But that was a real fighting innings, and that has made this game a good contest now. Oh, it's inside edge, just dragged it on. But Akhtar deserved that. I thought he's plugged away. And he is having a fine tournament.
115, that partnership.
Yeah, well batted, Ben Cox.
And Leicestershire, absolutely in the game here. It could still fall a little bit for them. But
has he dragged that on?
He has, yeah. He has.
Cox motion that thought he kept that a little low, perhaps.
But they're in the game with this.
Yeah. Now this guy's a good cricketer. Ian Holland. He can bat. He can bowl. Does he play for the States as well? Is he United
Yes.
States?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cox bowled by Savant Actor for 61, made on 61 deliveries, 6 fours, 1 6.
So run ball 61.
Ben Feasey on PA duty today. And Holland, who can open the batting and the bowling in red ball cricket. And in terms of impact and making a difference to a team this year, he'd be right up there for anybody in the champion, anybody in domestic cricket this year.
Who, Holland?
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, he's a fine bit of recruitment. He was sort of a bits and pieces player at Hampshire, wasn't he? And Leicestershire signed him up, and he's been an integral part of their side.
And also, Leicester don't have the biggest squad, but they've had a very settled team this year, which has helped.
Actor to Holland, who pushes this one to backward point. Ending over, 11 left, 191 for 5. Hanscom holds the key.
Well, the board says 38.
One ball left in the over. Could anyone's got their Christmas list out, if they could buy me an abacus so I could count to 6, I'd really, really appreciate it.
Umpires' counters are also available.
They are. A clicker. Dot ball. That is the end of the over. 11 to go. 191 for 5. Deja vu.
So Actor 1 for 43 from 8. Josh Shaw 3 for 32 from 8. Matt Taylor's bowled 7 overs for 29. Miles 7 overs for 34. And then I say we do have to find one extra over from somewhere, or Gloucestershire do, because Charlesworth, Ollie Price and Jack Taylor have bowled 9 between them. There's a chat between Jack Taylor and Price and Shaw at the moment. Perhaps Ollie Price might be the favourite to bowl that one extra over, but Miles is going to keep going for the moment.
Tom from Rainstop Play, inspection at 3, has been in touch. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Miles into Hanscom, dabbed away for a single. They might quite like to bowl to Ian Holland for an over or 2 at the moment.
Yeah.
The new batter.
Yeah, they would. Tom says, hi chaps, having missed out on Cheltenham this year for various reasons, it's nice to be back at the Seat Unique again. Big wicket for Zoom there, clever knock from Cox. I've got to agree with you there, Tom. It's thought it was a really enterprising innings from the Leicestershire wicket-keeper. Anyone's game at the moment, just the way we like it. That's Tom from Rainstop Play, inspection at 3 blog, which is a fine, fine read.
Miles into Holland, who steers his first delivery of the over away. Down again to third man, he'll get 1. I mentioned about Holland getting 31 wickets. He's also got 426 runs at 32. I mean,
That's reasonable, respectable.
That's 450s as well. Yeah, that's it's contribution.
Yeah.
That's what coaches want.
They've got gritty cricketers, haven't they, Leicestershire?
Hanscom waits for Miles. Oh, again, that's behind the square once more. If you've been watching the game square of the wicket today, I think you'll have been looking right and left a lot, because the ball has been going behind square a lot, particularly at the Ashley Down Road end, rather a bit less so at the Pavilion end actually.
Ian, I've got to ask you, did you see Leicestershire topping the table at the beginning of the season, Division 2 in the County Championship?
Probably not.
No, nor did I.
Miles, oh, that's fine. That might well be 4. Is it stopped? It is just. That's good work down there. Zaman Akhtar with a partial stop, and then he recovered to prevent it going onto the rope.
I didn't see them. I definitely didn't see them leading the table by
Lancashire were most people's favourites.
Lancashire and Middlesex, weren't they?
It doesn't look as if either will make it now.
I think Middlesex is still in with a sniff. Lancashire are out of it.
Miles to Holland. And slashed creatively for 4. 1 bounce.
Don't think he meant to get it there. I think there's a 200 up as well. As you said, with 10 overs to go.
That's where they are. And Holland just played that aggressively. It was tight to him. And with third man quite wide. Kind of knew it was a slash and slash hard. It was a fairly safe shot. Hanscom has 8 list A hundreds. I'll just put that out there. Miles in again. Almost the same shot from Ian Holland. This time on 1 bounce to the fielder at third man, who is Josh Shaw. They'll just take 1. So 201 for 5, 10 overs to go. That 270 doesn't look a bad call from Wasp at the start of the match.
No, I think that's. I think Leicestershire might be disappointed if they only make 270 from here. I think they might be looking at 280, 290. Hanscom holds the key.
Matt Taylor's going to come back from the Ashley Down Road end. So he has 3 overs left. Shaw has 2, Akhtar has 2, Miles has 2, and they've got to find 1 from somewhere else. But that Leicestershire card, it's a curious one. There's nothing at the top. 3 single-figure scores, and then a useful 35 from Masood, who looked well set when he was out, and then Hanscom and Cox both with the half centuries. Cox obviously departed in the last over from that end when he was bowled by Akhtar.
Right, from the Ashley Down Road end is the man they call Bomber, Matty Taylor. Short, and that's pulled down to Borman, down at fine leg. Jess in Adelaide will be pleased I gave him a mention.
I think Tom from the Rain Stop Play blog is absolutely right. This is going to be a tight one to call in a reasonably high scoring game. It's not a 340 where you think the side batting first is really favourite.
Picked up dismissively by Hanscom, and that will run away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs. Yeah, I agree with you. I think, as they used to say in Leicestershire and Kent, it's even Darren Stevens.
How much will Hanscom start to unfurl his shots, I wonder, even this far out? I still think it could be 5 overs from him really letting go.
Taylor. It's just nurdled into the onside for the single. Some scores around the country. The East Midlands Derby, the A52 Derby at Derby between Derbyshire and the lace-making folk of Nottinghamshire. Derbyshire 225 for 5 at Chelmsford, Worcestershire. Going off like a train. 43 overs gone, 287 for 3. as Holland pushes that to Jack Taylor in the covers. Beckenham, Kent are playing there. Lovely ground with a beautiful vista of Crystal Palace. South London's very own Eiffel Tower. Kent 187 for 6 in their game against Durham. At Lord's, Sussex 200 for 7 off 43 against Middlesex. Oh, that's a big swing. Taylor asked for a little call behind. Chantry having none of it. Down the M5 at Taunton. Somerset 236 for 6 off 48.4. And at Rugby School, Warwickshire against Northamptonshire. Warwickshire 226 for 7 off 43. And New Zealand have won the second test in Bulawayo. It's whipped into mid-wicket by Holland. That is the end of the 41st.
You can hear some noise in the background. James Healy's having an advance on his lunch.
Oh, he's got some dried mango. 208 for 5 at the end of 41. There's some dried mango. It's he's gone posh. I remember the days when he thought a banana was a posh bit of fruit, and now he's going dried mango, dried apricots. He'll be eating quinoa soon. And talking about the benefits of chia seeds.
So Josh Shaw to come back. This is where Jack Taylor's got to do some juggling of his bowlers. Taylor having a long chat with the bowler about the field here. Leicester put in at 10:30 today, and now 208 for 5. With 9 overs to go, but with one batsman very well set. And Ian Holland's job, as much as it is to contribute himself, is to make sure that Hanscom gets as much of the strike as he can muster. Sure, then this is his penultimate over, and Hanscom can't work that away, can't beat the man at short mid-wicket.
Good start from the Yorkshireman. Bowling wicket to wicket, Shaw.
Do you think, I don't know whether this is an argument less than 10 overs from the end, pace off?
Oh, I think it's risky now. If we had Graham Van Buren in the side, possibly, but I just think not now.
Shaw in, that's very straight again, and it forces Holland just to play that dab shot down to Miles at third man.
That just got big on Hanscom, didn't it? Shaw just getting that little bit of extra lift, but Hanscom played it well, rode the bounce and angled it down to third. Sorry, Holland.
Seven fours in Hanscom, 79, so not a very high proportion of boundaries. Once again, it sounds not the most tasteful thing to do. He's just trying to get the perspiration out of his helmet by leaning over so that it runs out.
Yeah, pressing the sponge bit.
We've had at least 2 visits from Ben, Mike and Sam Wood, who were the travelling players who didn't make the final 11 out with towels and drinks. I'm sure it is warm out there. Shaw sprints away from us, and that was just worked by Hanscom. He didn't, again, trying to hit it too hard, make the space conscious. There have been a couple of dots in this over, so have another single.
I think Hanscom just wants to get his side into a position at 45 where they're up near the 230, 240 mark, and then have a dip for the last 5.
He wants to lead. I mean, in T20 terms, we've seen Sides leave it until 16 maybe to really press the foot on the accelerator. Shaw in, and again Holland with the same shot deflected down behind square, and Miles does the fielding from third man, running round to his right. There's the rate over 5. And, you know, 250, I know it's a long game, 50 overs, but 250 takes some getting, even on a good pitch.
It does, but if you break it down, think, right, it's only 5 and over, it should be a breeze. It should be a breeze. I think sides, scoreboard pressure comes into 50 over cricket more than I think in other formats.
Ben Mike's come out with a towel, and
yeah, Rob White's sending him off.
Is he? Yes, he's stopped him, and Mike was walking back without having been to either batter.
Yeah, you can't just keep coming on with towels. So in the Test series, public getting shortchanged. Here's Matt Taylor. Hanscom, as he's done all innings, just nurdles one out to deep square.
And the break between innings in this format used to be 45 minutes.
Yeah.
It's not now.
No, I'm having a word with the union, with the commentary union here, because our lunch break's been shortened. I'm having a word. Taylor. Oh, that's in the air. That's going to be the end of Holland. He departs for 12, trying to ramp. And I think that got high up on the bat or even the gloves. I think it was the gloves, actually. And just balloons into the air for an easy catch for James Bracey. And he has to depart for 12. Let's have a look on the replay. Yeah, I think it's... Has he actually gloved this onto his body there and it's just ballooned up, possibly?
Well,
anyway.
Trying to be creative.
Yeah.
As you have to be.
Whatever it is, he's on his way back to the hutch, and Liam Travaskis walks out. So Travaskis was walking around when he was like, sort of did a lap of the ground when he was in like one wicket.
So he was clearly pretty confident.
Yeah, that's pretty cool from Travaskis. Unless he's been promoted up the order, possibly.
Well, he's coming ahead of Tom Scriven, which he wasn't on the team. He wasn't on the team sheet to come in at 8, and he wouldn't have batted. Didn't need to bat at Guildford, but he was down to bat at 9 at Guildford. So it might just be right and left-hander.
Yeah, he bowled well here, didn't he, Travaskis, for Durham. Durham beat Gloucestershire back in 2023 in a 4-dayer. I seem to remember Travaskis bowling pretty well in that one. But he's done a swap, hasn't he, with Callum Parkinson. Callum Parkinson going from Leicestershire to Durham, and Travaskis coming the other way. Here is Taylor. Into him. And he just gets off the mark with one round the corner. .214 for 6. 7.5 overs to go.
You do realise, Dan, you've had all 6 wickets today. They've all been taken from that end.
Yeah. Picked the wrong end, Ian. Like your cricket career, you've gone uphill into the wind. Taylor. Defended by Hanscom. Now, I think that Gloucestershire might want to try and starve Hanscom of the strike here.
Oh, undoubtedly, if they can.
Yeah.
2 balls to go in the over.
Slower ball, clever from Matt Taylor. As Hanscom plays this out to Matt's brother Jack Taylor. That familiar pose, extra cover, sleeves rolled up.
And they've still got to find this 1 over from somewhere.
Hanscom will retain the strike with 1 out to Charlesworth on the deep cover boundary. Good over from Matt Taylor. 2:15 for 6 at the end of the 43rd. Now I think if the hosts can keep Leicestershire to around 250, 260, they've had a result.
This is Josh Shaw's last over, 3 for 36 at the moment. Taylor's got 1 left as well. That will leave Actor and Miles, in theory, to bowl out at the end. Shaw from the pavilion end. Hanscom goes aerial once more, but they'll be quite happy to give him 1 down to 3rd man, because they've... Miles gets the throw in.
Brilliant from Miles.
But the bounce was quite kind to him, actually.
It was, but to throw, got the ball out of his hand quickly, which is the key, isn't it? Because it plants the seed of doubt into the batter, how quickly it's coming back in.
There was never 2 there anyway.
No.
But now, what's Travaskis? I mean, Travaskis has, again, he's got to do the job that Holland would have done. Can he get Hanscom back on strike quickly? Shaw round the wicket to him. Oh, he tries to play that cut shot away down to 3rd man, but doesn't get a touch. And Shaw wants Miles much finer there.
There's Phillips, the backward square.
Oh, sorry, I thought it was...
Which makes me think some short stuff might be on its way.
Sorry, I
Bit
thought
chin
he
music.
was looking at Miles, but in fact it was Phillips who was moving. It's quite right. It is short. In fact, it's very short, and it's signalled a wide. And I don't necessarily... I mean, the umpire, again, Rob White, looked at Jack Chantry to say, what do you think? I don't think there's too many issues with that one for me. Was that the softener? Will he go full this time? Yes, he will. Travaskis defends.
Jack Chantry's gone like for a peaked cap, hasn't he? He's gone a bit Peaky Blinders on us in his umpiring kit.
Yeah, they've both got...
Yeah. Well, I think Rob White's gone for a more sort of traditional baseball cap.
Right.
But Chantry's gone a bit Peaky Blinders on us, hasn't he? He's gone a bit like a sort of London cabbie playing golf type of look.
Short sting around the wicket to Travaskis. Again, he's forced to defend. Two balls left in the over. Give Travaskis a single. Bancroft's moving out on the onside to leave a massive gap. So there would be one quite even. Well, there might even be almost 2 there. 3 parts of the way to the boundary. It is pulled into the onside by Travaskis, and they'll take 1. Now the challenge will be to keep Hanscom down at that end without bowling a bouncer that
Yeah, I think it might be the bouncer though.
incurs the wrath of the umpires.
Yeah.
So good figures from Shaw, however they end up. 3 for 20 in his first spell. He's only gone for 19 in his second 5 overs. This, in theory, is the last ball. It's pitched up, and it will be 20 and 20, and he's got 3 wickets. That's a decent return.
Yeah, well bowled, Josh Shaw.
On a good pitch. 3 for 40 for Shaw. He's finished his work with the ball for the day, and he got a good hand from this. What's become a reasonable crowd actually here in Bristol today.
Yeah. You've got the weather. It's lovely down here, isn't it?
6 overs to go. And Matt Taylor also to bowl out.
I love my trips to the west. A very pleasant weekend, it's got to be said. Akhtar. Oh, sorry, Matt Taylor. Akhtar will bowl the last one, won't he? I should imagine. Or Miles.
That was a surprising decision by Hanscom. He's taken a single off the first ball of Matt Taylor's over. Now maybe he feels he kind of has to.
Yeah, I just don't think you turn down runs, especially when it's only number 18. You know, I can't imagine anyone turning down runs with, say, Zaman Akhtar batting. Oh, Travaskis has a flirt with that one.
And 3 saving one on the offside for Matt Taylor in his last over. But it indicates the length that Gloucestershire are bowling. They've got mid-off up and long on back. So it's forcing him to go over the top if he wants to profit down the ground.
Big shout for LBW. I think there's some bats involved there. Yes, there is. There's no signal from Jack Chantry. So it's Rob White who's gone all Peaky Blinders on us, isn't it? It's not Jack Chantry.
Yeah, White's
it's White. Yeah, it's Rob White who's gone all Peaky Blinders on us. You a fan of the purple get-up with the umpires in? Are you?
It's actually very similar.
Sort of thing you'd wear out in Gloucester Quays on a Friday night. It's pushed into the onside. Jack Taylor has a shy at the stumps, but they'll come through for a single. I think they'll get to 45 and have a dip. But it's been a good fight back this from the visitors, considering 22 for 3. It could have gone Pete Tong for them from there, couldn't it? That's heaved out to long on by Travaskis, but really good fielding in the deep. Keeps them down to a single. Is that Miles out there?
Yes. I say that because he's got one of those. He's got a white. Is it a T-shirt? It's almost like a long-sleeved effort on underneath his coloured shirt.
One from Hanscom. Again, nerdled up to Miles. End of the 45th, 224 for 6. Matt Taylor's going to finish off.
1 for 44 from his 10.
Yeah, that's more than respectable as well. Mr. Consistency, Matt Taylor.
So Miles has got 2 left. Akhtar has got 2 left. And there's going to be a mystery over from somebody. 224 for 6, so only 23 from the last 5.
I'd go Charlesworth. Would you go Charlesworth in?
I think I'd go I'd go Jack Taylor, actually.
Would you? Okay, interesting.
I suppose the risk is with the left-hander in that he depends which end he bowls from. Anyway, Miles to bowl the 46th, and that's hooked by Hanscom cleverly away over the fielder that is up inside the circle at fine leg for 4. It's clever cricket. Hanscom into the 90s.
Yeah, I've noticed the bowling, if you're bowling from the pavilion end, if you're just slightly short of a length, the batter at the Ashley Down Road end, it's sort of tennis ball bounce, just sits there and you can, you know, help yourself. It's like a smorgasbord here. Just help yourself.
A lot of runs, or more of the runs seem to have come from this pavilion end today than from the Ashley Down Road. Hanscom really thinking he's got to get on with it now, and he's only picked up a single. He's worked that away to deep point. Joe Phillips, I think, he's out there, and they've now got Travaskis on strike, which is probably what Gloucestershire wants. Miles is sending through his captain, Matt Taylor, out now at third man. So third man out, fine leg up. Josh Shaw's coming up inside the circle. Massive gap on the leg side. Miles goes down the leg side and it's a wide.
Yeah, that'll be disappointing there for Miles.
So 3 out on the leg side for Miles. Deep mid wicket, deep backward square and a long on. Travaskis could have a couple wherever he wants it on the leg side. He's got 3 men on the offside, saving 1.
I fancy him to go over fine leg.
Travaskis just works it quietly into the onside for a single. Get Hanscom back on strike. Bancroft comes into field.
Josh Shaw at fine legs in the circle. Wouldn't surprise me if the scoop comes out at some point.
So he's now dropped back. Matt Taylor has come up for the right-handed Hanscom. It's been a polished innings this from him. Miles in, that is short, it's pulled and straight to the fielder on the bounce. Then Charlesworth at deep square. 5 yards either side of him, it's 4.
Yeah, but I think he might have thought he'd put it straight down his throat there for a second.
Miles doesn't want any more boundaries out of this over. Travaskis waits for him. It's short and it tries to pull it, but almost hits it tennis smash style straight into the ground. Takes all the pace off the shot, and he'll just take 1. So 1 ball left in the over. Jack Taylor's just going to give a word. They want to keep Travaskis on strike for the start of the next over, but how does Miles achieve that? Pitches that up, in fact, and Hanscom says, yep, that's fine. I'll crunch that away to deep point for a single. I'll keep the strike. Exactly what Leicestershire would want. 234 for 6, 4 overs to go. 10 off the over.
It's been a funny old innings actually, because Gloucestershire started off with a bang, had Leicestershire 22 for 3. Then partnerships between Hanscom and Masood and Hanscom and Cox got Leicestershire right back into it, and they were looking at a really imposing total. I thought they might get sort of 280, 300, but a couple of quick wickets. Gloucestershire have just pulled themselves back into it.
I mean, they could, 270. You could still get 270.
Oh, I think they will get 270. But I just think it could have been 290, 300 at one point with the way Hanscom and Cox were going. With a little bit of luck. So MATCHDAY from the Ashley Down Road end. Hanscom carves away. Ollie Price feels well. He's only going to get one.
So, so the extra over that has to be found comes from the pavilion end?
Yeah,
right?
it does, because...
So, do you leave Miles to bowl the last one, or do you leave your fifth bowler to bowl the last
It's
one?
an interesting point, yeah. Yeah, you see, I'm not sure, because it does have to come from the pavilion end. I'm not sure with the right-left combination, because I think it's a shorter boundary towards the mound stand in the city of Bristol College. So a right-left combination, I think, could easily get picked up into that sort of area if it's bowled from. That's well bowled. Slower ball bouncer from MATCHDAY.
So I would have said you bowl the leg spinner from this end, so that if Travaskis is attacking him, he's hitting him with the spin to the longer boundary. If Hanscom is attacking him, he's going against the spin.
Yeah. Yeah. That's in the air. And can't be cut off. It's 6 there.
Century for Hanscom.
No, it's Travaskis.
Travaskis, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. It was a great effort on the rope. Who's that out there? Is it Miles? Just can't quite cut it off. He put a hand up. I thought he was going to...
It is Miles, yeah.
Thought he was going to jump up, catch it, and come back over the rope. That's in the air to Josh Shaw. Just a single. Leicestershire on the charge here.
And they have left it late. No, not.
I wonder if they've left it a little bit too late. They've still got 4 wickets in the hutch. I thought they might have gone a little bit earlier than this.
I think they wanted to make sure they got something that was properly competitive.
Yeah. That's over the top, and that is a way to get to your 100, Peter Hanscom. 102 off 122 balls, 8 fours, 1 6, and that is a real knock of experience. Came into the wicket with his side 22 for 3 and a 248 for 6. Peter Hanscom is an integral reason why Leicestershire have got a competitive total here.
Yeah, just a very, very polished innings. Very good reading of the situation, what was necessary, and just backed himself to deliver it.
Yeah, without doubt. Without doubt. Fine player.
9th 100 in this format.
You don't play Test cricket for Australia if you're not a good player.
No.
That's wide, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, now it's almost got to just think here a bit. You just got to get the brain in gear. There's 15 off this over at the moment.
Yeah. They might have been really short or in the slot. Cut. That's going to be 4 more. 19 off that over. 250 up for Leicestershire. 3 overs to go. They're looking at 290 again. This game's oscillating back and forth. I love 50 over cricket. It gives sort of the opportunity for the game to swing back and forth that little bit more, I think.
It's the powers of recovery, isn't it?
Yeah.
From a side in a
Yeah.
poor position. It will be Miles. Interesting. I think that increases the chance that Charlesworth now bowls the last one.
It's got to, isn't it? It's got to.
Miles to start the 48th. To Travaskis, who goes for the ramp and gets outside the ball and then doesn't make contact. The alternative, I suppose, is that Charlesworth bowls the 49th over and Actor switches ends to bowl the last.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, Leicestershire have got the kind of, it probably was a kind of a benchmark figure. Probably think that, you know, anything over 250 were in the game at that. And now they've got there, so they've got a bit of a free hand now for these last 3 overs. Miles goes down the leg side, that's another wide.
Freebies here.
Extras beginning to tot up a little bit.
Yeah, they are.
18 now in all. Miles still with the 3 out on the leg side. Travaskis works it into the onside, looking for 2. Bournemouth's coming off the boundary at long on. They're going to try and get there, and they do. Gloucestershire might not mind that too much. Travaskis run of all 15 at the moment. Taking that 6 off Actor. Miles' last over. Didn't play at Guildford. Got the 1 wicket at Cheltenham. Nothing so far today. But balls to Travaskis, who goes aerial, and he's sliced that. It will bounce away for 4 to the boundary at third man. He hadn't intended it to go there, but slash hard enough with third man up.
Bit too much width on offer. Allows the batter to get his hands through it. Jack Taylor doesn't look happy there. Should need to be careful they don't throw away all their hard work here.
Miles to Travaskis. Tries the Yorker. Travaskis will get 1. Bancroft's coming round, and they'll take 2 with a slight fumble. So Travaskis has gone 2-4-2 off the last 3 balls. We were saying Leicestershire genuinely bat all the way down.
I think there's a decent crowd in here today. I think there's over 2,000.
Miles into Travaskis, who works that straight to Joe Phillips, and he will keep the strike at the end of Miles'. So he's bowled 1 wide. That is that not the end of the over? 50 partnership between these 2.
No.
He's bowled 6. He's bowled 6 with the wide.
My bad maths is contagious.
Clearly.
It's rubbing off on you, mate.
So this will be Miles's last delivery. assuming it's not a wide or a no ball. All field changes. In theory, sides have 3.5 hours to bowl the 50 overs, but the scoreboard says that the cut-off time is 2:41 today, so the umpires have allowed 11 minutes somewhere. Miles in. Hanscom squeezes that out into the onside. They'll pick up one only because Ollie Price is quickly onto it in front of the scoreboard. But Leicestershire.
Look, Ben Mike's running on the field again here with a drink.
For 6.
And getting a bit of a bird. Is Rob White going to have a word again here? No, he's not this time.
So it is literally, it might be a change of gloves for Hanscom. Travaska's just got a drink.
Right, so Zaman Akhtar is going to bowl this one.
So Jack Taylor will leave the last over to one of the other bowlers, to not one of his main 4 seam bowlers. I still think that would say to me it's increasingly likely that he would take that responsibility.
Yeah, Charlesworth's warming up under the scoreboard, as pointed out by our producer, James Healy.
James Dried Mango Healy, as he's now known.
Yeah. Look at that man go. He likes that sort of gag. Dad jokes are his thing. 264 for 6. Leicester should get this up into the 290s. Akhtar clunked in the air. That should be out. It's a great catch. Out in the deep. Bancroft, I think. Out deep mid-wicket. Diving forward. The sort of catch that keeps dentists in business. Bravery there. And that's a brilliant innings from Peter Hanscom that comes to an end on 107. Well batted.
Yeah, I'll get a good hand as he walks off, and he has just knitted that innings together. Just really good cricket sense from Hanscom as to what was necessary, what he needed to do, and he backed himself to do it.
Yeah.
Lots of deflections, dabs.
Yeah.
You know, there are many ways that you can score runs in cricket. Not necessarily all textbook cover drives that look wonderful. And Hanscom would not be, aesthetically perhaps the most pleasing player at times, but he's worked out what works for him.
Yeah, and it was an innings built on hard running, and Matt Maynard said to me once in an interview, he said his favourite shot was a thick inside edge that squirted backward of square leg. And, you know, he liked ugly runs, Matt Maynard, although he was pleasing on the eye at times himself. But
Tom Scriven, the new bat.
Yeah, Akhtar into him. And he just works one down to Borman, down at fine leg. Pick up a single, get off the strike. But one off 2 balls so far. It's a good start to the over for Zaman Akhtar.
So Travaskis has got the shorter leg side boundary this over for the left-hander.
He's going to come around the wicket. And he bounds. That's clever. Worked into a gap. Borman's quickly round. Keeps them to 1. Borman's fielding is outstanding. That catch at Guildford on Friday, superb. And there goes to show it's good to have the athletic youth in the side, as John Steele would say.
you know, he got into the 20s at Guildford. Might have an important role later on as well.
Actor to Scriven, who's hoiked this. Oh, Bancroft has to carry it. No, he doesn't. Has he carried that over?
I don't think he has, but
no,
it's not a catch, obviously, because
no. What's gone on there?
The umpires think I have a word.
Let's have a look here, because Bancroft has carried this over and then jumped up in the air and parried it back into the infield. But has he set foot outside the boundary? I don't think he has. I think it's a 1. Or is it 2? It's actually 2, isn't it? No, it's 1.
It's 1.
It's 1. That is a bizarre bit of cricket.
Jack Taylor's putting an extra man on the offside now.
Bancroft sort of flapped at that as if he was swatting a fly.
I think he knew he couldn't catch it. Therefore, the best he could do was stop the 6.
Full of length by Actor. And they'll come back for 2. Good running by Scriven and Travaskis. But 5 off the over here. Gloucestershire will be happy with that so far.
They're still going to have to score at the best part of 6 runs and over to win this game.
Yeah, but I think all it needs is someone to have a day out. That's going to be 4 runs. That's nailed by Travaskis. And Actor finishes off his spell with 2 for 71 off 10. And she'll be looking at 290 here. They'll be targeting 290. 273 for 7 going into the last over. They'll be looking at 290.
And it will be Charlesworth. Interesting selection to leave the last over to someone who's only bowled 3 overs earlier in the innings.
Yeah. But in Jack we trust.
What would Gloucestershire take off this? Would they take
10?
Take 10, would you?
Yeah. Would you?
Yeah. Yeah. So Scriven to face the first ball of the last over. Charlesworth to bowl it from the pavilion end. And he's wound himself up. He's trying to go for 2 to wide long on, and they've just about made it. Throw from Bancroft was low.
It's good running from Travaskis there. Had to come back to the danger end. Ran the first one quickly, turned and got back in.
Long on and long off both out, deep mid-wicket out. Charlesworth in. Scriven goes to the scoop. It's a clever shot. He's going to get 4. Bourne was up at 3rd man. And that's a clever shot. That's a T20 shot, very much from a lower order bat. There's a second look at it. He's well outside the off stump there, Charlesworth. And Scriven's just probably played it with a little twist of the bat. Charlesworth again to him. Short this time. Tennis smash from Scriven, only getting 1 up to Bancroft.
Yeah, and good from Charlesworth. Gone into the pitch.
And now Travaskis has got the long leg side boundary. Although as he's proved already today, he could go long on and long off here. Chat between skipper and captain, skipper and bowler. .280. I think Leicestershire will be delighted with this from where they were.
Without a shadow.
Travaskis waits for Charlesworth. Again, he goes into the pitch. Travaskis goes across the line out to Joe Phillips. And they'll only take one.
Good from Phillips.
Sorry, Miles.
2 balls to go. Get out of this with no boundaries off the last 2. They would take that. Charlesworth tries to float it up. It's gone in the air, but it's not going to go all the way. Around comes Bancroft. They'll try and run 2, and they will. So they'll be shy of 290, Leicestershire, but they're right in the game with this on the board.
They are, but I think this is par. I think this is par.
So Scriven will face the last ball. Travaskis has got a very useful 30 not out at the moment. And Scriven tries to go down again. They'll try and run 2. Travaskis is going to go to the non-striker's end, and the throw goes to the keeper's end, and Leicestershire do come back for 2, so they finish with 283 for 7 from their 50 overs. Charlesworth probably did as much as he could in that last over to keep things into some sort of check, but the centrepiece of that Leicestershire total, the 100 from Peter Hanscom, 107 from 125 balls, after they were 22 for 3. Josh Shaw with all 3 wickets in his opening burst, and a good partnership. 54 initially between Shan Masood and Peter Hanscom, and then the major contribution, 115 between Hanscom, who made 107, and Ben Cox, who made 61. Holland went for 12, Travaskis 30 not out, Scriven fashioned 12 at the end. Shaw, the pick of the Gloucestershire bowlers, 3 for 40, Matt Taylor 1 for 44, Actor 2 for 71, and Charlesworth 1 for 22. The wicket takers, we will be back with you at about 3:15 for the resumption here. Gloucestershire set 284 to win by Leicestershire in this Metrobank Cup. Join us again for the resumption around about 3:10. Welcome back to the Seat Unique Stadium. Hope you enjoyed your swift Sunday lunch. Umpires Jack Shanter and Rob White are on their way. 286 is the target for Leicestershire, who scored, Dan Whiting, 61 off the last 5 overs. And that was where, I mean, we did say how late might they leave it. Well, they left it pretty late, but it didn't matter.
No, it didn't. I thought it was a superb innings from Hanscom. Really showed his class, maturity, experience. But I think the key for Gloucestershire here, because it's only 5.7 and over, which it sounds a lot on paper, but this Bristol outfield so quick. The key is wickets in hand to get down to the chase, and the top order is crucial.
Ian Holland is going to open the bowling, as he does in red ball cricket. And I would expect Alex Green to share the opening overs with him.
Bowling from the Bristol Pavilion end, Ian Holland.
So Dutch, as he's known, didn't get money with the bat today, but had a really good season.
James Bracey on strike.
And James Bracey and Cameron Bancroft to open for Gloucestershire. I would suspect that would mean that the order will remain as it has done, even though there have been a couple of changes, and that those changes will come at 6 downwards, so that effectively Joe Phillips bats in the middle order. 2 slips to start with, and Holland into Bracey finds Budinger with his first shot away on the offside. So 2 slips in. Hanscom at second. I suspect that is Shan Masood at first. Or is it Patel?
There seems to be more bounce in this Bristol wicket than normal, I think.
Bracey waits for Holland, just has a look at that outside the off stump. Lets it go through to Ben Cox. Leicestershire completely overstocked today with players who could keep wicket. Hanscom certainly could.
Yeah.
Lewis Hill could.
Yeah.
And Cox is.
Hasn't Budinger kept wicket in the past as well, I think?
I don't know. Holland with this very springy approach. Bracey works that to the left of Hill and makes a good diving stop with his left hand, one-handed at mid-on. Just take one.
Yeah, watch Leicestershire in the field. They'll be fighting tooth and nail here.
And Chiraskis runs 40 yards just to give Hill a low 5 for saving a boundary.
Yeah, good unity.
2 men out are at third man and long leg. Bancroft to face his first ball from Holland outside the off stump, goes through to keeper Ben Cox. Yeah, I think it is Patel at slip because Shan Masood is at mid-on. Fairly orthodox field. 3 seeming on the offside, 2 on the on. Holland to Bancroft, who is quite a long way forward for that. The appeal only came from behind the stumps and not from the bowler, which probably told you everything.
He's having a chat with the Price parents and a friend of theirs. Always good value. Talking about their love of Cheltenham.
The players or the parents' love of Cheltenham?
Parents love Cheltenham. Yeah, I think the players love it.
Holland to Bancroft. Ooh, that was a decent seed to end Holland's first over.
I'd be surprised if Ollie Price doesn't love it, having played about 10 times there and scored 300s and a 90.
little bit of lift. Chris Wright is going to share the new ball with Holland. So they're going to leave Alex Green at this point.
From the Ashby-Down Road end,
And
Chris Wright.
Chris Wright, I think I was saying, might have gone to Sussex last winter, but in the end didn't.
Really?
Yeah,
It's about 41.
40.
40. Really good opening partnership with Ricky Clark at Warwickshire. Bracey drops anchor. Yeah, Chris Wright and Ricky Clark, obviously with Jeetan Patel as well, who had a major part, but they were behind the Bears winning the title a couple of times, weren't they? Sort of around 2012, 2013, 2014. Here is Wright. Bracey just feels for that one a little bit. Remember, our email address is open as well. Drop us a line. Oh, that's absolutely screamed through point by Bracey, but only picking out Budinger. Yeah, drop us a line, whether you're a frenetic Fox or whether you're a glorious Gloucester. We'd love to hear from you, Ian and I. Let us know what you think about player movement as well. That's down the leg side. They'll scamper through for a leg by, I think.
A little bit of shape from Wright for that.
Yeah, there was. He's always shaped it. He's always nibbled it about. He might have lost a yard or two of pace since he was younger, but he's still a proper bowler. He got a little ban, didn't he, a couple of years ago for taking a cold remedy that had something not allowed in it.
Worth reminding you that all 7 wickets in the Leicestershire innings were taken from the same end of the ground. That's the Ashby-Down Road end, the end that Wright's bowling from.
Bancroft studiously playing a forward defensive. Sean Masood practicing his forward defensive down at fine leg. Bancroft pushing into that one. End of the second. Conservative start by the hosts. That's a maiden for right Gloucestershire, 2 without loss.
Yeah, if you look at the Leicestershire innings, they were 37 for 3 at the end of the power play. Picked up a bit, 80 for 4 at 20, 146 for 4 at 30. 201 for 5 at 40, and then 84 off the last 10, of which 61 came off the last 5. So a good recovery, I think you'd have said. If they'd have batted that in a more orthodox fashion, in terms of wickets lost, wouldn't have had any issue at all. Bracey pierces the field, first boundary of the innings. That was just wide enough from Ian Holland. Forced it past the right hand of Scriven and away to the boundary and extra cover.
Yeah, don't give Bracey any width. Meat and drink to him.
Changing the field to bringing mid-wicket up inside the circle. So extra man had to plug the gap in the covers. So
be interesting if Leicestershire, well, I mean, they're champions elect, aren't they? It'll be interesting to see how they get on in Division 1, and will they retain the same sort of attack, because people have told me that you're... Come on to it after this ball.
Bracey waits again for Holland. Defends out on the offside.
People have told me what you need to get up out of Division 2, what you need to be competitive in Division 1 are two very different things. And it'll be interesting to see if they retain the same sort of players.
There's a lot of ifs here. If the structure was the two groups of 6 and the 6 below, they only need to finish second from bottom. Holland in. Bracey on the pad. They've got to be from down below us in front of the Thatchers. Not upheld by umpire White.
That looked a good shout, though.
A bit high, perhaps.
Hit him on the back leg there.
So you've only got to finish second from bottom.
Yeah.
Holland to Bracey again, defends. If the point system stays as it is, Leicestershire might say, well, I'll tell you what, we're going to create the most flat pitches imaginable at Grace Road, and we'll try and get high scoring draws with lots of bonus points, and see if we can maybe pinch a win away from home somewhere.
Well, that worked for Northamptonshire about 3 years ago in Division 1, didn't it?
Hold into Bracey, goes for a quick signal to Masood, and he's just about managed to have the right weight of shot to get through for the single off the last ball of the over. So 5 off the over.
A few years ago when
keeps the strike.
8 for a draw was in, and then went for 5, and then now back up to 8 for a draw. Northamptonshire stayed up in Division 1 by virtue of winning the odd game. They beat Gloucestershire at Cheltenham, didn't they? But also by virtue of creating very flat pitches, strong batting, and it was 500 plays 500, and not particularly entertaining cricket, but it kept them up. He is right. Bracey feels for that and points at the spot with that ball pitched.
I think what we do know from this squad that Alfonso Thomas has put together is that they will scrap tooth and nail right to the end.
Yeah. Oh, Bracey just losing his shape driving there. Ball dribbles out into the onside.
So a 6-3 field for right, fairly, I might say, a fairly orthodox championship sort of field. Just a mid on mid wicket, and a deep backward square really on the leg side.
That's a good stop by Budinger. Backward point.
You mentioned in the game at Cheltenham about scoreboard pressure on Derbyshire at 340. Do you feel there is scoreboard pressure at 286?
No. There's always a little bit of scoreboard pressure, but if you break it down, run a ball. That's again screamed into backward point, where Budinger certainly getting his hands warmed up.
Kind bounce there for him.
Yeah, but no, I don't think so. I think as long as Gloucestershire don't get stuck too much behind the clock, but I also think that
they've got the guys to get them out of jail. That's just back into Bracey there. It's well bowled by Wright.
Definitely a day where those parasols are useful.
Oh, without doubt.
Thatchers.
Yeah. I think one or two patrons have had a bit of sun on their heads and the odd cider. That's driven again. The bounce is kind, and Travaskis fields in the covers. Ending over 7 for none at the end of the 4th.
Bracey only finding the fielders at the moment, with the exception of that one boundary off Holland.
Yeah, Wright's not gone for a run yet. He's gone for a leg by off him, but not for a run. And
Bancroft hasn't had much of the strike, only 5 balls faced in the first 4 overs. So I say Leicestershire 37 off the first 10, that's where they were at. Holland to Bancroft. And he'll get a thin edge down to 3rd man. Wright is down there. So Gloucestershire's next home game in this competition is on Friday against Glamorgan. And then 3 away games on the trot. Worcester, I want to say Worcester, Chelmsford, and where's the Notts game being played? Oh, let's come back to that. Is it being played at Welbeck College? Or is it at Trent Bridge? And then the last game of the group is at home to Hampshire on the 26th, I want to say, the Tuesday. Holland gets close to the stumps when he delivers the ball. Bracey again forced to defend. It's in a way, it's not rocket science, is it? You get close to the ball and bowl wicket to wicket. You're keeping the batsman honest all the time, aren't you? That's what Holland does.
yeah, you are, but there's a difference with the ball as it is now and the ball when it goes flat, sort of after about 10 to 15 overs into the innings.
Bracey tries to go down the ground past Masood, but can't beat the fielder at mid-off. The Notts game is at Trent Bridge, so if you are thinking of going, obviously the team will be pleased to see as many supporters there as possible, but say 3 away games back to back, it will be a few miles on the road after this week when they're chiefly in Bristol. Holland past umpire White. Bracey wants a single to Shah Masood, and he this time will get there. Holland, one of those relatively few bowlers who actually marks his run and will actually stop. Some bowlers will want to get their foot pattern, their stride pattern, if you will, to a certain point, but Holland literally stands at the start of his run, both feet together, and then pushes off. Oh, Bancroft is way off the pad, but just loops into the offside. And Holland's bowled 3 overs for 8, and Gloucestershire 9 without loss after 5 overs. It's a very respectful start.
Well, I do expect to see acceleration. I don't expect to see Gloucestershire 90 for none at the end of the 50. But
what was it? Tendulkar made 32 not out in a 60 over game.
Sunil Gavaskar.
Gavaskar, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Oh, Bracey going for a big booming drive. thick inside edge. Yeah, I think he'd had a row with the selectors, hadn't he? And so I think 75 World Cup.
Yeah.
Did a row with the selectors, so he just potted it out. And it was pretty disgraceful, actually. Oh, little fiddle there from Bracey. Wrights. 14 balls now, not gone for a run. He's about to do a Brian Langford.
I don't think we're going to see a 10-10 0-0.
Bracey drives up to mid-on, still no run. Wright dotting them up.
Sides are much more, whether relaxed is the right word, but bigger totals don't phase teams so much anymore, do
No.
they?
And there's some runs off Wright, and they're going to be 4 of them as Bracey heaves that one through square leg. Gloucestershire into double figures.
This is the first time obviously in this tournament this year that Gloucestershire batted second. Batted first at Cheltenham, batted first at Guildford.
Bracey's faced 27 balls, Bancroft just 7. That's a pleasant shot. He's going to get, I think, just the one as Shah Massoud is round quickly and keeps them down to a single.
As he's soaking up the strike at the moment, Bracey.
Yeah, but at least he's on 12. He's striking at 42, Bancroft at 14. But a long way to go, as we said. It's just important not to lose a flurry of early wickets. Bancroft again just gets up onto his toes, defends. End of the 6th, 14 without loss. Bracey 12, Bancroft 1. You're listening to Ian Randall, Dan Whiting here on Gloss Cricket TV, live from the Seat Unique with some unique commentary.
Ben Mike's on drinks duty today for Leicestershire. He's out again, particularly to wicketkeeper Cox and to Peter Hanscom.
Yeah, well,
I wonder whether it's only drinks or whether there are messages as well.
yeah, well, Rob White's already sent him off the field once. I think Rob White thought Ben Mike was taking the mic.
In the squad of 13, but struggling to force his way into the team in this second spell at the club. Here's Holland to continue. Bracey's tried to crash that through the offside. He will get 4 for it, but only after Scriven very nearly stopped it. That was going quickly, and Scriven very nearly clung onto it first bounce. Can't necessarily see it from that angle. Bracey knew once he got it past the fielder it would go, but that's forced Leicestershire to a change. Patel's come out from the slip, Corden into extra cover, so they're now 4 inside the circle, saving 1. And Bracey's beaten them all again with a good placement this time. Past the dive of Patel and away through extra cover for 4. Little bit of early patience. It's being rebalanced a little bit in this over. Bracey with 2 boundaries, has to defend this time, goes back. And Travaskis fields at mid-wicket. Got the slightly shorter offside boundary for Holland, so he's packed that side of the ground. It's a 6-3 field. And that says he's confident he's only going to bowl one side of the wicket. Bracey again persuaded to drive, but doesn't do so with any force. It's up to Sean Masood at mid-off.
I think this is one of those pitches where once you're in on it, but it takes a little bit of time to get yourself in. Hanscom and Cox showed that, didn't they?
Travaskis didn't have long, but he sort of just chanced his arm really towards the end. Oh, Bracey tries to play the little dab through where gully would be. Unfortunately for Gloucestershire, he doesn't get a nick to keeper Cox. Playing inside the line. Holland into Bracey, does slash a bit harder this time, and that will go for 4. I think Alex Green didn't read that in the air as he might have done it. It felt to me as if he should have gone towards the ball a bit quicker, but suddenly, from feeling as if they're behind the game, in that over from Holland, 3 boundaries, and Gloucestershire up to 26 for no wicket off 7.
Yeah, white ball cricket can flip round in the blink of an eye, or the blink of an over. Well, we apologise if your coverage has been interrupted. You missed a few runs from James Bracey as Gloucestershire moved on to 33 without loss.
Start of the 9th over. Holland to continue, this time to Bancroft, who has had very little of the strike so far. In fact, less than 20% of it. Only 10 balls faced.
James Bracey can do what me and you can't, Ian. He can count to 6.
Well, he started forcibly, Bracey, as he did in the game at Cheltenham. Holland to Bancroft. Appealed chiefly from behind the stumps for LBW, but again, umpire White not interested. No joy so far for Leicestershire. Well, every over that goes by, the ball loses that hardness which brought Shaw 3 wickets for Gloucestershire in his opening spell. Bancroft with a very, very quick single, and Travaskis had to run round the ball then. Maybe that's the one reason why Bancroft decided to go when he played that shot, that knowing that the left-handed fielder had to go round the ball before trying to run and
I think he went
throw
wrong end.
at the striker's end.
I think he went wrong end. I think he should have had a shot at Bancroft's end at the non-strikers there. Do you?
Well,
Left to his left hand.
maybe he figured that he was closer to completing the run than Bracey was.
Yeah, maybe.
Therefore, Travaskis had to run round the ball. Holland to Bracey. Slightly slower ball, waited for it and cut it to Budinger on the bounce at point. Leicestershire packing that square area. They've got a backward point and a point just in front of square, probably 10 yards between them. Not much more.
This backward point is a sort of conventional cover point, isn't it?
And Bracey goes into the onside as Holland just goes a bit straight. There, wicket to wicket, so it was an easy single. Let's say there will be coverage on the stream of the away games, the 3 remaining away games, from our colleagues at Worcester, Chelmsford and at Trentbridge. A slower ball from Holland that's down the leg side. And umpire White thought about giving it as a wide and changed his mind. 35 for no wicket off 9. Leicestershire were 37 for 3 off 10.
Yeah, I think that must have clipped
And
something on
first
Bancroft.
change, Tom Scriven from the Ashley Down Road end. So Wright, having bowled 4 overs for 12, is being now held back a little bit.
Change of bowling from the Ashley Down Road end, Tom Scriven.
Right.
Ben Feasy on PA duty today. Will be on Friday as well.
Do Gloucestershire try and attack Scriven and try and maximise their power play?
Well, only 1 over to go of it, so I think Bracey might have a look first.
Bracey doing the Bracey dance. He does a little dance, doesn't he, James Bracey out there? As Bracey pushes that into...
A packed offside.
Yeah, very packed offside. Rishi Patel extra cover. So you've got Budinger at backward point, then you've got sort of conventional cover. Travaskis, and Rishi Patel at extra, and Lewis Hill at mid-off. Bracey tucks this one into the onside.
Ben Mike's on the field at the moment. I wonder whether Wright has gone off, having bowled that spell.
Was that right at mid-off?
Oh, it might be actually. So I wonder if Holland has gone off then.
I think it is right at mid-off.
Yes, it definitely is right at mid-off. So.
Or mid-on now.
Yep.
Bancroft works this one out to Alex Green at third. Ooh, a bit of a wild throw. Ian Randall and I will be answering your emails throughout the afternoon. That's short and dispatched with aplomb into the mound stand. Can't bowl there to Bracey. 38 out of 43 so far. 2 balls left in the power play.
I did wonder when that left his bat whether that had enough on it.
Yeah, so did I. I thought he'd put it straight down the throat at the fielder.
As it was, just high enough and just long enough.
Again short and again dispatched. This time for 2 less runs, but still another boundary. And Gloucestershire 10 runs ahead at the end of the power play with no wickets down compared to Leicestershire's 37 for 3.
Albeit you can hardly say one of the batsmen is in, because Bancroft has been out there largely watching at the other end.
Yeah. I reckon we should get him on commentary. There's a dot ball to finish off. 47 without loss. End of the power play.
Yes, it's a good comparison from Gloucestershire at this point.
There's the Manhattan, or as they say in Essex, the town centre of Basildon.
So is this the first sighting of Alex Green? I think the answer is yes. 18 years old, came out of an academy scholarship at Grace Road. So he played one first-class match. That was last season, right at the end. But he's built like a lot forward in one or two rugby teams that Leicestershire Tigers fans would enjoy watching. Here he is, right arm over the wicket. Oh, and that's really sharp. It's all in the gather and the shoulder delivery. It's gone off the outside edge of Bancroft's bat, and it's just dropped short of first slip. The approach to the wicket doesn't suggest express pace, but that first ball just on the sighter tells you that it's generated through the shoulder. Steered away by Bancroft. So third man for a single. There might be an overthrow, but Mike is covering it. A little bit, actually, a little bit reminiscent of Marchant de Laya in the sense of the pace comes literally from the delivery and not from the approach. Although Marchant would sprint a little quicker than Green does.
The big strong shoulders, isn't it? Javelin style, launching down rockets. Look how far back Ben Cox is.
He's at least.
I don't go that far on my holidays, Ian.
He's at least a pitch length behind Bracey. Here is Green around the wicket.
Cox takes that.
Good
shoulder
bounce.
height. Gloves, fingers pointing upwards as well. This boy's got wheels. First time I've seen him.
First time I've seen him live, certainly.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Definitely got wheels.
His run starts from outside the 30-yard circle, so it's all about rhythm to some degree. Bracey once more, and again that's not going to be forced away by Bracey off the back foot. He wanted to cut it, played outside it almost.
He's a big boy, he's got big strong legs. And he looks like he's going to give a few batters the hurry up during his career.
He defends. Reminds me a little bit in his approach to the wicket and not in the delivery of Angus Fraser.
Yeah.
Little bit sort of slightly splayed feet.
Yeah, I think Angus Fraser was once described as running in like somebody who's got his braces caught in the side screen.
Green. The off stump taken by Cox. That was grist. That was brisk.
Yeah, he looks a handful.
Over. Just one single from it.
He looks a handful.
And Gloucestershire's openers remain together. Bancroft, though, has got to get off the blocks a bit. He needs to give Bracey some help here. It's a very lopsided card with Bracey on 42 and Bancroft on 5. If it was 22 and 25, you feel there's a possibility of runs from both ends, but at the moment, Bancroft hasn't really got going.
No. It's Scriven. Let's tickle round the corner by Bancroft and he'll pick up a couple. That's the 50 up in the 12th as well. Oh, Bancroft goes cutting and the ball going perilously close to his stumps there.
He's got to be aware here, didn't he?
Oh, it comes back into him, that's why.
He's played it into his back foot and then just poked it away.
It's Green in the England under 19 side as Bancroft covers up there. Green signed his first professional deal at the end of last season. Here's Scriven. Bancroft cuts away and with such venomous power that Lewis Hill on the boundary can't cut that off.
I thought initially he was going to make that, but
yeah,
maybe a taller man might have deflected it back in, but Hill's dive left him short.
Bancroft again, just covers up.
So we've seen all the main Leicestershire bowlers, other than Travaskis, to this point.
It's just clothed a little into the offside, but Bracey calls Bancroft through. Yeah, Green's a Peterborough lad. Not many 17-year-olds you offer a 3-year deal to. That shows how much. And Alfonso Thomas is talking about him being future England material.
Well, credit to the pathway staff at Leicestershire then, who've seen something in him very early, and believe they can make a significant improvement with him as well.
Well, I think if you're 6'6", you've got something about you, haven't you?
Bancroft waits for Green, bangs that in short, and it'll be a combination of bat and glove, I think, from Bancroft out on the onside. They'll take one. Substitute fielder Ben Mike.
Yeah, played against Sri Lanka last year at Wormsley. Lovely ground in the heart of the Chilterns, owned by Sir Paul Getty.
Bracey waits for Green, cuts, that'll be 4 more. It's good placement. Budinger is at backward point, but Bracey's found his range with that shot, takes him to 46.
Have been to Wormsley, Ian?
No.
No. Oh, get it on your bucket list, mate, because it's an absolute pleasure working there.
You've been to Colwell, Dan?
I've never been to Colwell, but I will be soon.
You're going soon?
I'm going soon, yeah. I'm looking forward to that one.
Tries again, down the leg side, giving us a wide. Yeah, we mentioned the call because Dan does commentary for the Disability Premier League.
Disability Premier League, yeah, which is in its 4th year now. Going up to Leicestershire, actually, the first one, which is at Loughborough University. Or Luga Baruga, as they call it.
That's right. Green, past umpire, white. And Bracey, whose name isn't a colour as far as I'm aware. Pushes it out on the offside.
Very good. Very good.
I think magenta's a lovely word for a colour.
Magenta.
Yeah.
What about cerise?
Well, magenta is one of the colours listed on the Harlequins rugby.
Yes,
kit.
it is.
Bracey waits again for Green, and we'll just collect a single out to Travaskis, who we may see shortly.
And I think chocolate is another of the colours on there, isn't it?
I think it is, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, Gloucestershire's old colours, they used to have about 7 different colours, didn't they, back in the day? I think the old Gloucestershire colours, I think they were...
Bancroft, Green gets very close to the stumps. And Bancroft just gets inside the line, gets enough on it to drop it out on the onside for a single 62 without loss. The target is 286. Behind on the rate at the moment, but the key point is the opening pair still together, albeit Bracey has been hogging the strike and therefore has the majority of the total. 60 runs out of 62 off the bat. Just the one slip in still for Green. Bracey defends that respectfully. That's on the offside. End of Green's second over. 2 overs for 9. Tom Scriven 2 overs for 19. Chris Wright 4 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 12. Ian Holland 5 overs for 22. And I suspect that it is Holland that is not on the field at the moment because Ben Mike is out there for Leicestershire as 12th man.
Tracy Sansom, the Gloucestershire fan, has popped in. I think she's coming on air later.
That may be news to her.
I think so. As that's into mid-wicket there by Bancroft.
Rishi Patel with the tumbling stop.
I can't find the Gloucestershire colours. The old colours. Yeah, we're going to find out. If anyone can let us know what they are, we'd like to hear from you. Scriven to Bancroft, who just engineers a single into the offside.
Given that Jack Taylor decided to bat second today,
Yeah,
he must have been pretty confident this was a really good wicket.
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
You know, even though it's being used for the second day after the women's game yesterday, but we said earlier in the broadcast, 550 runs on it yesterday.
There's another one just into the offside there from Bracey. Right, Gloucestershire's original colours were fawn brown, pale grey, dark green, red and navy blue. And Ian Randall goes out dressed in all of them every Friday night down the Gloucester Quays.
Driven handsomely by Bancroft.
Better over from Scriven so far.
Yeah.
It's tidy up.
Just asking questions, isn't he? But Gloss just staying ahead of the game here. 15 overs. Leicestershire was 65 for 3. Gloucestershire have still got 8 balls to get to. Well, they're equal that total with 7 balls now in hand. So they're just ahead of the game slightly, Gloucestershire.
They've got to pace the reply properly, though.
Yeah, they have. And whether they're going to take 84 of the last 10. Bancroft drives up to mid-on. End of the 14th. 65 without loss.
We were quite impressed on Tuesday when Gloucestershire beat Derbyshire by a young man by the name of Amrit Basra.
Yeah.
And he has been in the runs again for Derbyshire today. They've got 341 for 8 against Notts. And Basra made 72 off 55 balls.
He gives it a whack.
Alex Green to continue his spell to Bracey, who gets that off the bottom half of the bat. He would have tried to cut it, I think, but it was not in the right place to do that. And in the end, he gets a single out on the offside. So 285 for 7, Leicestershire, having been put in. Peter Hanscom's century, the anchor roll of the innings, 107 he made. Bancroft waits and he'll get 4 off a uppercut from Alex Green. First time he's really put back to ball with any venom. Budinger was at backward point. Once he got over Budinger, it was always going away for 4. Struck firmly. And he will feel better for that. Budinger's dropped right to the edge of the circle now. Green pitches that up. That's gone straight from Bancroft up to Masood at mid-off.
I think Gloucestershire be looking to target Green, although he's a fine bowler. I think with his extra pace and his inexperience, he's going to be probably more erratic with his length, isn't he? And I think maybe Gloucestershire will be looking to take advantage of that.
And that's the thing with a young bowler. You might get 5 for 25 one day, but you might get 0 for 50 on another one.
Yeah.
Green in. That was definitely reminiscent of De Lange with that. You referred to it as like almost the javelin delivery.
Yeah, some days you are the statue and other days you are the pigeon. I know which one I'd rather be. And it's got wings.
Bracey 49 out of 71. This 15th over waits. Green runs away from us. And Bracey wants one to Sean Masood, but he's not. It's not there. The cry was only of no. He started to go and then changed his mind. So Gloucestershire fractionally ahead at the 15 over mark.
I can hear someone singing happy birthday. I think there's a bit of a party going on downstairs, Ian.
I don't think we're invited down, do you? Green in, Bracey cuts, and that'll be his 50, and it'll be another boundary. Leicestershire have tried to pack that area behind square on the offside, but Bracey's pierced them again. 58 balls, 9 fours and a 6, so a very high proportion of his runs in boundaries. 42 out of 53.
Yeah, he's certainly flashing his winter-born wand of wonderment.
What wonders will Will Williams, would you say?
Ha ha! Wait till he turns up. Scriven. Pushed back to the bowler there by Bancroft. Apparently he's a very nice chap, according to James Healy. Will Williams, James did his media duties with him earlier this week. There's a wonderful photo doing the rounds of, you know, you stop a player's shirt from flapping in the wind, and it's got Harvey Machin. I'll come on to it after this ball. Oh, Bancroft. Placement threaded through the eye of a needle. It's got Harvey from the club's marketing department lying down on the floor holding the bottom of his shirt, so it's like looking really pristine. It's a wonderful, wonderful picture. Have you seen that? No. Yeah. We'll get it up on the screen. Oh, Bancroft again. Oh, that's got to be close to the rope. He's saved 2 there. I think that's Lewis Hill out there, isn't it? It's a good bit of work, but he was perilously close to the rope. Yeah, so it's got Will Williams like holding his shirt there, like, you know, all new signings get. And Harvey's down on the ground holding the bottom, so it's all looks pristine. Oh, Bancroft again. He's looking to motor now.
2 good bits of work from Hill.
Yeah.
Successive balls there.
Hill's throwing himself about on that boundary.
Runs starting to tick up for Bancroft a little bit.
That's tickled into the onside. He's only get 1 here. Man from Perth. James Bracey goes out to Perth most winters, doesn't he? Plays for the University of Western Australia. I think last couple of winters he's played out there.
I think quite a few of the lads have at least some time away.
Yeah, but Bracey goes to Perth. Some go to Adelaide. I think Charlesworth's been to Adelaide in recent years. Bracey drives this one up to mid-on. What was the score at the end of the 15th, Ian?
65 for that. Sorry, Gloucestershire 75 for no wicket, and Leicestershire was 65 for 3.
There's the photo of Harvey doing his job on the floor while Will Williams produces the Gloucestershire shirt. That was brilliant. And James Healy making young members of staff do that sort of thing. No.
Spin for the first time in this Gloucestershire apply.
Yeah, what's going on here? Why are we having a...
Travaskis is coming on.
Oh, we're getting helmets on.
Yeah.
That's right.
So Green 3 overs for 18. Scriven's bowled 4 overs for 30, which is a problem.
Yeah, Gloucestershire. Well, at the end of 20, Leicestershire were 83 for 4. Gloucestershire 84 for none with it of 16, so they've got 4 overs in hand at the moment.
Yeah. As well as wickets. And the fact that Bancroft has just started to pick up a little bit has doubled Leicestershire's issues. While Bracey was dominating the strike, Bancroft, almost a unobserver. Travaskis with his left arm orthodox spin from around the wicket. Starts with a ball that's pushed out into the offside. Buddage onto it quickly. Again, balls wicket to wicket. And Travaskis. But Bancroft happy to just push a single into the offside. So the field, obviously with the power play not in place, Travaskis has got some greater flexibility. He's got a deep mid-wicket out for Bracey, deep backward square, a deep point and a long on.
He's got
bowling in glasses, as he always does.
He's got a funny little sort of trot, hasn't he?
It's a Graham van Buren kind of approach, isn't it?
Yeah.
Almost walks in, and Bracey goes onto the back foot deep in his crease and cuts that out to Lewis Hill on the point boundary.
Maybe it's a foxtrot. Oh, I'm off. I'm out of there.
Yeah,
I'm gone.
Okay.
I'm sacked. P45.
Name the band who recorded the album of the same name. Here is Travaskis in, and Bancroft defends.
Foxtrot? Don't know. Go on.
It was an early Genesis album.
Ah, I knew it would be. I knew it would be of that era.
Peter Gabriel time. Here's Travaskis, just looks past umpire White and forces that past Hanscom to his left through the covers. Scrivens on the rope, and they'll take one. And Gloucestershire have got the rate kind of where they want it now. They were behind it earlier, but as you can see from the worm, they are now ahead of where Leicestershire were. And actually, that shows Leicestershire scored consistently through the middle overs and then accelerated at the end. But as you rightly said, Gloucestershire wouldn't want to leave themselves needing 61 off the last 5.
No.
If they left themselves needing 84 off the last 10, I think from this position, they'd probably say that was too many. They probably want to have less than that. Chris Wright's coming back on.
Yeah.
That's this is a little gamble to try and split these two up, I think.
Yeah, they have to try something. Bancroft gets up on his toes, pushes this into the offside. Bancroft on 30, Bracey on 54.
With the strike being rebalanced a bit, Bancroft's runs have come up proportionately.
Yeah, I mean, his strike rate's 71, whereas Bracey's is 88, so it's not that far shy of his. Bancroft whips this one with a hint of bottom hand out into the deep mid-wicket boundary where Scriven does the fielding, but that brings 89 now for the B team, Bracey and Bancroft. Rolls his fingers and cut by Bancroft out into the deep.
There aren't many twos on the Mound stand side today.
No.
Most of the twos are, from Wright's point of view, through his offside to Bracey.
Yeah. Gloucester have got themselves in a position here where they don't need to take any risks against Wright. Bracey chops this one down to Masood, who's quickly onto it, gets the ball out of his hand quickly despite his lack of arm.
We were, I think, being honest about the Leicestershire innings, as we were trying to be about both teams. That middle part of the innings, they didn't score the boundaries, but they ticked the score up very, very cleverly.
Yeah.
Just by weight of shot, placement.
Hanscom and Cox, and good running. Bancroft just finding the gap, just accumulating here. It's looking ominous for Leicestershire.
And if Gloucestershire can do the same, they know what they're chasing. I suppose Leicestershire didn't know what they were going to get to.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sure Hanscom would have had a feel for it out in the middle.
Oh, that's well bowled. That's an absolute peach. Right, rolling his fingers over that one.
Don't know if we can see a replay, but that's last ball over. Look at this from right, what he does here. Bowls an off cutter, and absolutely Foxes Bracey. Pardon the pun. Big grin on Chris Wright's face as well.
Old enough to know that you don't always get what
It's not fair,
you
Ian.
think is due when you're a bowler. Travaskis, his second over, and the first real sweep from Bancroft, and he's going to get 4 for that. Gosh, that didn't look that much of a shot when he left his bat, but he's kind of picked his fielder there. Green on the edge of the circle. Again, saw the ball go wide of him, didn't move that quickly towards it, and Hill, as a result, couldn't cut it off.
He's such an intelligent cricketer, isn't he? The thinking man's Australian.
Green's actually quite fine there, actually, for Travaskis. Another reverse paddle this time from Bancroft. Will that beat the fielder? No, it won't. Chris Wright picks it up at a short third, and they'll take a single. I mean, 1 boundary and over is absolutely fine for Gloucestershire.
Oh, yeah.
They should pick up a boundary and over. Travaskis to Brace, who uses his feet into the offside, and he's going to get 4 more. I'm not sure that went off the middle. But Gloucestershire's 100 is up in the 19th over, and they are now significantly ahead of where Leicestershire were, because Leicestershire were 83 for 4 off 20, and at the moment this looks a really good pitch to chase on. Basically works that into the leg side, and they prove that they've read the pitch well, in terms of they were completely unflustered by being 9 for no wicket off 5 overs against Wright and Holland, knowing that as the ball got softer, opportunities to score would open up. Here is Bancroft again, just picking the gap, and they've learned from what, if learn is the right word, they've seen what Hanscom did, and they said, right, okay, that clearly is the method on this pitch. Travaskis to Bracey, tries to drive that down the ground, does get it past the bowler on the onside, all the way up to Masood at long on. But another productive over for Gloucestershire, 104 without loss off 19.
Yeah, I might have described them as the B team a moment ago, Bracey and Bancroft, but there's nothing second string about them. It's a first-class partnership, this.
Leicestershire had to go back to Wright to try and at least open one end with a new batter.
Yeah.
But it's not worked so far. They can't probably do more than certainly 2 more overs of Wright, maybe only this one.
It's just worked into the leg side.
Just to give you a kind of a steer, we talked about the qualification for the knockout stages. last year Leicestershire won 5 games out of 8 and didn't get through to the knockout stage. The general perception would be you've got to win 6 out of your 8 games to go any further from the group stage.
Again, Wright rolling his fingers over it.
Gloucestershire 2 from 2 at the moment. This is only Leicestershire's second match, so it's early days for them.
Gloucestershire already over 20, over where Leicestershire were at this stage. 4 balls in hand, but also all 10 wickets in hand still, compared to Leicestershire only having 6, as Bracey nurdles one into the onside and they pick up a single.
Given it's obviously Glamorgan are the holders of this competition.
Who did they beat in the final?
They beat Somerset down from memory in a game that was shortened to 20 overs a side.
Oh, that's right. Somerset, they were having quite a good year last year, weren't they? And I don't know what happened to them. Oh, Bancroft goes, right strikes, little feather through to Ben Cox, and Bancroft departs for 40. And Chris Wright deserves that wicket.
Leicestershire needed that wicket.
They needed it badly. But 104 for the opening partnership, 180 odd to go of 30 overs. Gloucestershire will be very disappointed if they don't get home from here.
Bancroft politely, just notionally raises his bat. He'll be annoyed, having patiently got in to then just nick one to the keeper.
I was thinking a moment ago, Bancroft's, he looks ominous. It's sort of day when he gets 100, you know. Talking of hundreds, this brings Ollie Price to the crease after a little cheeky century at Cheltenham last week. Firm favourite amongst the fans here. I think there's Aman Rao just going off over there, isn't it? 12ers for Gloucestershire.
Yeah, with towels and what have you.
Quite a distinctive figure, being about 6'7".
Probably go eyeball to eyeball with Alex Green.
My money would be on Green.
In the sense of literally looking at you eyeball to eyeball.
He's a sturdier character. Aman Rao's a lovely lad, but he's about 11 stone. Wet, yes. Green looks as if he's a right handful.
Ben Mike out with more instruction, presumably, for Ben Cox. He's trotting off, so I'm assuming that where is Holland? Is he back out on the field? Trying to see where he is. I think he is at
Ben Mike, I
mid-off.
reckon, has been on the pitch 25 times today. He's already been sent off once by Rob White. Here's Chris Wright to Ollie Price, who gets one through mid-wicket straight away. And
he should
picks
be
up a couple.
Having had that 100 at Cheltenham, he should be feeling pretty good about his form at the moment.
He looked all right, Essex, and then tried sweeping a straight one off one of the spinners.
A little bit feast or famine for him this year. A couple of big scores in the championship, but not much else.
Left alone by Price. The man they call Froob, after his look-alike to the character of the Froob yogurt advert, who's like a sort of very thin man. You look at the Froob character, then look at Ollie Price, probably give you a chuckle.
238 runs in the T20 at 18.
Price?
Yeah. And
yeah, but I think they're skewed because he's batting at 6 or 7. Often he came in with a few balls to go.
And championship 718 runs, although there's a double 100 and 100 in there, so probably half of those have come in 2 knocks. Travaskis with a full toss, which Bracey just waits and doesn't try and hit the cover off, just forces it down to Sean Masood for a single long on.
Yeah, I think Gloucestershire here work the ball around, try and pick up 4-5 and over, get themselves into a position.
107 for 1 off 20, 108 for 1 now, so they are, as Dan said, 23 runs ahead of where Leicestershire were at a comparative point.
Yeah, you can see this is the game plan from Gloss. Let's work the ball around, nurdle it about.
If you doubled that score, and they'd hope to score a bit quicker as they went forward. Bracey goes outside the line, whips across the line with the bottom hand. They only get 1 again out to Masood. That's almost because that was hit too firmly in a way.
Yeah.
He'd have played that a bit softer. He might have got 2 out of it, but they've worked out that we need another man now on the offside for Ollie Price. So Patel has come across into short extra, and Travaskis floats that right up. Ollie Price squeezes that square of the wicket out to Scriven, who's on the boundary at deep point now. Field changes for Bracey. Massive gap on the onside at mid-wicket, so there's a single wherever he wants it really, and Travaskis...
He's got bout on that, I think.
Bracey goes back.
I think he's got bout on that, because otherwise it looked perilously close.
Second look at it.
He's got to have bout on that. He has to.
So far back. He's gone back again here and just...
Otherwise, I think Mr. Travaskis might be
squeeze that out.
Spitting feathers.
Last ball of the over. Squeezed out to Hanscom, no run. So they're going to give Wright another over here. A little bit surprised, having taken the wicket.
Yeah, he's only got 3 left after this.
I just feel they need another one. It is Nelson at the moment, 111 for 1.
Oh, thick outside edge. It's going to be 4 for Ollie Price. Sorry, I'm chuckling here. There's a Gloucestershire fan, Matthew Lee, who goes down to watch his local club, Bedminster, who play in the south of Bristol. Ollie Price played a bit of club cricket for them, as is Joe Phillips, playing the West of England Premier League. And Matthew Lee's a big fan of Ollie Price, being a Bedminster boy. As that's played back to the bowler, no run.
Worth saying here what the rest of the Gloucestershire batting order is. Almost certainly, I think, Ben Charlesworth at 4.
Yeah, Jack Taylor at 5.
Jack Taylor at
Phillips
5,
6.
and then Phillips and Borman. So
yeah,
the youngsters, kind of the insurance policy for the top 5 and protecting the tail as well.
yeah. Price just getting on top of that one, riding the bounce. The end of 25, Leicestershire 113 for 4. In the 22nd, Gloucestershire 115 for 1.
It's worth giving you the comparison, particularly because of that acceleration from Leicestershire in the last 5 overs.
Yeah.
That's really what got them to 285.
That is the caveat, or the fly in the Gloucestershire ointment, as Price reads that slower ball from right, and Budinger is shy at the stumps, even though Bracey was well home.
His bat stretched out very deliberately.
Yeah.
in the crease at the non-striker's end.
Again, Price cuts this to Budinger. This group down below us is 4 chaps who have just been absolutely nailing the beers all day. And Gloucestershire fan Gerald Heather is going to have a little chat with them, try and extract some money out of them by the look of it, with one of those football lottery scratch-off cards. Again, Price picks out Budinger. 115 for 1 at the end of the 22nd. Price is on 8. Bracey 64.
Wright's bowled 7 overs for 24, which is it's a good effort from him, but he's not getting a great deal of help from an economy point of view from around him. Gloucestershire have picked off most of the other bowlers. Scriven 4 overs for 30, Green 3 overs for 18, Travaskis 3 overs for 19. Spinner though to continue from the pavilion end. Almost put it out the back of the hand, that one. And Bracey will collect a comfortable single out to Lewis Hill in front of the mound stand. The hum from earlier in the day has gone a little bit. I think watching the game when your side is chasing, you know when it's going to get exciting. At this stage it's about working a position where you think you can get a bit more involved in the game as a spectator. Price picks up a single to Evans at short fine leg. Your side's defending it totally. You're conscious it's wickets you need, and this is a bit more of a slow burner when you're chasing. Bracey squeezes one out again through the offside to Hill at point in front of the scoreboard. Only Price 9 off 11. Just trying to get into his stride if he can. Patel is there on the single at short extra. There is one either side of him, or on the sweep as Price does this time. It bounces short of Lewis Hill, and he can get the throw in quickly. Was in the air for a while.
It was, yeah. I think makes the Bristol had its heart and its mouth for a little bit there. Scores a lot of runs sweeping, Ollie Price, but it can be a little bit of a weakness as well.
Travaskis. Bracey plays the same shot, but all the way along the floor. Not shots to the same field, and not a sweep. The left-hander just keeps the strike by finding the gap, taking the one.
Saw him get out to the slow left armer Yusuf Majid on Friday at Guildford. He does score a lot of runs. It's like Chris Dent, who's recently retired. Chris Dent used to score a hell of a lot of runs with the cut shot, but get himself into trouble by cutting too close to his body at times as well. And often a batter's strength can be a batter's weakness as well.
Right, Rishi Patel here? Yes.
Yeah.
So, right, 7-2, 24-1. Good figures, but Leicester have got to find something different. So we're going to have Patel to bowl his off spin.
Yeah. Rishi Patel made my plight 11, you know.
Did he?
Yeah, he did, yeah. Yeah, he made my plight 11.
I think it's the problem with you. You've got about 30 in your polite squad.
No, Rishi would be in there. He's in my first 11. He's such a polite lad. Oh, a little under edge from Bracey, and Masood collects. So we're going to have two players from my polite 11 having one bowling and one about to face him in Ollie Price as well.
So no banter here then. You don't think?
I'm sure they'll have banter, but you know. We had a couple on Friday as well. Cameron Steele's in my plight 11. Sorry. Price just watches that all the way onto the bat.
The way he watched that suggests he hasn't seen a lot of Rishi Patela's
No.
before.
No. Reverse sweep by Price, but only picking out Hill out on the deep cover boundary, and they'll come through for one.
That almost looked a premeditated shot.
The plight 11 is the plightest, nicest first-class cricketers. By the way, for those listening in at home. Short, Bracey pushes that out to deep cover. Ian Randall's the chief commentator. James Healy gets nowhere near my side. Oh, I'm joking.
Very harsh.
He's one of the nicest guys around.
I'm just going to be instructing Hill to go straighter
Ooh,
on
Price
the offside boundary.
doesn't get much of that. He'll get one. Out to the leg side. Short, and Bracey puts it away and takes out Jacob Hurry, the Gloucestershire Club cricket photographer, out at the wide mid-on, who just wears one on the thigh, really.
So let me ask you, Don, I think I know the answer to this. If Gloucestershire had made 285 and Leicestershire were 128 for 1 off 24, whose dressing room would you rather be in?
Oh, I'd rather be in Leicestershire's. Yeah, I'd rather be in the Gloucestershire changing room right now. I mean, 26 overs remaining, 158 to win with 9 wickets in hand on a flat one with a really quick outfield. Gloucestershire will be really disappointed not to get home from here.
Yeah, Leicestershire, the hand is being forced here, so Ian Holland's coming back. And they're having to go back to their opening bowlers to try and stem the flow a bit with a wicket or two. Holland bowled 5 at the outset, and Ollie Price defends back on the onside, no run.
With Ben Charlesworth still to come, 250s in 2 games. Jack Taylor, one of the most destructive hitters on the circuit. Joe Phillips fresh from 100 at Cheltenham. There's strength back in the hutch still.
Price again defends. And an over a 2, a quiet over a 2, shouldn't make an awful lot of odds at this point.
No.
Holland pitched up a little bit further, and Price again plays it quietly to Travaskis at mid-on.
Yeah, Dutchy they call Holland, don't they? Nothing to do with the musical youth hit past the Dutchy on the left-hand side. Do you remember that one, Ian?
I do, I do vaguely remember it. I am old enough. Short from Holland. Cracked away past Hanscom's left hand. There's a chase which is in vain for Tom Scriven. And Ollie Price picks up a boundary. At the moment, you'd say that Gloucestershire's work over the first 45 overs of the Leicestershire innings is paying them back. So that total was, yes, it was 285, but it was from a point where it was probably never going to be 325.
Yeah.
That's not to say that 285 is uncompetitive, but
Yeah.
it clearly is a very good batting wicket. Bracey waits for Holland, just round the wicket to him, and that's pulled away. 2 bounces to Scriven on the deep square rope, and they'll pick up 1. Bracey's, Dan's mentioned it before, his highest score in this format, 224 not out.
Who's that against him?
Against those from down the road. 134 for 1 at 25 overs. A wee drinks break at this stage. So Gloucestershire are 21 runs ahead and 3 wickets better off than Leicestershire at this stage. Just some scores from elsewhere around the country in the One Day Cup. Full roster of games today. Sussex at Lords 255 for 9, Middlesex 184 for 2 in 25 overs. They need 72 more only to win. Talking of Somerset, Taunton, they made 250 for 7, Lancashire 158 for 4 off 33, so they need 93 off 17. At Rugby School, Warwickshire 291 for 8, Northants 125 for 4 in the 27th over. There must be some other games. I'll get them when my computer refreshes. At Beckenham, Kent 238 for 8, Durham 150 for 3 off 26. So again, they only need 89 more. Worcestershire 340 for 9 at Chelmsford against Essex, who are 155 for 3 in the 26th over. And at Derby, where Derbyshire made 341 for 8, Notts 112 for 3 off 22. So their rate getting up towards, well, it's certainly over 8 and over, even now. So there's an awful lot for them to do in that game.
It certainly is. Certainly sounds like it. There's an awful lot for Leicestershire to do back here in Bristol as well, if they want to get themselves back into this contest at the moment. Gloucestershire.
You know what Jeffrey would say, don't you? I'll do wickets.
Oh, that Jeffrey?
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you meant Jeffrey from Rainbow.
For a second. No.
What does Zippy say here, Ian? Go on, do your Zippy impression.
I don't know what my zippy impression is.
Bungle and George. Looks like Scriven's coming back into the attack. Yep, Scriven is coming into the attack.
So it was a brief experiment with the Rishi Patel option. Just 1 over for 8. And after the drinks break, Scriven to come back. So,
well, a little bit like the British electorate got rid of Rishi after a short stint.
Leicestershire need wickets.
They certainly do. Here's Scriven. Oh, thick outside edge. Nothing going Leicestershire's way. That's gone for 4. And Bracey moves on to 78. But not much going Leicestershire's way, Ian, is there?
At the moment, I mean,
they're plugging away, but
it's been a day where there have not been really significant chances missed in the field.
Bracey drives pleasantly into the deep.
Gloucestershire do get these. Obviously, we're talking about 570 runs in the day. The bowlers might say, think of us. Yes, okay.
Scriven to Price, who just flirts with that one.
I mean, I am all for one that seeing a fair contest between bat and ball, but at the moment, I think it's difficult for the bowlers because the pitches are so dry, they're so hard.
Yeah.
There is nothing there for them.
Price,
particularly with a white ball.
Yeah, I think with the white ball, I think you have to make inroads in the first 10. Otherwise, I think it just goes dead. And it just becomes processional.
So Gloucestershire took 4 wickets in the power play at Guildford, and they took 3 today.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the level you need to get to.
Yeah. Price drives this up to mid-on. But if Gloucestershire can win this one, make it 3 from 3, beat Glamorgan on Friday, you never know.
Forecast is good all week again, I think, isn't it?
It might not be the only trip to Trent Bridge Gloucestershire make in this competition when they play Nottinghamshire. Price drives nicely up to mid-off where Ian Holland does the fielding. 140 for 1 now. Keep your emails coming through as well to commentators at glossccc.co.uk. I'm sure it will pop up on your screen at any point round about now-ish. There we go.
Mouse back from his tea break. Here's Holland. Starting new over to Ollie Price. Pricey just 4 runs shy of a best in the tournament this year. He got an 83 at Cheltenham. Price has already bettered that. Didn't look to have the fizz of the early spell from Ian Holland. I think he was off the field after he bowled those earlier 5 overs, so is he nursing some sort of a niggle? I don't know. Is it just that the ball's gone soft? Round the wicket to Bracey. Cry of no from Ollie Price as he just sees the ball dribble out on the leg side.
Pleasant Sunday evening here in Bristol. Not a cloud in the sky. And this looks like plain sailing weather for Gloucestershire as well at the moment.
Surprisingly, we've still got 24 overs to go and it's 5 to 5 already. Holland in, chopped away by Bracey off the back foot. Down to 3rd man, Alex Evans is down there. Sooner or later, Leicestershire are going to have to turn back to Evans, you feel. That's a green, rather. Sorry.
Green, yeah.
Holland into Ollie Price, just calmly steers a single to Chris Wright.
See, that's what Ollie Price has done just then. That's got Cameron Bancroft written all over it. 1, get down the other end. 1, get down the other end. The boundaries will come with people like Price and Bracey and Charlesworth because they're stroke makers. But Bancroft just showing his impact on this side.
Chopped away by Bracey on the bounce to Budinger at backward point. No run. End of Holland's over. So he's bowled 7. Wright has bowled 7. And once Gloucestershire have got past that Leicestershire worm, they've stayed above it all the way at the moment. And they are pacing this reply at this stage really well.
I thought that was your cardiograph, Ian.
I think mine will be more
You'd be going at 12 and over.
yeah, more variation in it than that. Here's Scriven.
Price drives. Only to pick out Patel, extra cover.
Yeah, Leicester have used 6 bowlers. So this is Scriven's 6th over. Green's bowled 3, Travaskis has bowled 4. Patel, just the 1 over, whether that was a left field experiment or not, we'll see in due course.
Price coming right down the pitch. On the walk almost to Scriven. I think he's batting outside of his ground anyway. And he's down 3 or 4 feet here. Wonder if Cox might be thinking about standing up, just trying to pin Ollie Price back into his ground. I think he's standing a long way out of his ground already. He's going like taking 2 steps down to him before he's delivered a ball.
Yeah, that was just a shuffle that time, but with you, I think he is batting outside his crease.
Trying to definitely get Scriven off his length. 142 to win.
So you've got to go slightly quicker in the second half than they did in the first, but not by a lot. You look at the comparative rates, 5 1/4 or so at the moment, 6 1/4 needed. So the gap between the two certainly manageable.
That's a bit of a heave there by Bracey. He lost his shape somewhat, and then plays how he should have played it. Yeah, Ollie Price just having a little word with him, but Bracey playing in a straight one, shadow batting.
There's no evidence that thumb is causing him any bother, is it, when he's out there?
No, it didn't look great. I had a little chat with him after the game against Derbyshire at Cheltenham, James Bracey. That's a nice shot. Square drive. He might get 2 here. Yeah, he's going to take on the arm, and a mistake by Travaskis. Yeah, I had a little chat with James, and he thinks it might be just a small break in the tip of the thumb. But he's a tough character, isn't he, James Bracey? He's a hard man. And it didn't look particularly pleasant, it has to be said. He's the one from Thorburn in the nets. As he'll pick up another single.
So you got it strapped up?
He didn't have there, but one from Mark Thorburn in the nets just popped on him at Cheltenham, just sort of went through the top, popped on him. Anyway, end of the 28th, 147 for 1.
Here is Green. It's going to be a stage where Leicestershire will have to turn back to the teenager.
The Reverend Green.
Lieutenant Green in Captain Scarlet and the Mistrons.
Is who?
Well, you'll remember the Jerry Anderson series.
Yeah.
Captain Scarlet was Lieutenant Green.
Okay.
Colonel White.
I'm thinking
Colonel White.
Cluedo was Mrs. White, wasn't it, I think?
Probably.
And Reverend Green. Colonel Mustard.
That was in Cluedo, I think.
Yeah.
So Green back into the attack. Right arm over the wicket, almost over the stumps. Actually, he's very, very close. I mean, good discipline
I think it was Dr. Randall in the media centre with the microphone.
I drove past somebody yesterday called Arkle House. Green in. Basically gets that on the bottom part of the bat. It goes into a massive space on the leg side. And they'll have a comfortable single.
This commentary turning into an Arkle debacle.
I almost took a picture of the actual
Yeah.
plate on the outside of the head.
Ian's nickname is Arkle, after the great Derek Randall.
Ollie Price giving Bracey good support at the moment, but can't squeeze a single way through the gully region. Budinger again, the fielder.
Ollie Price, one of those players where you think, oh, he's just got to the crease. You look up and suddenly he's got 20, don't you? And he's not really taking that many risks.
Played one sweep that was in the air.
Yeah. Yeah, and he had one edge through what was the vacant slip cordon.
Just hurries Price a little bit. He still gets one out to Lewis Hill on the deep square boundary. It's not been a day for many edges.
You wouldn't want to bowl on this, would you, Ian?
Probably not, no. Bracey on 84. Make that 85, and certainly only one this time. Travaskis is onto it. 150 up for Gloucestershire in the 29th over. And still only one wicket down. I wonder how comfortably are the Gloucestershire fans sitting down at the moment.
Yeah, it's still a little bit of work to do, though.
It doesn't feel as if there's a lot of jeopardy in the game at the minute.
No, but white ball cricket.
286 is the target.
It ain't over till it's over.
The clock doesn't feel as if it's really against Gloucestershire at the moment. Tries to drive it away past the left-hander Rishi Patel. Can't do it. I think the key point as we get to 29 overs, not 30 overs, where are they at 40?
Yeah.
Because we know we're Leicestershire were 201 for 5 at 40. They've got to keep going.
I think if they're 210, 220 at 40, should be a breeze.
Still leaves them, to get 6 and over off the last 10. They should do that. I get that.
Yeah.
Particularly with they've got plenty of wickets in hand, but Leicestershire will keep pushing. Have they got the variety in their attack? Have they got just a little bit of surprise element, perhaps?
Scriven. Bracey drives.
Hanscom clearly wanted to get Leicestershire right to the end of the innings before he absolutely decided he would risk his wicket. He wasn't out until the 49th over. I think Bracey wanted. It's that don't leave it to somebody else scenario, isn't it? I think Bracey in particular will want to get Gloucestershire as close as he can, if not all the way.
Price pushes firmly back to the bowler.
card I'm looking at has Matt Taylor batting above Tommy Bourne. I can't think that would be right.
No, I've got that as well.
I believe Bourne at 7, and then probably in, I'm not sure the order of this, but obviously Actor, Taylor, Miles, Shaw.
It's just worked into deep square. Trefaskis doing the fielding.
I can't see where Matty Lee is watching the game, but I think I can hear him. See where his rucksack is.
Bracey just turning this into the onside.
Just next to a spectator in a red and white striped
Lovely email.
shirt.
Lovely email from Joseph Ralph showing what a lovely family community club this is here at Gloucestershire. Been doing a voluntary placement recent hours at University of West of England. Bracey again just tickles this one through square leg. And he's doing sports rehabilitation by massaging the squad. Just want to say how genuine the guys are and what a brilliant setup Gloucestershire have. That includes facilities and all the backroom staff. Each and everyone involved makes sure to include us, do all they can to make me feel welcome. As Scriven comes in and Price whips him through mid-wicket but can't get it past the fielder. End of the 30th, 153 for 1.
And Leicestershire will 146 for 4 at the same stage.
Joseph said, you all do a superb job providing commentary and making these games accessible for all, even if we can't make it to the game. Keep up the great work. Joseph, thank you so much.
And on a similar tack,
You're welcome back.
in terms of, yeah, fair enough. Adrian Webb says he's also watching online. He said, looks like a poor crowd on a beautiful day. Admittedly, a bit of a drive and park from Gloucester and Cheltenham, but I do the reverse journey. So what's the problem? So he obviously is based in Bristol and would go up to watch Gloucestershire at the college. Here is Green, and Bracey pinches a single off the first ball of the over. For what it's worth, he says, I think they charge too much. This is not championship football, and a lack of advertising is evident. The BBC barely bother to put up the scores these days. The non-move to Filton Aerodrome, when it was offered, was a terrible mistake. Regards, Adrian.
Well, there's quite a few different things to decipher there.
Quick one from Green. Ollie Price tries to cut but doesn't make contact. So
The BBC, first of all.
let's take the crowd element first. I don't think it's not packed. It's not sold out. I don't think it's a dreadful crowd.
No, I think it's reasonable. I think there's a couple of thousand here.
Some people will be away.
Yeah.
We are in school holiday time.
Yeah.
Admission cost, everybody will have a view about what they think is a fair admission cost for 100 days cricket. 50 partnership between these 100 overs cricket. 50 partnership between these two. 24 to Ollie Price, 26 to James Bracey, all 50 off the bat.
The BBC barely bothering to put up scores. Well,
They are live ball by ball, I think you'll find.
They are, but they're not covering these games on commentary.
Green. Oh, and Bracey goes for the big off drive again. Plays inside it. Goes through to Cox.
It wasn't part of their deal this year, was it? Or next year.
They are doing a game of the day.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
In the group stages.
Yeah. So the Beeb will. I mean, they've sort of thrown their eggs into the 100 basket as well, haven't they, really?
Squeezed out by Bristol. He's squeezed out. He's got 4 for it. That didn't really come off the middle. It seemed to come off almost the toe end, but once it got past Patel, again Hill is the only man on the rope on the offside for Bracey, and again it's out of his reach. It's 4 more.
Yeah. I don't know much about the non-move to Filton Aerodrome.
Green. Back of the length short. Bracey squeezes that out once again, but only to.
But what I do know is that I've covered games at out of town venues. You know, sometimes going to places like the Utilita Bowl can be a bit of a sobering experience at times.
Do you mean a soulless experience?
Sobering. No, sobering.
Sobering.
Yeah, I turned up drunk.
All right.
No, it can be. It can feel a little bit muted on the atmosphere front. There's a lot of history here. Grounds in the centre. I think it would be a shame if Gloucestershire had to leave here. That's down the leg side. Not out. Price got back. Sharp work by Cox though. Quick hands.
He thought he had him.
He certainly did. I thought. No, he's got back. He's got back. He has got back. We want another look at that. We can slow it down. There, he's got back.
He had gone.
He had gone. He had gone, but he's got back. Turned into the onside. 160 for 1 now.
You've stirred various pots there, Adrian. Thank you for your email.
Well, yeah. But we like emails like that, so thank you, Adrian. We appreciate it. Do you know much about the move to Filton Aerodrome? Bracey.
When it was offered.
Just stroking the ball around here.
So that's going to be sometime in the past, as in more than a few years ago, I would suggest.
What's up at Filton Aerodrome now? It's not still used as an aerodrome, is it? It's got a Concorde lying around. Scriven to Price. The timing of a Rolex.
Again, I've got to be very careful what to say here. Alex Green did not react that quickly when the ball left the bat. And he kind of didn't seem to read where it was going.
I think it was just sheer timing though, got him home. Price just works this one into the onside.
And you know, let's be clear, he's an 18-year-old in his first season as a professional, and he's only played one first-class match, and other than that, it's this format, and it will be very much an experience for him. His bowling is clearly something of note.
He's quick. Price didn't really get a hold of that. Goes for a big booming drive at end of the over. 18 left. 121 to win. Gloucestershire got a little stuck here. Do you think?
The worm. There's the run rate.
Yeah.
The worm shows Gloucestershire have been steadily above
Yeah,
Leicestershire all the way along. There it is.
yeah, they have. They have. But they could probably calm a few nerves by just putting their foot on the accelerator pedal, perhaps. Maybe I'm panicking.
Here is Green, still looking for a breakthrough. Bracey in the 90s. Goes to 94 with a pull into the leg side. Didn't really appear to time that. Cloth that a bit. But this is where the big playing area in Bristol can count against the team in the field. Plugging all the gaps is hard. Price pulls. Oh, it's gone straight to Hanscom at mid wicket. That's a really good catch. Green has the breakthrough. It's the first wicket of the day taken by a bowler at the pavilion end, and Ollie Price is out for 29.
He absolutely nailed that. Absolutely creamed it. It's a great catch from Hanscom.
Not that close, just far enough away that it would have just given him the opportunity to see the pace of that ball and judge how he should have judged that catch. But Ollie Price, a bit frustrated to have held out to a good grab from Peter Hanscom, and in comes Ben Charlesworth at number 4. Certainly should be confident after a 60 and an 80 in the first 2 games. Can he get a start here?
The incoming batter, Ben Charlesworth.
In the 33rd over.
Ben Charlesworth is sponsored by
So Gloucestershire probably, I would say, maybe 2 overs ahead of the game at the moment.
Yeah.
Something like that?
Yeah.
2 or 3 overs ahead of the game. Not a lot.
No. Sound like Paul Daniels there, eh? I was just looking for Debbie McGee, see if she's around.
But Leicestershire have only given away 3 runs in extras in this innings, so they've been frugal in that way. Just 1 wide bowled. And 2 left-handers now, of course, with Bracey and Charlesworth together.
Oh, that's left, isn't it?
That's
This boy's got something.
a pacey welcome.
This boy has got something, without a doubt. I really like the look of him. I think he's just got that little bit of extra you need to play at the top level.
Put a slip back in for the new batter. Charlesworth gets one in the not quite the sweet spot of the bat, but enough off the middle to find a single out to Budinger. So many of the runs today square of the wicket.
Yeah, without doubt.
Both innings. If you had
Yeah,
a pie chart, it would be absolutely massed in that area.
But this is not your typical Bristol wicket, I don't think. I think there's a little bit more pace and carry in it.
Bracey on 94. Oh, it's a scuttling single. Gosh, he did well to get one out of that. Rishi Patel was running onto that, and Bracey holds his hand up as if to say to Charlesworth, look, okay, we got there. That wasn't my best call. Sorry. Charlesworth waits for Green. Ooh. That's gone for 4.
Dearie me.
off the edge,
It's off the
past
thigh pad. Off the,
the fielder at slip. Oh, it didn't even go off the bat. It's gone, as Dan said, away off the thigh pad. Yeah, off the thigh pad of the front pad of the front leg. Not a lot of justice for Green. He's bowled 6 overs, 1 for 30. And Rishi Patel is coming back. Yeah, Scriven has been going at 6 and over. Green at 5. Travaskis at 6. Leicestershire can't seem to put a cap on the scoring. They're going to try something different.
Patel in, and it's going to be a bye, I think, or is it a run to wide? Of course it's a wide, it's down the leg side. It's hurt Cox, something's hit him in the foot perhaps.
Or the inside of the knee.
Ah, they hurt. Charlesworth just works Patel up the ground for one.
There's a cry of kneel from downstairs.
Yeah.
And that, just to explain, is, I think, one of Charlesworth's nicknames.
Yes. Bracey just tickles that one round the corner. Yeah, after a perceived similarity to Neil from the in-betweeners, which I think is harsh on Charlesworth, if I'm honest with you. Bracey not able to get this one away. Leicestershire gone completely pace off from the top end, whilst letting Green drop his thunderbolts from the pavilion end. Bracey just moves within 4 of his 100 with one at the ground.
3 previous list day 100s for Bracey.
Good player. Charlesworth. Like Keir Starmer dispatches Rishi. Bracey being far more conservative. So at the end of 34, Gloucestershire 177 for 2.
Leicestershire 166 for 4 at 35, so just calmed down a little bit following the loss of Ollie Price, but it is about Charlesworth supporting Bracey here. And Peter Hanscom saying to Alex Green, come on, find me another one. Need to keep ourselves in this. And Hanscom's going to stay in at slips. They clearly feel there's still something there.
Yeah.
Even with this older ball for Green. Maybe he's from the pavilion end. Charlesworth just uses the pace of the ball. Look at how quickly that travels down to third man.
This kid's rapid.
That gives you an indication about Green's pace.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with him. I think he's got some serious wheels, but he also gets bounce out of nowhere as well. He's a big boy, gets that little bit of extra zip. Wouldn't like to face him on a park pitch, put it that way.
Bracey on 96. Heaves that into the leg side. He's going to be caught by Travaskis. And he's perished trying to hit the ball into the big gap on the leg side. And Travaskis has taken a comfortable catch, and Bracey goes. An invaluable knock, but not the century that he would have wanted. He's fallen just short, but it's a second big contribution in 3 games for James Bracey, and
Yeah.
he'll get a good hand when he walks towards the pavilion.
Deserved 100, but got to credit Green. He's bounced out Bracey there, and he's still running in, isn't he? The folly of youth, Ian. And getting a little bit of extra bounce. And you never know, this game is wide open. Jack Taylor's got a job to do here. Still 108 to win.
The incoming batter, Gloucestershire captain Jack Taylor.
Gloucestershire just need to make sure they don't make a meal of this.
Little bit of inexperience below these two,
Jack Taylor
with
is sponsored by
Phillips and Ballman, and then the tail. We spoke in the Derbyshire game how Derbyshire's side appeared to be a sort of a top six that you were respectful of, wary of, and then a bottom five that you weren't quite sure what you were going to get. And Leicestershire clinging on here to a chance of making it tense towards the end.
The thing about Leicestershire is they've got that mongrel in them, haven't they? They never give up. They're street fighters. Sort of like Jarvid Meandad used to play his cricket. We'll fight to the death.
So Jack Taylor joins Charlesworth, and he's worked that away, and he'll get, he'll get 4.
Yeah, he's got.
I think that's gone.
Yeah.
Yes, it has. It, chased by Hill, right by the boundary rope in that apartment corner of the ground. It looks as if he'd scooped the ball back from behind the rope, and
Yeah,
that was
he did.
indeed the umpire's judgment. as
Holland,
well.
honest there. Good sportsmanship from Ian Holland. Called that straight away.
So Taylor off and running. Oh, he played that forcefully in the air. One bounce, only shy of Rishi Patel. Could easily have holed out there, Taylor's second ball. As it happens, he didn't. Green's 7th over. He has 2 for 36 at the moment. Charlesworth also in the air for a while, but he'll get one down to deep square where Travaskis covers the ground and gets his throw in quickly. Gloucestershire will feel more comfortable when they get the runs remaining down below 100.
Had a message from Whitminster Cricket Club. Please can you wish our mini supporter Amelie a happy 8th birthday. I'll come on to the rest of it after this ball.
Green into Taylor, expansively drives but straight to Masood at mid-off.
The joys of having a Somerset mum and a Gloucestershire dad. He's having both live streams on this afternoon after a morning of partying. Well, Amelie, I've had a night of partying, all right? And trust me, it doesn't get any easier as you get older, but go and have a wonderful 8th birthday from Ian Randall and myself, and keep supporting the Gloss, and don't you worry about that lot down the M5, all right? Have a great birthday, Emily. Patel. That's driven back by Charlesworth. Both batters on 5. 184 for 3. Run rate just shy of 7 required. Cut away, but can't get it past Budinger.
Leicestershire might just hope to squeeze a couple
Yeah,
of
I
inexpensive
think
overs
so.
here
I
with
think
2
so.
new batters in.
I think so. Patel. Short, Charlesworth absolutely nails this one over deep mid-wicket. And you just can't bowl there, can you?
That
Just
was
can't.
short.
It was
Far
short.
too short.
Yeah, you just can't bowl there. Still got to put it away. That brings the run rate, or the runs to win, into double figures. Now 96 to win. And again, Charlesworth repeats the dose. Dr. Charlesworth, repeat prescription.
That just changes the whole
Yeah.
dynamic in 2 balls, doesn't it? It doesn't need to go healthy
No, he
again
doesn't.
here.
No. Oh, and he's put that one down the throat of the fielder, and he's dropped it. He's dropped it. Oh, that is a big, big moment in the game. I think that's Ian Holland out there at long on. That is a huge moment. As you said, Ian. Charlesworth pushes that to cover. What an eventful over this is. So, as you said, Ian, Charlesworth didn't need to go hell for leather. Gets another half tracker and smashes this one down the throat of long on. And it was spilt. And Ben Charlesworth, in the form that he's in, I tell you what, if they'd have taken that catch, it would have opened the door into quite a young middle order. And you never know what could happen. How big a moment's that?
Well, and fair play to Holland for admitting that he'd spilled it.
It looked like a catch from here.
So we're looking on from the pavilion end. James Healy's going to just see if he can show us a view from a different camera angle.
Let's have a look. So
But
half tracker.
We'll see that in a moment. Here is Green. And Jack Taylor tries to pull that away into the mound stand and doesn't do it.
It did die on Holland a little bit, didn't it? But I'm not sure. He's looking into the sun there in mitigation to him.
There's the hit. Holland coming forward from long one. Let me see if we can show you that, perhaps at the end of the over. Green to Taylor outside the off stump, and Patel is in onto it quickly. It's not easy to show you from our static cameras here at Bristol, which is the one that might give you the best view. But the honesty of Holland is to be applauded.
Yeah.
He knew. Taylor waits for Green. And doesn't really middle that up to Shan Masood at mid-off. This is a different angle. See if you can judge it better from here. There's Charlesworth. Holland is in the extreme left of your screen.
Just dies on him a little bit, didn't it?
He's coming forward. Try and gather it, and couldn't. Taylor cuts, short ball from Green. Travaskis on the slide. Does the stop. A 40 over mark, that was the next real comparison point. Leicestershire were 201 for 5.
Yeah.
So maybe 3 overs in hand. It's not a vast amount.
No.
With 2 newish batters, and then you've got to factor in the Joe Phillips and Tommy Borman relative inexperience in this format. Green to Charlesworth, who having had a life, will come back and pick up a couple, and Gloucestershire's 200 is up. Chasing 286. I say the 200 is up. I think. Well, I thought the board, which is normally so prompt.
No, I think
I was going to say it was.
I think it was 196 when Taylor got that single.
So yeah, it is 199 now. Joseph down the leg side. Did he nick that? Yes, he did. Green gets another one.
Oh, he's been strangled.
There was certainly a sound. Charlesworth, having had a life really with the drop from Holland, it now goes for 19, caught behind down the leg side.
It's a great catch from Cox. It's superb from Cox. That's dying on Cox as well. It's brilliant work from the Leicestershire gloveman.
And Leicestershire clinging on by their fingernails, but they are clinging on to a chance in this game because they've just nipped out another wicket. And now Joe Phillips has to come out and join his captain in a very different situation to one that he would have batted in before. Chiefly first class, of course. Did have that 100 at Cheltenham. He's fielded well if he's been on as a sub in this competition. And now his job is to try and stay with his skipper. 199 for 4.
Yeah, James Taylor, the old England batter, just having a little walk around the ground. Got a wonderful moustache these days, isn't he? Fantastic moustache.
Ben Charlesworth was caught by Cox off the bowling of Green for 19.
But Green, another 3 wickets to add to his 5. He's having a decent Metro Bank campaign, isn't he? He's got Metro Bank fever. Chris Wright back into the attack. Leicestershire throwing all their eggs in the basket.
Change of bowling from the Ashley Down Road end, Chris Wright.
Bit of pressure on Jack Taylor here.
Yes, Patel's bowled 3 overs for 25. Travaskis 4 overs for 24. I don't think, I mean, if Leicester, it doesn't look as if Leicestershire are going to bowl Gloucestershire out here, so they've got to find some economy from somewhere.
Yeah.
Wright and Holland probably the most likely, but they also know one more wicket might open the door for them.
Here is Wright to Taylor, who just nudges that one into mid-wicket where Patel is lurking. As I said though, Leicestershire just don't give up, do they?
The rate is not excessive at the moment.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Taylor pushes that one again on the offside this time to Hanscom. Last call for your emails as well if you want Ian and I to answer any questions. Any birthday shout outs? If you share a birthday with 8-year-old Emily up in Whitminster, let us know. We'll give shout outs. That's down the leg side. Oh, Taylor must have got something on that.
Just to give results, matches elsewhere that are heading towards a conclusion. Lancashire need 13 to win off 4.2 overs at Taunton. Middlesex need 31 to win off 12 overs at Lords against Sussex.
Sorry, what's happening at Taunton, Ian?
Lancashire need 13 off 4.2.
Taylor pushes that up to mid-on and scampers through.
Three wickets in hand. So
it'll be a second-rate competition again. There's a 200 up in the 38th. Sorry, Somerset fans.
Warwickshire look to have Northants in the second best seats at Rugby School. Northants need 97 with just 2 wickets left.
I saw an absolute cracker there last year. 311 played 308.
And Durham are going to beat Kent.
At Beckenham.
Yeah, they only need 3 more.
Phillips pulls. Cornish cream tea through mid-wicket. Lovely shot.
Nice way to get off the mark. Wonder what the word from the skipper is at the other end in terms of how to go about this.
Here's right to the Truro Tendulkar. He just pushes that back to the bowler. 2:04 for 4 at the end of the 38. 12 overs to go. 82 to win. Gloucestershire still got to be in the box seat, and
they should win from here. You'd probably say, how many times would the batting side win from here? 7 out of 10 probably. Certainly 7.
yeah.
Maybe as much as 8. Now Travaskis, the return of the spinner. Got to find some overs from somewhere. Leicestershire to balance up the 4 quick bowlers. Wright, Scriven and Green have all bowled 8. Holland's bowled 7. So Travaskis has probably got to get through another 3 overs. Assuming Patel isn't going to bowl again. Jack Taylor off the back foot. Plenty of room to find a single up to Shan Masood. With saying that Leicestershire at 40 overs, 201 for 5. They've got 84 off the last 10. Whilst you don't want, you want to get that 84 down to
50.
Yeah, yes, 50 or 60, maybe 60 at most. Phillips goes back, and Travaskis just watches that little nudge go out on the leg side. Green fields. There's probably a gag there, but I won't go there. Here's Travaskis again. Phillips defends. Travaskis bowling in his glasses. Very, very flat trajectory, and Phillips has somehow got a single out to Green at short fine leg.
Gentleman downstairs. Obviously had a Sauvignon Blanc or 2.
Our three friends on the bench in front of the Thatchers have collected a few glasses today.
Certainly have, yeah.
There's only 3 of them left now. That's men, not glasses. Taylor again defends. Travaskis is trying to bowl the Graham Van Buren roll here, isn't he? Just flat, straight. Nothing that's too hittable. Taylor tries to whip that away. But Travaskis has only conceded 2 singles in that over. And Leicestershire clinging on.
Yeah, it's getting interesting. Leicestershire fighting tooth and nail here in Bristol.
Whichever way this ends up going, there's not going to be a vast change in the net run rate of either team, I don't think. Because it's going to be very close.
Yeah.
Chris Wright to bowl his 9th over.
Yeah, and he comes to Phillips, who just tickles that one down to 3rd, where Green does the fielding and throws it over the head of Cox, but Patel's doing the backing up.
Gloucestershire decided to bat 2nd, and Jack Taylor won the toss this morning. had Leicestershire 22 for 3 after 5 overs, but they still got 285.
Right, just aborts his run.
Next to Hanscom's century. And a half century in support from Ben Cox.
Oh, a thick outside edge, going to go away for 4. Just past the outside, outstretched hand of Cox.
Very close to another good catch.
Yeah, really thin outside edge there, and so close, perilously close to the outstretched glove, of Cox. 211 for 4. Taylor on 12. Is that a big moment in the game, Ian?
I thought Cox was reaching that, I must be honest.
Taylor just nurdles that one through square. They're going to look for 2. Phillips wants it. Taylor says no. As the throw comes in. Bit of a scrappy throw from Travaskis.
He's quite right.
Yeah.
This is the 40th of the 50. Wright's only got 1 over left after this.
Right in. Phillips just works it into the offside.
Budinger quickly onto it. Sun's been out just about all day here in Bristol.
Crunched by Phillips through the offside. He's going to pick up 1. 213 for 4.
So Travaskis almost certainly has got 2 overs left from this pavilion end, and then it'll be down to the seam bowlers for Leicester to finish the job.
Crunched by Taylor. 4 runs. Flashed away through the offside, and that's a welcome boundary. Well, we've had the 50-50 draw from the Gloucestershire pathway, and there's a young chap called Oscar who revealed the winner, and it's one of those you scratch off, and there's the winning cricketer was Peter May. So the winner is a lady called Claire, who's won herself a 50 quid. So just a couple of hours out for Ian Randall up in Gloucester on the Keys. But it's a great cause. They're looking to sponsor possibly Craig Miles, or possibly looking to sponsor one of the lady cricketers as well. So it's a fantastic cause, and well done to Claire on her Brucey bonus on a Sunday afternoon.
Travaskis to continue with his left arm spin from the pavilion, and to Phillips. Drives it back to the bowler. Leicestershire making Gloucestershire work all the way here. Phillips has lofted that into the leg side, and it's gone 1 bounce 4. Hill was quite straight at long on, and Phillips pulled it further round.
Yeah, that's not even that short.
It's a bit like Jack Taylor attacking Michael Klinger corner at the other end of the ground.
Yeah.
He's just worked out where he can put that. So there is a massive gap on the leg side, which is unpatrolled on the rope. Travaskis to Phillips, who tries to find it through Rishi Patel. Are they going to go for 2? They are. Masood's got ground to make up. good start to the over from a Gloucestershire point of view. So 69 needed off the last 10. I tend to think that kind of 75 is the kind of the par. Most sides, if you ask them to get 75 off the last 10 with wickets in hand, most sides would say, yeah, we'll take that.
Good cricket this from Joe Phillips. So mature for a 21-year-old. 4-2-1. They've got the runs needed off the over already. Anything now is a bonus.
Skipper Taylor waits off the back foot. That's punched down the ground. Once again to Hill long on. They'll take one. So still one ball left in the over. What can Phillips do with it? Juraskis bounces in. Oh, and he's asked whether he's bowled him or not. And
what's that for? LBW?
I wonder whether is that bowled him? Is the
no, the bells are on. What's that? LBW?
So it's chiefly the appeal. The appeal has come from Cox. Yes, the appeal is for an LBW, I think. That's the only thing I can think of. It's gone sort of off the back of his pad. I think that the book will say.
Have a look at that again. Let's have a look here. What's happened here?
That he's LBW. He's gone past the pad and hit him on the leg.
It's hit him on the backside, isn't it? Yeah.
So Phillips goes. LBW to Juraskis, although not on the pad technically, but definitely leg before wicket. And Gloucestershire now are down to the skipper. A young batter very much making his way in the game in Tommy Borman and the bowlers.
Yeah, well, it's a chance for young Tommy.
Tommy Borman is sponsored by Southwest Toolhire. Here's Phillips LBW to the bowling of Juraskis for 14.
So Juraskis 6 overs, 1 for 34. And he's got one over. What he needs to bowl one more over.
Yeah, Jack Taylor could do with just getting 20 runs for the next 3, and then 40 off 6, having a dip. Nine overs remaining, 61 to win. Cut the tension here at Bristol, can't you? It's getting tight.
It's not a done deal yet.
No, it's definitely not.
Scriven back into the attack. They've left one over from Chris Wright.
Yeah, they have to. They have to. If Jack Taylor goes now, Gloucestershire could be in a spot of bother. As that's worked into off the thigh pad, I think. Yeah, it's a leg bye.
He will think he's got to. We talked about batting through earlier. I mean, Hanscom very much did it for Leicestershire, got them to the 49th over. Jack Taylor has to do it here.
Yeah, I think they just need to go one a ball for the next 3 or 4. 3 probably. Get that down to 40 off 6 and then have a dip.
Even then you could still keep going.
Yeah, you could do. Borman just works that into mid-wicket. Good opportunity though this for the Dumbleton lad. Plays club cricket, Dumbleton Cricket Club, who for a tiny little village up on the Gloucestershire-Worcestershire border punch way above their weight cricketing wise.
Borman got 22 on Friday at Guildford.
Yeah, that's just work backward a square.
You get 22 here. Be a big help to his skipper.
Yeah. Dumbleton produced Danny Gibson as well for the England women's cricket team. That's asking. It's going down the leg side and they'll come through for one. $59 to win. Where's your pocket money, Ian Randall? Keeping firmly in your pocket by the sound of it.
Yeah, it's not.
No, I'm like, whoa. I still fancy Gloss. Well, Jack Taylor's there. You've got to fancy Gloss.
Just looking at the comparisons, you lost your at 30 overs, we're fractionally ahead on runs and 3 fewer wickets lost. And then you get to 40 overs, they're still ahead of fractionally on runs, but only 1 wicket fewer, and now that wicket's gone.
Yeah.
Yes, they are a little ahead of where Leicestershire were, but they had a big last 5.
Taylor just works that one, using his experience, pushing that down the ground. Oh, you can cut the tension here at Bristol. What a game of cricket this has been. Whoever wins this, both sides have played their part in a really good game of cricket. As Borman cuts this away, gets it down to Green at third. 4 off the over. 2:29 for 5.
2 leg byes until off the bat.
8 overs remaining.
Yeah,
57 to win.
See, Gloucestershire are ahead now of where Leicestershire were at 45. But their last 5 overs brought 61. So
Yeah.
57 off 8.
Someone's got to have a day out.
This is probably Travaskis' last over. He, in theory, wouldn't need to bowl another one. And so he does here, I suppose. As to whether they keep him on. Phillips goes back into his crease and defends. And this comes in short on the single there on the leg side. And Phillips goes for the paddle again, but doesn't get it away. I wonder whether Hanska might be tempted to think, oh, Travaskis can keep a lid on things for this over. He could bowl them at the expense of the quicker bowlers who may leak a boundary or two, purely because of the particularly Green, because of the pace he bowls at. This is a
this is good from Travaskis.
Taylor's stuck at the wrong end at the moment. Borman can't get off strike. Tries a paddle there. He'll get certainly 4. 1. He might get 2. He will get 2 actually.
Well, he had 4 there.
Got a bit of covering on the rope. That's Holland down there. Doesn't be moving that easily, to be honest. What you could do with a boundary off one of these last 2 deliveries. Borman goes back. He will get a single. But he had an awkward bounce there in front of him. But now, of course, Borman's at the non-strikers end, but Taylor's left with 1 ball.
Who'd you send in the examinactor? Got to be, isn't it?
Yes, I would think so. Jack Taylor wants a single off this delivery to keep the strike. And he'll get it worked into the onside. Leicester quite happy with that. Only
That's
four
a good over.
4 off the over. I wonder whether Travaskis might keep going, you know, here.
Yeah, I think that's a really good over. 53 off 7. "53 off 7. Jack Taylor on 20. Tommy Borman on 4.
So Scriven is going to bowl out. He's got 1 over left.
Yeah.
53 off 42.
The locals are worried.
There will be a big difference in a playing record that said 2 and 1 than 3 and 0.
Without doubt. Here's Scriven from the Ashley Down Road end. Taylor nurdles this one into the onside. Picks up one.
Borman's got to try and rotate the strike in this over.
Yeah, I think what Gloucestershire need to do is just work it around for ones for the next 3 overs. Get it down to
30 off
30 off 4.
35 off 4.
And then have a dip. Oh, that's good from Borman. He's got it down to fine leg, but Masood does the fielding. Bit of a scrappy throw. But I think Borman might have left that alone. It might have been a wide.
Equally, he might have thought that he could pick up 4 for it.
Yeah, or it might have just touched his pad and gone nowhere. So it was angled down the leg side. Taylor about to face Scriven. Gets this one into square leg, but only to Rishi Patel. Another scrappy throw. Cox not overly happy with his fielders.
Results elsewhere. Group A, Derbyshire have beaten Notts by 127 runs.
Ooh.
Worcestershire have won by 60 runs against Essex. And in Group B, Durham have won by 7 wickets against Kent.
Scriven. Borman just gets one off his pads there. I think it's going to be a leg by. Masood in quickly, cutting off the second.
We will be the last game to finish today, no question about that, because Warwickshire have won by 62 runs against Northants in Group A. In Group B, Lancashire have beaten Somerset by 2 wickets, and Middlesex only needs 6 to win from 34 balls against Sussex at Lords.
49 to win off 38. Jack Taylor cloths this one. Goes for a big booming drive. 49 off 37.
Boundaries have dried up a bit.
They have dried up. Leicestershire fighting tooth and nail here at the Seat Unique. Not a cloud in the sky over Bristol, but the storm clouds gathering over the hosts. Taylor, a sea of calm, pushes this up to long on. That completes the over. 6 overs remaining, 48 to win. Jack Taylor's on 23, Tommy Borman's on 5.
Scriven has bowled out, 0 for 55 from his 10. Now, are Leicestershire going to turn to Travaskis again? No, is the answer.
There's the Manhattan. Look at that. Look at that big green one at the end. Looks like the Norwich City football kit from the early 90s there, doesn't it, on your screen?
Yeah, that was a 19 off Zaman Akhtar in the 47th over.
Yeah.
6 to go. So Ian Holland will bowl 3. Chris Wright will bowl 1, and Alex Green will bowl 2. That is what I would expect from here.
Yeah.
Holland into Taylor, who's taken one out to Peter Hanscom. With the comparison at the end of this over, Gloucestershire will be ahead of where Leicestershire were, but don't forget that big finish and that big over from Leicestershire off Saman Akhtar. Joe Phillips waits for Ian Holland. Out of the back of the hand, he's pulled that away. That's a good shot. That would be just 6, I think, over the rope. It's 4. Oh, the umpire's given us 4. That was very close to the rope. Just in front of the man stand. It was right on leg and middle, that, and Phillips whipped it away. A good start to the over. Holland to Phillips again. Punch down, they're going straight to Sean Masood, but they'll take one. Taylor. Oh. Leicestershire ask about an edge.
Oh.
And they're not happy that it's not been given.
Yeah, I think Cox needs to be a little bit careful with his appealing here. Running, it's the second one where he's run forward at the umpire, and they don't like that sort of stuff. The umpires can often get just, you know, there's one thing appealing, but one thing running forward at an umpire and appealing.
Taylor.
Tensions are high.
Works out to Lewis Hill.
Tensions are high, but Cox just needs to be a little careful he doesn't get on the wrong side of White and Chantry.
So what does Borman do here? Last ball of the over. It's been a reasonably profitable one so far. Holland. 12-2. Oh, that's in the air. That's going to go all the way for 6. That's what Tommy Vaughan's going to do. Just picked up Ian Holland and he's lofted him away over wide long on. Probably the shorter boundary of the two to that part of the ground, and it's gone for 6.
Yeah, this boy's box office. He's pure theatre, Tommy Borman.
250 up for Gloucestershire. 5 overs to go. 251 for 5. Target is 286.
If W.G. Grace was still around, it'd be just what the doctor ordered.
So, unless you're going to turn to the pace of green, this can go.
They have to.
This is going to go one or two ways here.
35 or 5. They have to. They have to gamble. They need wickets, and he's their strike bowler.
Third man and long leg quite wide.
That was quick. Thumps into the gloves of Cox.
Yeah, Cox is getting Lewis Hill to go much finer at.
He's getting him to go finer, but that could equally it could flash back with a point. Past Budinger. Taylor about to face green. Over the top and out. Caught by Scriven out on the cover boundary, and that's a big, big wicket Green strikes again. He's on for another fifer.
Well, you could see what Taylor was trying to do by moving the fine leg finer. He was trying to cut it into the gap that Hill had left. And he's now out for 25. And
what a fantastic game of cricket we've got here in Bristol.
this is Zaman Akhtar, as expected, at number 8. It's going to be some lusty blows to win it from here, you suggest?
Yeah, it needs to be now, I think. Or do you again get it, you know, get the ones?
You've got to get it down.
Take it down to 25 off 3. 22 off 3, something like that. I think that's the way forward. Take it deep.
Taylor caught Scriven off the bowling of Green for 25.
Well, Green's got 4 wickets again after his 5 at Guildford.
He's got something about him, this boy. I really like the look of him. I think he's big future. It's the best thing to come out of Peterborough since the A1.
And this is where his pace might hurry people like Zaman Akhtar and those below him in the batting order.
Yeah.
Put a slip back in as well.
Green. Oh, and he's bowled him. There's his fifer again. 2 in a row. Green's on fire. And Akhtar goes first ball. And Leicestershire are fighting hard here. What a bowler this lad is.
To come into the tournament and take 5 wickets in both your first 2 matches of the season.
As you said, he's just done Akhtar for pace there, isn't he? See if we can have another look at this. This is kept a little low on Zaman Akhtar. It's off the pad. Yeah, off the pad.
You won't mind that though.
No. They will count.
So Matt Taylor, I would assume, at number 9. He batted at 9 at Guildford. And
It is. No, it's Miles.
those Miles, interesting. I think Leicestershire might be favourites now.
Yeah, they've got to be. They've got to be.
The rate is not horrendous, but you're down into the bowlers with a rookie batter at the other end.
Yeah, but got a rookie bowler bowling here. Ballman's good cricketer. What a game of cricket though. This has ebbed and flowed and gone back and forth and oscillated. Here's Green on a hat-trick to Craig Miles. Oh, nearly gets it. Thick inside edge.
And this is where Leicestershire's whole momentum of being used to winning really comes into play for them.
It does, yeah, but sometimes, Tommy Borman, no fear. I think there are more twists and turns in this one. As that's thick outside edge. He's only gone for 1 though, down to Lewis Hill on the boundary. Every run's vital though. Gloucestershire made a bit of a pig's ear of this though, I think. From 153
for 1 at 30 overs.
Yeah, 199 for 3. To be 253 for 7. Green. Miles has got something on that. 32 to win. That's a fantastic over from Green. Absolutely outstanding. 5 for 43 off 9. Kid's got a massive future in the game.
Yeah, certainly a name to note. And Peter Hanscom is going to go back to his spinner. That's interesting.
Well,
Travaskis has got 2 overs left, and it's that thing of you've got to make the batter put the pace on the ball.
yeah.
Now it's a modicum of a risk with a slightly shorter leg side boundary to 2 right-handers, but pretty confident that Travaskis' last over, I think, when he went for 4.
Couple of lusty blows though here.
32 off 4, so 8 and over off the last 4. Travaskis to Miles, just works the single. Out to deep square, 31 off 23. So does Borman try and play it cool here, and does he try and go for the big blow? He's tried to paddle it past Green. It's beaten him, and it would just be cut off. That's good work on the rope. They'll come back for a couple.
A precious 2 though. Some Leicestershire fans down below us. Big cheers as Leicester City have just gone 2-1 up against Sheffield Wednesday.
Travaskis to Borman. Tries for the paddle again. Oh, he's got hold of that. That'll go for 6. Way over deep square. That's a big blow from Tommy Borman.
Whatever Green can do, Borman can fight back. 2 youngsters, this is what this competition's about. 2 youngsters going at each other.
Was a bit leg side from Travaskis, but Borman picked it. 23 off 21. Another one of those would make a big difference. Goes out through the offside this time, in the air but safe.
I thought he'd put that straight down the throat of Ian Holland there at extra cover. Ooh, poor throw from Patel. Cox giving him the glare.
So what's Miles's role here? 2 balls to go in the over.
Play the 1. 20 to win off 3.
Take the 1 with 2 balls left, remember, so he'd take 1, he'd be Borman 1 ball to face. Miles paddles it away. Should be taken on the boundary by Scriven, and is on the bounce. So Borman just wants to pick a single off the last ball. If he does that, it'll be been a good over for Gloucestershire. Travaskis in to bowl to him. That's away again on the bounce straight to Scriven, and he's got the one he wants. So the experiment, if I can call it that, of returning to Travaskis didn't quite work for Leicestershire. 11 off the over. 266 for 7. The target is 286, so 20 required, and there are 3 overs left.
What odds on the tie? 19 to tie. What a game of cricket. Everyone's just gripped here in Bristol.
So Chris Wright is going to bowl his last over.
Here he comes.
Oh, it's green, I do apologise.
Borman crunches him up to mid-off. Yeah, I think if they can get this down to 12 off 2 with no further wickets lost.
This is Green's last over.
Yeah, this is Green's last over. Wright's got to bowl the last one, hasn't he?
So you think it'll be Green, Wright and Holland.
Yeah.
Who bowls the last, whichever. You know, I think probably Wright to bowl the last one.
Green to Miles. Oh, big swing from Miles.
And a miss.
And a miss. Looking for that. Go over the top of mid-wicket. Hanscom's left that open for him. What a game of cricket here. That's over the top. It's going to be 2 at least. And every run applauded by the locals.
Didn't really middle.
No,
that.
he didn't, but he got enough on it. 16 to tie off 15 balls. 17 to win. Mid-wicket's gone back now. That's over the top from Miles. 6 runs. What a blow.
That's a good hit. It's not the longest boundary, that. But in the circumstances, that's a big shot from Craig Miles.
Yeah. Oh.
In the slot.
That's why he's gone in ahead of Matt Taylor. I mean, Matt Taylor's a fine batter in his own right. Josh Shaw's a fine batter. Got 6 to win the game at Cardiff off the last ball last year.
No, 11 to win.
Are there any more twists and turns in this? Magnificent game of cricket, really is. I don't want to be like one of those commentators on that other competition taking place at the moment, overhyping things. So this has been a brilliant game of cricket.
There will have been 1,100 runs scored on this pitch this weekend.
Yeah. That's short, and oh, the locals don't like that.
Ducked.
Yeah, he did. I thought it was down the leg side. Let's have another look at this. Is it down the leg side? It is down the leg side. That is down the leg side. That should have been a wide. Got away with one there, I think.
Green's got 1 ball to go. Long chat from his skipper.
Oh, big swing from Miles. And can't get it away. But Green, 10 overs.
5 for 52.
Fantastic. Boy's got a big future in the game. 10 wickets in 2 games in this competition. And I'll tell you what, he hasn't bowled like an 18-year-old out there at all.
No, absolutely not. And some bowlers, some more senior bowlers won't take 10 wickets in the tournament.
No.
He's taken 10 in 2 matches. So it's 11 off 2. Ian Holland is going to bowl the last but 1 over. So you could do it in singles now.
And returning from the Bristol Pavilion end, Ian Holland.
Tommy Borman's made 28 not out of 20 balls. I know teams like to finish it before the last over. It takes the tension out of it. But here, you just need just a cool head.
Oh, well, 99% of the crowd here won't mind if Tommy Borman gets him off the last ball.
Holland has got 3 men out on the leg side. Nobody in short on the single. Borman slashes it away for 4, past Budinger in the gully. It was wide enough.
Yeah, they've got this wrong here. The cry of Gloucestershire, la la la, goes round. It's like the old John Player League days here.
Very wide from Ian Holland.
Yeah, you can see that's what he's trying to do because of the field that he's got set, but you can't go short and wide, you have to go full and wide.
7 to win. 11 balls remaining. Hanscom's got all the challenges now. He hasn't changed the field though. Holland goes straighter and Borman says thanks, I'll have a single. In fact, he might try and go for 2, but they'll settle for 1.
No.
And Borman
The most important thing for
33.
Most important thing for Gloucestershire here is just to get level, not to lose the game. Just get themselves level and get themselves into a position where they cannot lose.
One blow from Miles would do it, but
It would.
suspect that he will look at it different ways.
Yeah, I think it's ones from here.
6 off 10.
Ones. Bring the field in and then go over the top. The old Muhammad Ali rope-a-dope.
But 285 has proved a really competitive total from Leicestershire. They've made it competitive right to the end.
Yeah, look, the field's going to have to come in now. Bring Masood up.
Holland to Miles. 6 to win. Is that going to be it? It might be, you know, and it is. Craig Miles wins it with a pull into the mound stand, and Gloucestershire make it 3 from 3 in the one-day cup. They win by 3 wickets.
Yeah, fantastic. Really good. Tommy Borman. I've given Green a lot of plaudits here all day. 5 for 52. There's another young man here who's shown an innings of serious maturity. He's box office, he's theatre, and the name is Tommy Borman.
Well, he got 22 at Guildford on Friday as Gloucestershire tried to set a big score. Today, 33 not out off 22 balls in quite a tense situation when he came in. He lost his captain, he was left aback with the tail, and he and Craig Miles have marshalled it, and Gloucestershire have won inside the 49th over to take the game by 3 wickets, and it's been a mighty good Sunday. If you've paid your money to come and watch this today, you've seen over 550 runs and a really close finish.
Yeah, credit to Leicestershire as well. They played their part in a wonderful game of cricket. They've played some really good, intelligent cricket here, and they've just come out on the wrong side. But Peter Hanscom, Ben Cox, Alex Green have all shown that they've got heart. Leicestershire wouldn't surprise me if they finish in the top 3 in the group.
They need to finish in the top 3 to make the knockout stages. They lost the toss this morning. They were put in 285 for 7, 22 for 3 at one stage. Then Hanscom with 107 and Cox with 61 in particular, with 30s from Masood, and Travaskis at the end got them to 285 for 7. Shaw with 3 wickets. Zamanakta with 2, 1 each for Matt Taylor and Ben Charlesworth. And then in the chase, Gloucestershire had a great start. Century opening stand between Bracey and Bancroft. Bancroft made 40. Bracey eventually holed out for 96. Bits and pieces in the middle order kept them going. But when Gloucestershire were left to get 69 off the last 10 with 6 wickets in hand, and that inexperienced lower order, you wondered how much pressure that would put on Phillips and Borman. Phillips made 14 before he was LBW to Travaskis, but Borman lost active first ball. Craig Miles survived the hat-trick, and then Borman and Miles took Gloucestershire from 251 to 286, so a stand of 35 to win the game. Miles finishing 18 not out, and Borman 33 not out. Gloucestershire will top the group tonight, Dan. Fractional improvement in the run rate, which will be useful. and they go into the next game, which is on Friday against Glamorgan, with a chance to really give themselves an opportunity to make the 6 who go into the knockout stages.
Yeah, a word needs to go out to Josh Shaw as well, because his 3 wickets in the power play ensured that Leicestershire didn't get that 300, which would have possibly pushed the game out of Gloucestershire's reach. So Josh Shaw's played his part as well. But I tell you what, Friday is going to be an absolute cracker here against Glamorgan. The 7-side derby, we'll be covering it on air, and I can't wait for that one. Can you, Ian?
It'll be good. Our forecast is good for the rest of the week. Thanks to James on the camera work today, as ever, top work. And thanks to you for your contributions on the emails. Hope we've added to your sunny Sunday somewhere. Join us on Friday for the game with Glamorgan, where we're due to be on air at 5 to 11. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. We'll see you on Friday. Goodbye.